Awakened thrice in the dead of night. At midnight, Jian Bison finally washed away the wood shavings and glue from her hands. With hunger gnawing at her insides, she groggily climbed into bed, only to have the door swung open at the stroke of the fourth watch. Someone, familiar with the surroundings, approached her bedside, shook her gently, and called out, "Sister, sister, wake up. Miss Lu is causing a ruckus again." Startled awake in the middle of the night, Jian Baisan's eyes opened to find a small, expressionless face before her. The moonlight streaming through the window cast two pale spots in the girl's eyes, elongating her shadow, which fell across Jian Baisan like a tragic figure from a tale of forsaken love. In an instant, she was fully awake and, without hesitation, slapped the small head before her. "Jian Er, are you trying to scare me?" The slap, evidently, did not hurt. Jian Er repeated, "Miss Lu is currently kneeling at father's door. Sister, could you please persuade her to leave? Why don't you call father?" The younger sister maintained her composed demeanor, her small face stern, yet Jian Baisan found her demeanor somewhat lacking. "I called him, but he wouldn't wake up." With a hint of irritation, Jian Baisan retorted, "Has the old man gone to his grave?" Reluctantly, Jian Baisan rubbed her temples and climbed out of bed, making her way to her father's courtyard. The poor old dog, Da Huang, who had been sleeping in her room, followed her silently and dazedly, not uttering a single bark along the way, evoking a sense of sympathy in those Wab. It held the scene. Before they had even arrived, the faint sounds of a woman's weeping and the rhythmic, thunderous snoring echoed from the doorway. The moment Miss Lu came into view, her younger sister instinctively grasped the hem of Jian Baisan's garment. Miss Lu, her hair disheveled and clad in white, appeared to possess at least 3 centuries' worth of spiritual cultivation compared to Jian Er's ghostly visage. Upon seeing the two, her eyes sparkled through the strands of her hair as she erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. "I beseech you, young master, I wish to descend the mountain. You must intercede on my behalf." Suddenly, Da Huang lowly called out to her a couple of times, clearly irked by Miss Liu's commotion. Jian Baisan, following a routine, helped her to her feet and offered standard words of comfort, detailing the progress of the carriage wheel's repair. Finally, he reassured her, saying, "Miss Lu, you were not abducted by us, you merely lost your way. Consider this. We have no reason to detain you here against your will." This statement, however, backfired. Miss Lu, her emotions heightened, cried out, "But I am just an innocent young woman. In this mountain, with your fierce and fearsome men wandering about, who can tell if you intend to keep me here forever? Am I doomed to remain trapped?" "Indeed, that is not the case," Jian Baisan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. "Our village does not engage in the abduction of maidens. It is merely that my mother is away, and coincidentally, the carriage wheel is broken." "What a coincidence that is," Miss Lu retorted. Jian Baisan lay back down, and just before dawn, the paper-thin window was once again rapped upon. Outside the window, an elderly man's voice resonated, "Young master, please unlock the door." The old man, surnamed Xiong, offered no account of his origins nor his destination. He merely lingered in the village day after day, shamelessly seeking his meals. Though referred to as food, the offerings were scarcely substantial. This year, the Dian dynasty faced dire circumstances. Locusts plagued the land and rainfall was scarce. Consequently, over half of the crops sown in the village perished. Meanwhile, in the nearest town, grain was being sold at 10 coins per pound, prompting the able-bodied men and of the village to devise countless schemes to procure sustenance for their community. Yet their efforts bore little fruit, forcing the 100-plus residents to tighten their belts and resort to foraging for edible roots and leaves. In a desperate turn of events, Jian Baishan's mother had ventured out to undertake perilous tasks of robbing the wealthy. Indeed, the old man inquired, "Could you spare me another handful of dry tangerine peel?" Jian Baishan, still half asleep, turned to retrieve the peel from the cupboard, oblivious to the shadow beneath the old man's feet that flickered like boiling water for a fleeting moment before settling into stillness. Something small scurried swiftly beneath her bed. Upon receiving the dried peel, the old man expressed his apologies with genuine remorse. "My dear Jian, I'm sorry to disturb your slumber." "It's nothing, just refrain from visiting at this hour next time," Jian Baishan replied candidly. The old man gently closed the door behind him as he departed. Jian Baishan sprang upright, scratching a mosquito bite that had just emerged on her hand. A mixture of joy and physical discomfort swirling within her. She let out a deep sigh. However, after a brief half hour, as she and Jian were enveloped in the warm embrace of their mother, each having their heads gently patted, the irritations and discomforts of a sleepless night were completely dispelled. Even De Huang had his chin scratched affectionately by their mother. Nestled in her mother's arms, still carrying a hint of earthy fragrance, she turned to glance at her sister, who, despite wearing a stoic expression and clutching her morning reading, Jia the sage's text in one hand, was discreetly wiping away tears with the other while tugging at their mother's clothing. Madame Du shook her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. Although not young, her face glowed with excitement, rosy like that of a young maiden, as she took her husband's hand and walked. Away. Jian Baisan felt a lightness in her heart, filled with happiness. Her sister loved to read. If she excelled in her studies, she could one day take the imperial examinations for FEMA, Lu officials, and achieve greatness. Though lacking in scholarly knowledge herself, she possessed a bit of strength, and at merely 13, she was already as tall as her mother. When their parents grew old, she could continue to lead the village, which seemed quite satisfactory. Her father interrupted her daydreams, saying, "Come on, let's ask them to prepare a few chickens for lunch. We shall feast." De Huang, seizing the hem of Jian Baisan's shorts, tugged her forward, compelling her to lead the way. This creature only ever thought of food. As thoughts of food crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled the old bear who had come seeking chun pie last night. She had felt an inexplicable unease at that time. Why had she felt that way? That knife gleamed as white as the moon. Uncle Lee's words thundered through her mind once more, and suddenly it all clicked. The moon, the moonlight, the shadows. Last night, he stood before her window, tapping on the glass. Why was there no shadow? If this is attributed to the shifting moonlight, then why was it that when he conversed with her at the door, his face was as pale as a painting, devoid of even the faintest semblance of a shadow? Cold sweat cascaded down her back, instantly soaking her garments. Chapter 2. Old man, are you quite normal? Jian Baisan abruptly halted her steps and grasped the arm of the person beside her, inquiring, Huanggu? Since you got up, have you seen the old man Xiong? The one who came a week ago. She recalled that Huang Ji's small courtyard was the closest to the cottage arranged for him in the village, making it likely that he had seen the man. The man named Huang shook his head. A sense of foreboding intensified within her. She hurried forward a couple of steps to find Jianda who. Father, the old man Xiong has vanished. Jianda who strode forward without pausing, waving his hand dismissively. If he has gone, he has gone. We'll call out later. If there is food, he'll likely show up. No, Jian Baisan's heart raced. Her tongue seemingly tangled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Although she was accustomed to listening to tales of spirits and ghosts, encountering such an oddity in her own life was unprecedented. What if he was a capable official sent to eradicate bandits? What then? Even with her parents around, they could not protect the people of this mountain. Bower, what is the matter? Qin sang, Jian Baisan's mother, keenly noticed the damp marks on her collar and swiftly approached, her brow furrowed in concern. Mother, the old man Xiong. Jian Baisan stammered, striving to suppress her trembling voice. We must locate him. He certainly poses a problem. After hearing her daughter's frantic and hurried words, Qin Sang's frown relaxed slightly. You mean this old man Xiong often eats, but then vomits at night? Indeed. I have been asked for dried tangerine peel on 2 occasions. Have you witnessed him vomit? At the very least, he is not a ghost. A ghost would not exhibit such a reaction. Qin Sang remarked that it could only be someone with extraordinary abilities. Beside them, Jian let out a sigh of relief. Mother, I am concerned he might be an official from the government, perhaps intent on harming us. That seems unlikely, Qin Sang replied. You mentioned he was weak a few days ago, which does not suggest deceit. Let me ask you, if he has been eating and vomiting daily, what does that indicate? Jian Baisan was startled. He cannot abstain from eating. Precisely, Qin Sang affirmed, pulling them closer. Even if he possesses remarkable skills, he is not at the level of a transcendental being who can fast indefinitely. Being weak, he must rely on the coarse food and broth from our village to regain his strength. The government loves to maintain an imposing presence. They would not dispatch a frail old man alone. Dear Bower, do not fret. Both your mother and father are here. Jian Baisan tightened her grip on her mother's hand, feeling her racing heart gradually calm. She finally set aside her apprehension and fear. greeting the morning birdsong as she followed her mother and a majority of the villagers to the entrance of the large kitchen. At this time, the villagers enjoyed gathering together, sitting outdoors to chat, play cards, and sip on green ant wine while waiting for the cook to prepare the meal. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a century-old mountain willow, beneath which lay a large stone that had been there since the village's inception. This stone was indeed substantial and often served various purposes. The chef, ANI, occasionally hangs 3 baskets of preserved fruits above, while the children, during the summer, pour water onto the stones, allowing 3 or 4 of them to lie side by side, seeking solace from the heat. Occasionally, individuals gather beneath the trees to set up a chessboard, and this stone serves as the optimal vantage point for observing the game. At this moment, a figure sits leisurely upon the stone. From a distance, the person resembles the old bear, yet simultaneously does not. The original old bear, hunched and bearded, with a frail physique, donned a simple, iron-gray garment daily, often coughing and spitting as though his time was drawing near. Yet now he radiates vitality, his complexion glowing with health. Although still clad in the same iron-gray attire, it now appears as if it could withstand cannon fire. Is that truly the old bear you spoke of? Qin Sang gazed intently at the figure, her lips moving slightly as she released Jian Baishan's hand. Instinctively aware of the peril, she discreetly grasped the 2 short blades at her waist. The old bear's eyes shifted gently towards Jian Baishan, and his snowy beard lifted ever so slightly, as if the mouth beneath it were smiling. In the presence of such formidable power, even the mightiest warriors could not wield a blade. This was an overwhelming force, distinct from that of mundane practitioners, an immortal strength. Not only was she immobilized, but so was everyone else. Jian Dahu remained in a posture of laughter, head held high and mouth agape. Qin Sang's hand rested on her blade, her brow furrowed. Jian Er's foot was poised in midair, with only one heel touching the ground. Suddenly, without even casting a glance downward, the old bear laughed heartily and, in an instant, ascended from the great stone. Having troubled your village for many days, this old man has finally endured his trials and has recondensed the golden elixir. The venerable elder Xiang of the beast-taming sect is set to depart tomorrow. Thus, I express my heartfelt gratitude today. His visage and form appeared as immaculate and flat as a painting, devoid of any shadow, while beneath his suspended feet lay a tumultuous mass of dark, writhing shapes, seething with intensity. When the shadows ceased their undulation, a triangular serpent head, as large as a boulder beneath a willow, suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, accompanied by a short segment of a crimson serpent's body, obediently hovering behind Elder Xiang, resembling a totem of deities. That serpent was formidable, colossal, yet at that moment, Qin Sang felt that its menacing presence paled in comparison to the oppressive aura radiating from the elderly figure before her. Her wandering thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the elder. Fear not, esteemed guests. I have been graced by your kindness and harbor no intention of repaying benevolence with enmity. I merely employed a minor spell to summon my melding shadow crimson serpent to validate my identity and engage in discourse regarding the matter of young Miss Jian. Upon concluding this statement, the crimson serpent vanished with a mere wave of the elder's hand, along with the oppressive sensation it brought. The villagers, who had instinctively bristled under the gaze of the serpent's unyielding vertical pupils, gradually regained their composure, yet none dared to move. It was then that Jian Dahu, trembling, ventured to inquire, "May I ask, O immortal, what is the matter concerning young Miss Jian that you allude to? If my child is lacking in upbringing, it is indeed my failing as a father." The elder Xiang raised a hand towards Jian Dahu, chuckling. Nay, it is a matter of good fortune. Your eldest daughter, Jian Baishan, possesses a pure and benevolent temperament, strong and steady, endearing her to many. I made a deliberate visit last night, and upon calling forth the spiritual sensing insect today, I observed that the markings on its back not only exist, but are singular in hue. Do you understand the significance of this? Qin Sang fixed her gaze intently upon the elder Xiang and inquired, "What do you mean?" The elder Xiang replied, "Jian Baisan not only possesses the ability to cultivate, but is also endowed with a rare celestial root. Throughout history, cultivators blessed with celestial roots have shattered mountains and dried up seas, leaving their names engraved in the annals of time and upon the celestial peaks." In the midst of an eerie silence, Qin Sang's voice suddenly quivered as she spoke. "Forgive me, immortal, but what if a humble person were to express reluctance?" Chapter 3. The immortal smiles at the transience of the mortal realm. by daring to voice such a sentiment publicly. Qin Sang surmised that the elder Shiyong had indeed refrained from harming the villagers and had already introduced himself, claiming that the people held him in esteem, and thus he would not resort to violence over a single utterance. As anticipated, the elder's expression darkened only slightly before he immediately resumed his amiable demeanor, inquiring with a gentle tone, "Why does Madam Qin express such reluctance?" Qin Sang responded, "Baisan has been under our care for 13 years, having enjoyed little fortune. Yet with the protection of her parents and uncles, we could strive to ensure her safety even amidst the village's tribulations. Should she become a refugee in the town, she would not perish. Since childhood, I have heard numerous tales of the immortal realms, understanding that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and fierce competition. I fear for my daughter's life should she embark on this journey." A flicker of gloom dissipated from the elder Shiyong's countenance, and he was about to respond when a shadow at his feet quivered, and suddenly a small pink-feathered parakeet emerged, chirping excitedly in his ear. After listening, he chuckled and said, "Madam Qin's concerns shall be addressed at the hour of the rooster. As for matters of importance, let us defer for the time being." The dark shadow beneath him began to tremble violently once more, and the crimson serpent slithered out from beneath his feet, carrying the elder away, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. As the colossal serpent vanished from the skies, a palpable sense of trepidation engulfed the crowd, who exchanged anxious glances before erupting into a fervent discussion. Uncle Li and Uncle Chung seized Jian Dao tightly, their words tumbling forth in a chaotic rush. "Tiger, did you see that? It wasn't the incantations of our town. That was a genuine immortal. We thought our young mistress would merely assume the role of a lady leader, but it appears she has stumbled upon celestial fortune today. You must heed this. Did you not hear the immortal proclaim that our young mistress possesses some extraordinary spiritual root? Who knows? She may one day wield powers akin to his." Madame Du, fervently excited, felt beads of sweat form on her brow as she interjected, "If our young mistress were to transform into such a figure, would we still need to fear the government? She could just point a finger in the imperial city and summon forth a serpent of that magnitude, sweeping the old emperor's throne away with a single flick of its tail." Nearby, a few young men clustered around Huang Ge, their silence punctuated only by furtive glances cast at Jian Baisan, their envy unmistakable. Huang Ge cautiously murmured, "The elder Snake Yang, didn't he bestow upon us the duty of assessing our celestial fates just that morning they had been jesting about Old Bear, and now they seemed as timid as quails?" The disdainfully imitated Huang Ge's serious and careful tone. "Elder Snake Yang." Only Qin Sang. In the fleeting moment the giant serpent departed, trembled and clutched Jian Baisan tightly, exclaiming, "My dear, I never anticipated you would encounter such a destiny. Once you embark on your journey to cultivate immortality, do not forget your parents nor your sister." Jian Baisan was momentarily bewildered. "Mother, did you not wish for me to refrain from leaving?" "Foolish child." Qin Sang gave her a light smack on the back of her head and said, "That is a celestial being. It is not that your mother is unwilling. Rather, she seeks a guarantee. You may be unaware, but I am well informed. Before I eloped with your father, our family was of a martial lineage. This tale harks back many years. At that time, Qin Sang was merely an 8-year-old child. Yet she was already responsible for presiding over ancestral rites and had to practice the ancestral dual blades daily, reciting the ended Dian repeatedly. Her great-great-grandfather had once been a prominent military officer in the Dian dynasty, having met a celestial being alongside the emperor, fought in battles, and even visited the realm of the immortals, earning great renown. However, after his passing, the family's fortunes dwindled, and they fell into utter decline. Qin Sang's father was an ne'er-do-well, indulging in frivolities, ultimately succumbing to a disease of debauchery. Her mother, bereft of hope, pinned all her aspirations on her daughter, compelling her to practice the ancestral martial arts daily to regain the emperor's favor. How could an 8-year-old child possibly bear such pressure and expectations? In her leisure moments, Qin Sang often sought refuge in the world of stories, frequently retreating to the ancestral hall, a vast and tranquil place where her mother could never find her. With nothing else to occupy her time, she took it upon herself to examine the numerous ancestral tablets, pondering their connections to her lineage, their ages at death, and the number of offspring they had. In her aimless exploration, she inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a thunderous sound as a hidden passageway beneath the red cloth of the altar revealed itself. Descending into the chamber, she found it empty save for a solitary box resting at its center. Inside lay only a handwritten journal and a pair of dual blades. She took the twin blades with her and has wielded them ever since. The location of that tome has long since faded from her memory. Yet its contents remain indelibly etched in her mind, for it was inscribed by her great-great-grandfather. Upon reading the memoir, the young Qinsang came to understand that although the land she inhabited appeared vast, it was merely a great circle, a hollow ring at its outermost edge, ordinary and desolate. The dynasty to which she belonged was but a minuscule dot within that circle. Beneath this surface lay layers upon layers, encompassing 8 realms of existence. Only those who cultivate the path of immortality can transcend the invisible walls between circles and ascend the road to enlightenment. Furthermore, her great-great-grandfather recounted numerous observations from the realm of the immortals, among which one ironclad principle lingered in Qinsang's mind. Those who seek immortality are perpetually under the gaze of the heavenly laws. Even a casual oath, if broken, invites divine retribution. Qinsang comprehended the nature of the heavenly spiritual root, and once Jian Baisan effortlessly shed the shackles of mortality, she would behold a world 1,000,000 times greater than her current one. Yet, as her daughter embarked on distant journeys, how could a mother remain untroubled? Thus, her only desire was to secure a modest promise from the elder Shiyang. The elder Shiyang glanced at the food laid out on the table and chuckled. Since I have recovered, this old man no longer requires such sustenance. Jian Dahu immediately summoned assistants to clear away the dishes. The elder Shiyang regarded Qinsang and remarked, "What you have described today regarding the immortal realm is not without merit. However, according to the established iron laws, such information ought not to appear in the tales of mortals. I suspect, dear Qinsang, that you possess a unique destiny." Qinsang clenched her fingers tightly, not daring to raise her head. However, the elderly man from Shiyang seemed completely unfazed and continued, "For the sake of sons and daughters, the heart of a parent, I am aware of your request. I am the Grand Elder of the Beast-Taming Sect in Chuyuan Prefecture, eager for talented disciples. I shall grant you, a mere mortal woman, this favor. On the path of Jian Baisan's cultivation, I will do my utmost to ensure her safety." Qinsang and Jian Dahu exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that this was already a significant act of grace towards them. They knelt down with Jian Baisan and Jian Er. Expressing their gratitude, Jian Dahu and Qinsang thanked the immortal for your benevolence. Upon receiving their reverence, the Shiyang elder remarked, "Excellent. In this way, I have also repaid the kindness shown by Zhou Fan." He waved his hand, bidding them to rise, and finally turned his gaze to Jian Baisan, his future disciple, and kindly inquired, "Tell me, young lady Jian, what are your current skills? If I had not come here, what would you have aspired to do in the future?" Jian Baisan, overwhelmed by the succession of momentous events throughout the day, felt as though the world she was familiar with had transformed entirely. Her composure and determination had seemingly vanished, and in this moment, she could only respond instinctively and sincerely, "I am skilled in woodworking, knowledgeable about fishing and farming, and I have learned a bit of swordplay from my mother. If you had not come, once my father retires, I would take his place as the chieftain and become a queen in my own right." The Shiyang elder, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Good child. From now on, if you accept me as your master, you shall no longer need to fish, farm, or practice woodworking. Seeing that you are still unaware of the significance of this path of cultivation, I shall reiterate the words of my master, who will be your future ancestral teacher, spoken when I first entered the sect. Listen carefully. The eyes of the venerable elder Shiyang gleamed with astonishing brilliance as he recited, "Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one must breathe away the mundane world. We inhale the ethereal essence that transforms and refines, learn the divine arts that seize time, and seek to paint the heavens with the calamities of immortals. Golden core, nascent soul, mortals bow in reverence, emperors descend from their thrones. To transform, to divide. The dragon lies in wait, and the elixir purifies the hands. Harmonizing, transcending, this is but ash at the fingertips of mountains and seas. The world is but a fleeting glance. Immortality enters the hall, laughing at the brevity of human life." Chapter 4. Misunderstandings arising from maintenance issues. Elder Shiyang noticed her wide-eyed astonishment and flushed complexion, prompting a satisfied smile. "I shall come to escort you tomorrow at the hour of Qin." He nodded slightly to Jian Dahu, Qinsang, and others. "I bid you farewell." The following day, as he departed, Jian Baisan only then began to grasp the sorrow of parting. Merely a day's time, and her life's path had taken a significant turn. The lifespan of a cultivator is so extensive, and the journey to the mystical realm of Chiwansu so distant. She knew not when she might see her parents and younger sister again. This farewell felt akin to an eternal separation. Master Elder Shiyong permitted her to bring little, save for the family dog, Dahuan. He remarked, the sect primarily studies beast taming for combat. This old dog, being of advanced years, may be brought along to the sect, perhaps to live a few more years and serve as a companion in the early stages of cultivation. Furthermore, the mother bestowed upon Jian Bison a pair of short dual daggers, said to have been passed down from her great-great-grandfather. Her sister, tearfully, pressed into her hands a small booklet, filled with drawings of little figures they had created together during their playful moments. With a freshly plucked willow leaf from Jian Urshin tucked within. Around her neck hung a small jade guanyin, meticulously carved by Jian Dahu at the moment of her birth. Aside from these tokens, there was nothing else. Jian Baisan cradled the large yellow dog, which whimpered softly, while her master's spiritual energy firmly anchored her to the serpent's head. As the winds howled and the cries of her parents and sister faded, she ascended until enveloped by the mist, until all was obscured from view. Jian Baisan gazed blankly at the sky. The elderly serpent Yang stood ahead, hands clasped behind his back, as if aware of her sorrow, and gently reassured her, there is no need for such grief. In 3 years, during the sect's grand competition, the victor among the Qi refinement disciples will be rewarded with a great messenger bird, capable of delivering messages across vast distances without fail. Jian Bison inquired, a great messenger bird? The elderly serpent Yang replied, it is akin to the small bird you beheld yesterday, with powdery feathers and an orange beak, resembling a parrot. Its ability is to relay messages. In its juvenile form, it is a Gui-level spirit beast, capable of sending messages 1,000 miles. In its adult form, it ascends to a Ren-level spirit beast, and although it may seem but a single tier higher, it can transmit messages across both the initial and secondary realms of the continent. Jian Bison questioned, why only to the secondary realms? The elderly serpent Yang elucidated. Your original location is within the first layer of the Great Wilderness State, while our sect resides in the third layer of the initial element state, the intermediary. The second layer is the pure air state. Between each state, there exist barriers established by true immortals. Jian Bison further inquired, how many states are there in total? She then asked, Master, you just mentioned Qi refinement. What exactly is Qi refinement? Jian Bison endured for a moment, but could no longer restrain himself. Master, you previously mentioned that I possess a celestial root. What exactly is a spiritual root? As a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, he had always been treated as the foremost disciple within the sect, his words either commands or directives, rarely engaging in the elucidation of queries for fledgling disciples. Yet, in the past few days, his utterances and explanations had amounted to more than he had conveyed in several months. Reflecting on his straightforward manner of speaking, Jian Baisan could only inwardly chuckle in resignation, reassuring himself, very well, celestial root, celestial root. Unbeknownst to him, in the realm of cultivation, the principle is that one must rely entirely on oneself. A master typically imparts exclusive techniques, bestows valuable talismans, or, when disciples venture forth, lends them a modicum of reputation. When it comes to enlightenment, cultivation, or foundational knowledge, it is wholly dependent on personal endeavor. As Jian Baisan journeyed in silence, he could only observe the layers of cotton-like white clouds enveloping him. At one point, the elder Shiyong halted, sending forth a beam of crimson light into the air, which stirred ripples akin to water. Without lingering, Elder Shiyong resumed his path. When Jian Baisan's legs began to waver, the colossal serpent beneath him flicked its tail and descended rapidly. Through a few scattered clouds, he beheld a deep green, celestial mountain. I have just received a message from the sect master. I must meet with him immediately. Elder Xiong paused, appearing somewhat reluctant, and stated, Today marks the initiation of new disciples. You shall join them in testing their spiritual roots. Wait for me here upon its conclusion. The disciples' hall was a modest structure, comprising 2 stories. Before them lay a vast expanse, currently bustling with a multitude of individuals gathered in front of the disciples' hall, seemingly captivated by an unfolding spectacle. At a glance, they were all adorned in white garments, suggestive of a unified attire. Among them were some accompanied by various animals, the most striking being a black panther, upon which one person sat sideways, her head lowered as she engaged in conversation with a companion. As she was placed at the edge of the open space like an object, she finally made her way to the front of the disciples' hall. only to discover that the crowd was encircling a line of children. These children appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, each clad in resplendent attire, resembling the offspring of nobility, with some even cradling small pets. Only a few were dressed modestly, yet even they wore loose, flowing robes and presented themselves neatly. Inside the hall, a woman's voice resonated continuously, devoid of emotion. Luo Pu, 3 spiritual roots, wood and water. Zhao Yigong, for spiritual roots, water, fire, wood, and earth. Li Dan, 5 spiritual roots, entry to the outer sect. Dong and I, for spiritual roots, water, wood, metal, and earth. He Tongwei, dual spiritual roots, wood, and water. Upon hearing the mention of dual spiritual roots, the gathered disciples outside erupted in excitement. Dual spiritual roots. We have finally witnessed it. The first dual spiritual roots in over a decade. After the announcement of 10 names, the voice ceased, and the line of disciples awaited outside the hall. The one with 5 spiritual roots departed alongside a senior brother, heading towards the outer sect. Among these children, some displayed troubled expressions, while others bore calm visages. It was evident at a glance that the most exuberant and self-assured among them was undoubtedly the one possessing dual spiritual roots. A majority of the disciples had turned their attention elsewhere, flocking with curiosity to seek out the disciple with dual roots, eager to ascertain his background and engage in conversation. There were even those who had failed in their cultivation, approaching merely to establish a semblance of familiarity. Despite his tender age, the cultivation speed of a dual-rooted child far surpassed that of his peers. It was conceivable that years hence, he might attain a level of mastery that eclipsed their own, ultimately becoming an esteemed elder within the sect, while they would have to address him as senior brother. Jin Baisan seized the opportunity amidst the throng and, clutching her old yellow dog, positioned herself at the end of the queue. From her vantage point, she discerned that the majority possessed 4 spiritual roots, while 3-rooted individuals were a rarity, and those with 5 roots were relegated to the outer sect. In front of her stood a young girl of considerable height, who, after a moment of commotion, dusted off the narrow sleeves of her pristine white robe and, casting a disdainful glance around, muttered to herself, "Humph. I truly do not understand what is so remarkable about balanced dual roots." As she turned, her gaze fell upon Jian Baisan, and she was momentarily taken aback. The girl resembled a delicate jade figure, akin to a celestial child from a painting, whereas Jian Baisan appeared rather disheveled, cradling a faded, white-faced old yellow dog. Her hair tousled by the wind and in need of grooming, clad in a simple brown hemp outfit that obscured any indication of her gender. Moreover, Jian Baisan, unaccustomed to personal care in her village, despite possessing clean and bright features that were not without merit, unfortunately bore rough skin of a slightly darker hue. At first glance, she seemed more akin to a menial worker than an ordinary person. The young lady, without uttering a word, swiftly drew a long sword from her waist, pointed it menacingly at Jian Baisan's face, and vehemently exclaimed, "Where did you, this filthy, lowly servant, come from? Keep your distance." There was no furious retort, nor any plea for mercy. Observing Jian Baisan shift to a different posture while cradling his dog, he nonchalantly extended a finger to nudge the sword away from the girl's grasp, and candidly stated, "If you wish for me to maintain my distance, a simple word would suffice. Why draw your sword?" Following this, Jian Baisan indeed took a few steps back, then gauged the space between them and sincerely inquired, "Is this distance acceptable?" The girl's face flushed crimson, seemingly incensed further. "Can't you comprehend human speech? I'm telling you to get lost," she shrieked. "Who are you telling to get lost?" Jian Baisan replied, "Did you not just insult me? Yet you seem incapable of understanding human language yourself." Several elder disciples, initially eager to witness the commotion, now appeared to find amusement in the situation, chuckling quietly. The girl, seemingly unaccustomed to such humiliation, paused for a brief moment before gritting her teeth and lunging at Jian Baisan with her sword. Chapter 5. Jian Baisan's unbeknownst fishing techniques. The sword did not strike her. From the moment the girl unsheathed her sword, Jian Baisan remained on high alert. She was entirely ignorant of the matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation and was unaware whether the girl's actions were compliant with the norms here. Neither did she know if, when faced with true aggression, the surrounding disciples would come to her aid. One thing she could ascertain: should the girl make the first move, she would have no choice but to defend herself. Ultimately, the most reliable ally remained herself. The girl evidently possessed formidable training. her sword slicing through the air with remarkable swiftness. Fortunately, Jian Bison had diligently practiced her swordsmanship under her mother's tutelage since childhood. Thus, she was not lacking in her reflexes. With the hand that did not cradle the large yellow dog, she swiftly drew her blade, clashing fiercely against the girl's sword. A sharp, resonant sound echoed as the girl's hand was deflected. However, Jian Bison felt a jolt resonate through her grip, causing her knife to fly from her hand, narrowly grazing the hem of a senior sister's garment before crashing to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, the mechanical voice within the hall that had been announcing the results of spiritual roots had fallen silent. Without the time to retrieve her knife, she set down the large yellow dog and, with her other hand, grasped a second blade in defense, secretly astonished by the girl's strength. Though Jian Bison was still quite young, she was undeniably strong. In her village, her younger sister Jian delighted in the playful pastime of resting her arm upon her sister's, who would lift her high and low. Some of the more frail young men in the village could scarcely match her strength. This girl, despite being younger, exhibited even greater power. Should a further confrontation arise, she would have to grip her knife tightly, enduring any additional pain to her palm, for she could not afford to relinquish it. Just as she readied herself, a voice rang out. Who dares to strike in front of the disciples' hall? It was the voice of the woman from within. Greetings, Elder Gong, the girl replied succinctly, sheathing her sword and bowing respectfully. This mere servant of the mortal realm appeared from nowhere, closely following behind the disciples. I believed he harbored ill intentions, and I chastised him, but he retaliated with insults and even assaulted me. It is not the disciples who have breached the sect's rules by acting recklessly. I implore the elder to discern the truth. Jian Bison was momentarily taken aback. A gentle breeze swept through, and Elder Gong had already approached. Her demeanor, when compared to the girl, could be deemed rather amiable. However, her voice remained cold and authoritative, resonating with a sense of gravity. Young one, from whence do you hail? Who is your master? After listening to the girl's remarks, Jian Bison finally comprehended the situation. It was evident that they regarded her as a male servant. Initially filled with grievance and dissatisfaction, Jian Bison now found herself in a state of bemusement. Mimicking the girl, she clumsily offered a bow and said, Greetings, Elder Gong. I was sent by Elder Shiyang to test my spiritual roots, not as a servant. The girl retorted indignantly, Very well, what proof do you possess? Moreover, even if you are here to test your spiritual roots, why must you stand so close to me? Surely you harbor ulterior motives. Jian Bison bluntly addressed the girl's most perplexing concern. My dear, I am a woman. Elder Gong, who had not yet interjected, visibly relaxed at the mention of Elder Shiyang's name. Upon hearing Jian Bison's declaration, the remnants of her previously stern countenance began to dissolve like ink in water. The girl, however, seemed struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. The disciples nearby, hesitant to speak in the presence of the elder, nonetheless could not suppress the smiles creeping onto their faces. Elder Gong addressed the girl. Even though it is a misunderstanding, you must apologize and provide compensation. Furthermore, since she has been brought in by the elder, she is now an official member. You cannot wield weapons against fellow disciples outside the disciple hall. Considering it is your first offense and a misunderstanding, you are to labor in the northern section of the Spirit Beast Garden for 5 days, with a month's salary withheld. Accept your punishment. The girl gritted her teeth and replied, Shui Huaran accepts the punishment. A shadow of ink flew from the elder's hand, leaving an imprint on Shui Huayer's wrist. The elder's expression turned frosty as he admonished the 10 or so disciples surrounding him. When fellow disciples draw weapons against one another, you merely revel in the spectacle, standing idly by and remaining uninvolved. What have you all learned? He continued, for your negligence. You shall be punished. 2 months of labor in the southern and western districts of the Spirit Beast Garden, along with a deduction of 2 months' salary and 2 fewer opportunities to access the Spirit Spring. Accept your punishment. The smiles of several disciples faded. Their spirits dampened as they reluctantly acknowledged their penalties. Lastly, the elder's gaze fell upon Jian Bison. As for you, with your disheveled attire and your impudent address of my predecessor, you display a lack of decorum. After your spiritual roots have been assessed, you shall transcribe the record of the 9 realms once, and present it to me in 3 days. Jian Bison glanced at the ink mark on her wrist and responded. Jian Bison accepts her punishment, though I am rather illiterate. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then waved his sleeve in exasperation. Then learn. Complete your studies within a year and transcribe it afterward. Jian Baisan wiped the blood from her knuckles and replied, "It is nothing. I was unaware that you did not recognize I am a woman." "Enough of your prattle," Shui Huier interjected. "What do you desire?" "What?" "Compensation." Jian Baisan, unfamiliar with the concept of compensation in the immortal realm, noticed that Shui Huier did not appear to be lacking in wealth, so she tentatively inquired, "Half a tael?" "Half a tael of what?" Jian Baisan surrendered. "Just decide for yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Shui Huier waved her delicate hand over her exquisite jade bracelet and conjured 2 small vials, presenting them to her, the genuine golden healing pill and the enlightenment pill from the medicine sect. Together, they are worth dozens of spirit stones. "I am not being unfair to you. Hurry and take them." Jian Baisan was somewhat taken aback. Although Shui Huier had just exhibited an unreasonable and irritable temperament, she was now honoring her word and displaying a generous spirit, suggesting that she was not entirely unkind. Jian Baisan reflected that Shui Huier had likely felt discomfort due to her proximity, indicating a dislike for close contact. And thus she carefully extended her finger to retrieve the bottle. Seemingly aware of this, Shui Huier immediately turned away in silence. After 2 more groups had passed, it became evident that they were either of 4 or 5 spiritual roots, with not a single individual possessing merely 3. As their group approached, Shui Huier could not restrain herself and, with her head held high, remarked, "It's either 4 spiritual roots or 5. I truly wonder why they bother to pursue immortality or seek enlightenment." Seizing the opportunity, Jian Baisan humbly inquired, "May I ask, are 4 and 5 spiritual roots considered inferior?" "Precisely," Shui Huier replied, brushing off her robe's sleeves with an air of superiority. "That is why I maintain that those with 4 or 5 roots cultivate far too slowly. It would be better not to cultivate at all." "How many spiritual roots do you possess?" Jian Baisan asked. "My father and mother both have dual spiritual roots. My mother had someone assess mine. Today is merely a formality," Shui Huier stated. "Though I too possess dual roots, the gold element is exceedingly weak, while the fire element is robust, and fire overcomes gold, rendering the gold element even weaker. People say I possess a unique pseudo-heavenly spiritual root, and my cultivation speed will not significantly lag behind that of true heavenly roots." As she spoke, it was her turn to step forward. With her head held high and chest out, she approached the stage. Elder Gong announced, "Proceed." Shui Huier immediately pressed her hand against a vertically positioned, translucent round jade, which stood as tall as a person. The jade dimmed for approximately half a minute, and suddenly, a brilliant red light illuminated the space. Within the circular expanse, only a small corner glimmered with a radiant golden hue, no larger than a palm's breadth. The elder of the palace displayed a look of delight and raised her voice to announce, "Shui Huier, possessing dual spiritual roots, abundant in fire, with a hint of gold." Outside, a wave of excited chatter erupted. Shui Huier, under the appreciative gazes of the palace elder and several seated elders, descended the platform and joined the remaining 9 individuals in her group, yet she had no intention of leaving the grand hall. With her head held high, she stood alongside them, awaiting to see the character of the newcomer, Jian Baishan, who had barged in. The palace elder glanced at Jian Baishan and, with a tone of indifference, remarked, "You wish to be tested as well?" The last one stepped forward. She mimicked Shui Huier and approached, placing her hand upon the stone. Jian Baishan felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the stone began to emit a low humming sound. As time progressed, the palace elder's expression grew increasingly grave. After half a minute had passed, 2 of the 4 elders, who had initially been poised to depart while adjusting their teacups, could no longer contain themselves and stood up, fixated on the stone. By the time 2 minutes had elapsed, all 4 elders were standing. The palace elder exchanged glances with them and, in a trembling voice, whispered, "It cannot be." Just then, the stone erupted with a burst of purple light, a color never before witnessed, radiating with an intensity akin to the thunderous brilliance of midsummer. In a profound silence, a colossal crimson serpent surged through the entrance, accompanied by the exuberant laughter of the serpent elder, whose voice resonated like a spell, echoing across the peak. "Excellent! Excellent! We've succeeded!" Concurrently, Elder Gong announced loudly, "Jian Baisan. Lightning attribute, variational celestial root. Chapter 6, such a precious gift, and you offer it to a mere dog?" As she followed the serpent elder out of the disciples' hall, the gazes of all present underwent a dramatic transformation. What once held a tone of mockery, curiosity, and detached amusement now bore the weight of astonishment, fervor, and an insatiable desire to gaze upon her. Jian Baisan was the third individual to possess a celestial root since the founding of the beast-taming sect, and notably the first to possess a variational celestial root. If celestial roots are already exceedingly rare, then variational celestial roots are nearly extinct. It is widely acknowledged that multi-rooted individuals cannot undergo variation. Only those with celestial roots possess the potential for such transformation. Jian Baisan is indeed a natural prodigy. Ordinarily, if a cultivator remains secluded for prolonged periods, it may take nearly half a month for them to draw spiritual energy into their body, potentially requiring a decade to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement and step into foundation establishment. After establishing their foundation, should the practitioner encounter no hindrances, an additional 40 to 50 years would be needed to approach the threshold of the golden core. This scenario assumes an uninterrupted focus on cultivation without concern for other affairs, presenting the most favorable conditions. However, cultivators must contend with the whims of destiny, seek treasures, acquire spirit stones, and navigate interpersonal relationships. What seems like ample time for cultivation is, in fact, insufficient for the 200-year lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator. If a cultivator's technique is somewhat lacking, or their financial resources are inadequate, or if they simply fail to comprehend the path, they may find themselves ensnared in a bottleneck period for an indeterminate duration. Such is the case in the expansive realm of Chuyuan Prefecture, where numerous practitioners of immortality abound. Yet, within this land, the emergence of a golden core cultivator is regarded as a distinguished guest among the various sects, and if one attains the nascent soul stage, they may even be reverently addressed as an ancestor. The leaders of the sects headquartered here are, at the very least, at the pinnacle of the golden core level, while those at the nascent soul stage are exceedingly rare, with talents akin to Jian Baisan. Diligent pursuit could potentially lead to the threshold of the golden core within 50 years. How could one not feel envy and admiration? The ensuing process is poised to showcase Jian Baisan's extraordinary capabilities. Within the Beastmaster Sect, disciples with 4 spiritual roots or more, after their spiritual roots are assessed, are under the guardianship of elders before the disciples' hall, where they collectively absorb qi into their bodies, formally embarking on their path of cultivation. This process does not exceed half a month at its longest, while the record for the shortest duration, set by Tong He, the current sect leader's first disciple and son, who possesses a heavenly spiritual root, was achieved in merely 2 days. The initial stages are often the most challenging. This procedure is intended to provide these young disciples with a starting point. It serves as their first comprehension and practical experience of the immortal techniques. Having a mentor's guidance is immensely more beneficial than solitary exploration. Furthermore, this process serves as a comparative measure. In the eyes of the elder instructors, it becomes immediately apparent who among the children excels, even if their number of spiritual roots is identical. However, with the entry of new disciples every 9 years, this procedure has also evolved into a means for the disciples to privately compare their innate talents. If both parties harbor mutual disdain and have arranged a confrontation at Jinping Peak, it is inevitable that before unleashing their spiritual beasts, they will exchange a customary greeting. How long did it take you to cultivate your qi? The venerable elder, Shiyong, promptly led her to the forefront of all disciples, instructing her to sit upon the ground. In the realm of cultivation, where strength and talent are held in the highest regard, even the youngest among them share this sentiment without contest. Elder Gong clapped her hands, and suddenly, a medicinal pill materialized before each individual. She proclaimed, "This is a mid-grade pill of abandoning hunger. One will suffice to stave off hunger for an entire month. You may consume it now." With another clap, a dark-colored crab emerged from her flowing hair. With a swift motion of its right claw, an opaque water barrier enveloped each disciple, rendering them invisible to one another. However, to the elders present in the hall, the state of these disciples remained transparent. The elder continued to instruct, "As you meditate, focus your thoughts, ensuring no errors in pronunciation or modulation. You must sit cross-legged and close your eyes. Clear your mind of distractions and allow your breathing to slow. Once your heart rate and pulse stabilize, you will feel a slight warmth emanating from your spiritual hub. Do not be alarmed. Concentrate on the energy at your spiritual hub. The spiritual hub is located beneath the dantian. When the dantian begins to warm, your spiritual roots will start to resonate with the corresponding elements, and your senses will gradually awaken to a unique awareness. At this moment, remain still and unafraid, allowing the experience to unfold naturally. Subsequently, as your spiritual vision begins to awaken, you will perceive spiritual energy and, with a mere thought, attempt to draw it into your being. The presence of spiritual energy in the Dantian marks the commencement of your cultivation. Should any doubts arise, you may open your eyes. We shall communicate with you through thought. The elder stated, "Let us begin." Since the elders announced the commencement, the sounds of the surrounding crowd have dissipated. Within this modest chamber, encased in a barrier of water, Jin Baisan can only hear the rustling of her own garments and the contrasting rhythms of two breaths, one light, belonging to her, and the other heavy, that of De Huang. With her eyes closed, she finds it impossible to calm her racing thoughts. The reason is painfully clear. De Huang has gone nearly a day without sustenance or water. After soaring through the skies alongside her for the better part of the day, they have finally descended, yet no morsel of food is available for him. Initially, she had hoped for a moment of respite upon arrival, but instead, they were met with tests of spiritual roots and immediate preparations for the infusion of qi. With no pause for breath, De Huang, now 11 years old, is older than Jian Er. How can such an aged dog endure a day without food? Jian Baisan, however, cannot perceive the situation clearly. The elders before her are closely observing, their spiritual sight activated, scrutinizing the flow of qi around her and even her expressions. Despite her eyes being shut, her eyelids flutter restlessly, and her fingers are tightly clenched, an unmistakable indication that she is not in a state of tranquil meditation or relaxation. Elder Xiang furrows his brow slightly and remarks, "In Dahuang Prefecture, I have seen this child act with remarkable composure. Why, then, is she so unsettled today?" An elder quickly responds, "This child is still young, and having come from such a different background, she is not akin to those from esteemed cultivation families. The abrupt changes in her life have understandably left her feeling uncertain." Elder Xiang remains silent, his gaze fixed on Jian Baisan, patiently waiting for her to find her center, enduring an additional 5 minutes in silence. Yet, despite her silent recitation of the incantation to prevent forgetfulness, her eyes suddenly flew open. The elder Xiang felt a flicker of anger within him. Initially, he had perceived her as a composed individual, one who approached tasks with unwavering steadiness. Today, however, he began to wonder if, in his mortal state, he had misjudged her capabilities while enduring the punishment of the rules. This initial step of centering oneself through silent contemplation should have been the simplest of tasks. Could she truly not accomplish even this? Jin Baisan, however, had already come to a realization. This fasting elixir could stave off hunger, and surely the dog could benefit similarly. It was merely a medicinal concoction to alleviate hunger, and giving it to the old dog, De Huang, should pose no issue. A month's supply seemed excessive, considering it could only consume about 1/3 of the amount that would satisfy its appetite. She decided to divide the elixir into thirds, offering a portion to the dog. Elder Xiang, along with Elder Gong and several other elders, watched in astonishment as she not only opened her eyes but also drew a knife from her waist. With the other hand, she meticulously sliced the elixir into small 6 segments, pinched a piece, and gently placed it into the mouth of the lying De Huang. After a moment's thought, she inserted another small segment. Elder Xiang was taken aback, realizing that in Jian Baisan's heart, the temptation to make a name for herself on the path of cultivation and to impress her peers paled in comparison to the importance of feeding a starving old dog. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, the mid-grade fasting elixir, worth a single spirit stone, was now being wasted to feed a dog. A true squandering of resources. It is worth noting that the monthly stipend for initial stage disciples like Jin Baisan was merely 30 spirit stones. With 5 spirit stones, she could indulge in 10 hearty meals filled with both meat and vegetables in the towns of Chuyuan Prefecture. An elder cautiously cast a glance at the darkened visage of the snake young elder and remarked, "This child has practiced swordsmanship. His hands are steady." Another added, "His gaze is precise." Upon inspection, I noticed that the nourishing pill had been sliced with remarkable uniformity. Only Elder Gong, observing Jin Baisan, exhibited a genuinely warm smile, saying, "This child is innocent and kind-hearted. He possesses great potential." Chapter 7. Channeling Energy into the Body. The snake young elder grunted, lapsing into silence. Unaware of the unfolding events, Jin Baisan gently patted the head of De Huang and closed her eyes once more. This time, her heart was resolute. As she recited the intricate incantation, she gradually dispelled distracting thoughts, endeavoring to relax her body inch by inch. This process did not take long. In just a few minutes, she had completed it. Her mind was devoid of thoughts, while her lips mechanically whispered the words. Approximately an hour passed, and she suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. The air seemed to thicken. The once refreshing mountain air now felt as though it had been infused with something, becoming quite heavy as it entered her body. An observing elder outside, fully aware that she could not hear him, intentionally lowered his voice and said to Elder Gong, "It has begun." At that moment, all present had activated their spiritual sight. To their eyes, the previously erratic flow of spiritual energy in the air resembled a mist. Those who had already embarked on the path of cultivation found the surrounding energy to be considerably denser, gently undulating with their movements. In contrast, the spiritual energy surrounding the disciples yet to incorporate it resembled a stagnant pool. At this moment, several disciples had begun to gather spiritual energy around them, and Jian Baisan was one of them. The elder had advised them to breathe slowly to avoid the suffocating sensation and turmoil that often accompany the initial awareness of spiritual energy. Within the water barrier, Jian Baisan was also inhaling and exhaling steadily. It was unclear how long she had been breathing when, as she gradually acclimated to this sensation, a wave of warmth surged just below her navel. Initially, she perceived this warmth merely as a bowl of lukewarm water, devoid of significant feeling. However, as time progressed, the heat intensified to the point where it felt akin to a branding iron pressed against her abdomen. Recalling the elder's admonition not to panic, she dared not move or dwell on her discomfort, enduring the pain as she fervently recited the incantation, each iteration faster than the last, attempting to divert her attention. The elderly Xiong observed Jian Baisan's skin reddening, cold sweat trickling down her brow, and could not help but express his astonishment. It is said that the fewer the attributes of one's spiritual root, the rarer it is. Consequently, the impact on the dantian when drawing in spiritual energy becomes more pronounced, resulting in greater pain. It appears to hold true among these elders. Even the most gifted possessed only dual spiritual roots, while Xiong himself hailed from a lineage of 3. However, he had encountered certain fortuitous circumstances, granting him the deepest cultivation among them. It was not surprising that he found the progress of this anomalous heavenly spiritual roots cultivation quite remarkable. Yet, the pain Jian Baisan experienced was far more intense than the external manifestations observed by the elders. At this moment, her abdomen felt less like a branding iron and more akin to knives swirling within, stirring both inside and out. It is often said that misfortunes come in droves. At that moment, her body seemed to sense an impending danger, and the hairs on her skin stood on end despite the absolute safety surrounding her. She felt an unexpected tingling at the crown of her head, and suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed perilously close to her ear. How could this be? When an elder shifted his gaze back towards her, he was taken aback. Over 8 hours had elapsed, and among the other disciples present, even the swiftest, Shui Huier, had only just begun to feel warmth in her dantian, while the slowest had yet to even scratch the surface, with the spiritual energy around them remaining dormant. Observing that the fastest among them, Jian Baisan, had reached the initial impact stage in her dantian and was beginning to perceive elemental illusions. It was perplexing to see her suddenly bow her head as if she had fainted. Elder Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked, "It must be due to the lightning attribute." Elder Gong expressed his concern. Indeed, it likely correlates significantly with the attributes. Among the conventional 5 elements, only metal and fire exhibit such ferocity. Disciples with this spiritual root find the illusionary process inherently more challenging than others, and this mutated lightning attribute must be even more formidable. I can only wonder what spirit beast she will choose as her companion in the future. However, Elder Xiong was not preoccupied with such thoughts, instead harboring silent worries. Every breakthrough involves enduring this kind of illusion and the pain in the dantian. I wonder if Jian Baisan will face obstacles in her future advancements due to this. Another elder sighed. However, if she remains in this state of faintness for more than 10 breaths, the entire process will have to start anew. Fortunately, Jian Baisan was not truly unconscious. Since the thunderous sound echoed in her ears, she felt a violent tremor in her heart, a sweetness rising in her throat, and for a fleeting moment, consciousness eluded her. The faint glimmer beneath her eyelids dissolved into an overwhelming darkness. After swallowing the sweetness, she discerned the metallic tang of blood emanating from her nasal cavity. The excruciating pain in her abdomen gradually subsided as the encroaching blackness expanded, yet a sudden anxiety gripped Jian Baisan. Despite her lack of formal education, She understood that the moment for awakening her spiritual sight, as foretold by the elder, had not yet arrived. If she surrendered to this intoxicating abyss, she would risk losing all her progress and have to start anew. With her eyes tightly shut, Jian Baishan fiercely recited the breathing mantra in her mind, striving to regulate her breath as she re-entered the stormy visions of lightning. Time became an abstract notion. She could not tell how long she had persisted. At last, as a bolt of lightning grazed her garment, her closed eyelids unexpectedly beheld a swirl of violet light in the darkness, gently drifting beside her. With a mere thought, the luminescent orb obediently entered her being. Her perspective shifted to her dantian, where she observed a small, ethereal space filled with wispy, vaporous spiritual energy gradually dispersing. Jian Baishan had reached the first level of qi refinement, 10 whole hours swifter than the previous disciple with a celestial root, Tong He. She opened her eyes and wiped her face, only to discover it smeared with an unknown mixture of blood and sweat. Stretching her limbs and moving her head, she felt an exhilarating lightness in her body, her senses sharpened, and her vision significantly clearer. Meanwhile, the large yellow dog beside her exhibited no reaction to her transformation, resting its head contentedly on her crossed legs, lost in a deep slumber. As the water barrier before her dissipated, she beheld the other small barriers, perfectly sealed and utterly motionless. In front of her, several elders looked at her with evident satisfaction. The stern-faced palace elder, who had always maintained a serious demeanor, bestowed upon her a somewhat rigid smile and handed her a small pouch, explaining that it contained the monthly stipend for a beginner disciple for 3 months, along with the first volume of the sect's method, Tong Wei Ling. He paused for emphasis before adding, and also a copy of the 9 Realms Affairs record. Do not forget the penalties you have incurred within a year. After 3 months, the Disciples' Hall would commence lectures. Do not neglect this. The little crab perched atop the palace elder's head seemed to comprehend the conversation, snapping its claws menacingly at Jian Baisan. Upon receiving the pouch, Jian Baisan suddenly felt that her younger sister might be more suited for the path of cultivation. Elder Xiang stroked his beard and addressed the elders. I shall take this disciple to Little Fish Peak. Upon hearing this, the elders instinctively furrowed their brows. One elder sighed, Luo Xiaoyu. That child is truly a pity, a great pity. A complex expression crossed Elder Xiang's face, as if lamenting a failure. That child was indeed gifted, yet now lies in despair. Alas, it is best not to speak of this wayward disciple. The other elders, sensing Elder Xiang's reluctance to discuss his senior disciple, hastily shifted the conversation, congratulating him for recognizing the potential in Jian Baisan, the exceptional spirit root. They praised her potential profusely. Yet, Jian Baisan took note of the name, Luo Xiaoyu. He must be the senior brother her master had mentioned previously. Yet, one cannot ascertain the true nature of this senior brother. Chapter 8. Even the master does not enjoy such privileges. At this moment, it was midday, and Jian Baisan rode atop the master's great serpent, hovering above the peak of Little Fish Mountain. This mountain stood as the tallest in the vicinity, its summit obscured, yet hinting at the presence of a courtyard. The flora was lush upon the mountain, with the rear slope boasting a vast expanse of towering trees, many of which shimmered in peculiar shades of blue and purple under the sunlight. With his evolved ears, Jian Baisan could faintly discern the sound of flowing water, leading him to surmise that his senior brother was likely a practitioner specializing in water attributes. Surrounding Little Fish Mountain stood no fewer than 8 imposing peaks and several smaller ones. Some of these mountains were sheer stone formations, rugged and barren, while others radiated a fiery red hue, utterly devoid of vegetation, exuding an unmistakable sense of searing heat. Despite their varied colors, the mountains exhibited a similar trajectory, appearing somewhat unnatural upon closer inspection. The elder Xiang gestured with his finger, stating, "This cluster of peaks is designated for disciples. Each mountain varies in hue according to the master it represents, constructed under the auspices of the sect's founder who harnessed the earth's essence to erect them. Within the sect, any disciple of exceptional ability, possessing sufficient merit, may claim their own peak and name it after themselves." He paused briefly before continuing, "Your senior brother. He was the champion of the high-ranking disciples competition over 40 years ago, and thus was granted this mountain." Jian Baisan was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Master, where do you reside?" The elder Xiang replied, "Where there are peaks for disciples, there are also peaks for elders. Above, there lies the peak of elders, upon which the array master has inscribed a spirit-gathering formation. Should I witness your remarkable progress in cultivation, You may visit my mountain peak and engage in practice for a time, sparing you the need to compete with others for the precious springs. As a reward for your efforts. Moreover, the elder Xiang reverently produced a black scroll from within his robes and presented it to Jian Baisan, stating, "This is the finest method for beast taming, the Fun Yuan Yu Shou Jing. This is an exclusive technique I have developed in lieu of the sect's Tong Hui Ling, and it is a personal treasure of mine. My ascension to my current status, achieved through the cultivation of 3 spiritual roots, is largely due to its efficacy. Today, I bestow it upon you." Jian Baisan reached out to accept the weighty scroll and inquired, "Shall I then forego the Tong Hui Ling?" "Indeed," the elder replied dismissively. "That technique is far too tepid and lacks sufficient power. It would be a lamentable waste of your exceptional talents to pursue such a path. When you reach the 5th level of qi refinement, it will be the ideal moment to practice this method, at which point I shall offer my guidance." Furthermore, the elder Xiang fixed his gaze upon her, adding, "You must understand that I procured this technique from a secret realm, enduring near-fatal trials to acquire it. Should others become aware of it, both our lives would be at stake." Jian Baisan grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded in solemn affirmation, "Master, rest assured. I shall not disclose this technique or any related matters to anyone." A thread of causal power gently enveloped her. Just before Jian Baisan touched the ground, the elder Xiang bestowed upon her a serpentine ring, a storage ring, with an internal space akin to that of a small chamber. Within, the contents were sparse, occupying merely a small corner of the area. The elder of Xiang remarked, "One must not display wealth openly. One should secure one's possessions well. If one ventures outside the sect without sufficient strength, one may easily fall prey to robbery." He added, "Moreover, your senior brother has been in a foul mood of late. He is likely within the courtyard. You may seek him out. However, do not disturb him in his endeavors." Jian Baisan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the mountaintop, she was taken aback to find that the courtyard was far from the celestial abode she had envisioned. The walls were simple white with black tiles, the door tightly shut, resembling an ordinary earthly courtyard. She knocked gently, waiting quietly at the entrance. After 3 knocks, there was no response from within. Tentatively, she pushed the door, which surprisingly swung open. She softly called, "Senior brother?" Silence enveloped her. Raising her voice, she called again, "Senior brother? Are you there? I am the new disciple of Elder Xiang. My master has instructed me to reside here." Still, there was no reply. She walked around the sizable courtyard, recalling her master's caution not to disturb him, and thus turned to close the door. She sat with Da Huang at the entrance, waiting until nightfall, yet there was still no sign of movement. Jian Baisan pinched a piece of the fasting pill she had prepared earlier, offering one to Da Huang and consuming one herself. Shortly after, feeling parched, she contemplated searching for water in the forest behind the mountain. Since this mountain bore her senior brother's name, it was considered his domain, much like how Hushao Mountain was associated with her father's name, making it his territory as well. Logically, as someone who had yet to meet the village chief, she should not wander aimlessly. Yet, the thirst was overwhelming, and she felt compelled to find something to drink. Jian Baisan pondered for a moment before rising to brush the dew from her damp hair, and proceeded to walk towards the forest on the back mountain with Da Huang. The quest for water unfolded effortlessly. Within less than half an hour, she heard the sound of water growing ever nearer. The surrounding woodland was enchanting, the soil beneath her feet soft and damp, and the verdant grass flourished abundantly, resembling a scene from a fairyland. Gently parting the final layer of leaves, she beheld a serene, deep pool. The water shimmered, reflecting the undulating moonlight in its deep blue depths, while occasionally luminous insects flitted through the trees, briefly illuminating patches of tranquility. At the center of the pool lay a small island, upon which floated a large mass of water, within which rested a man in a blue robe, his eyes closed, entwined with a dark carp, forming a harmonious yin-yang shape. Jian Baisan was momentarily taken aback, instantly realizing that this must be her senior brother. To avoid startling him, she slowed her pace, intending only to collect some water before departing. In the blink of an eye, however, when she glanced back at the water mass, she found it still present. Yet the man in blue and the carp had inexplicably vanished. Where had they gone? Suddenly, a somber voice echoed from not far behind her. Until that moment, she had been utterly oblivious, failing to sense even the slightest hint of danger. The voice was youthful yet raspy, as if its owner had not conversed with anyone for quite some time. "Who permitted you to come here?" Jian Baisan thought to herself, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed in a foul mood. The instant her back collided with a tree, she felt a jolt in her dantian, and blood spewed forth from her lips. It was no jest. Brother Luo Xiaoyu struck her unprepared, wielding not only spiritual power but also without a shred of hesitation. The first act of this previously unfamiliar brother was to seize her hair and, from an awkward position, hurl her forcefully through the air. The second act, Luo Xiaoyu reappeared by the water's edge, lowly riding a carp, and suddenly plunged his hand down to submerge the head of De Huang in the water, causing the creature to thrash violently. The dark-hued carp remained motionless beneath him, floating idly. Why was it that Xue Huaier acted thus, and now Brother Tu? Was it an unspoken rule of engagement here? Jian Baisan had no time to ponder further. Gritting her teeth, she bore the searing pain in her chest and back. Suddenly springing from beneath the tree towards him, drawing short blades from her sides, ready for an offensive stance. Luo Xiaoyu's head, partially hidden beneath his damp, dark hair, turned slightly as if regarding her, before emitting a derisive snort. Is this the caliber of the esteemed disciple he so painstakingly selected? The carp stirred. The dark fish flicked its tail, releasing a couple of small bubbles, which, while not swift, were cunningly aimed. Jian Baisan dared not be careless, as she ran. She dodged one, only for the other to collide directly with her wrist. The sound of her blade clattering to the ground coincided with the sharp crack of her wrist fracturing. In a state where her balance was disrupted, she was violently thrown to the ground by the force of impact. She thought it was time to stop, but to her astonishment, she did not even glance at the knife that had fallen to the ground or her broken wrist. It was as if he had vanished from her perception. Instead, she fixated on the increasingly feeble legs of the dog, adjusting her stance for an attack, and recklessly surged toward him once more. He momentarily lifted the old dog's head from the water, gently gripping its neck, and inquired of the disheveled girl, "Do you wish for me to release your dog?" With crimson eyes, Jian Baisan swung her knife at him in silence. Luo Xiaoyu effortlessly evaded the strike, disarming her with a mere gesture, and then chuckled, "Bow to me 5 times, and I shall return your dog." To ensure her belief, he added, "I swear." In an instant, Jian Baisan halted, taking a step back. Luo Xiaoyu observed her with keen interest, tightening his grip around the dog's neck. He understood that the most vital element was never Jian Baisan's proximity. Rather, that retreat was merely to create space for her bows. He anticipated that she might attempt to reason with him, chastise him, or continue her assault. However, to his surprise, without pausing, she knelt down and promptly bowed 5 times before springing back to her feet. After completing the act, she expressed her skepticism with a demand, "Return De Huang to me." Swift and decisive, her actions rendered his intentions almost comical. Luo Xiaoyu tossed the dog to her, and witnessing the way she tightly embraced the cherished creature, a sudden wave of amusement washed over her, prompting her to lean against the fish's back and burst into laughter, so fervently that her right leg ached and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 9. The impact on Jian Baisan was far greater than the previous day. The following morning, Jian Baisan was roused by the frenzied barking of the large yellow dog. In a daze, she barely recalled the tumultuous emotions she had experienced the night before: fear, anger, thirst, fatigue, and an overwhelming pain throughout her body. She had just caught the large yellow dog thrown by Luo Xiaoyu when a wave of relaxation washed over her, and everything faded to black. Now, she found herself lying in a desolate little room, cushioned by soft straw beneath her and draped with a cerulean robe. This robe bore an uncanny resemblance to the one worn by that madcap senior brother from the previous night. She moved her wrist, relieved to find it unscathed. She sat up, noting the absence of internal pain, and when she touched her forehead, it felt remarkably smooth, devoid of the mud she had accumulated from bowing her head in distress. It was as if the one-sided struggle of the previous night had been but a fleeting dream. After sitting quietly for a few moments, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door, prompting the large yellow dog to bark once more. "De Huang, stop barking," Jian Baisan admonished. With that, she cautiously placed her hand on the knife at her waist and approached the door with trepidation, fearing it might be that senior brother Luo Xiaoyu who had struck her upon their encounter. Yet, when it came to recalling her senior brother's visage, she found her memory hazy, only able to conjure an image of the fish he sat upon, glistening under the water's surface, his head slightly turned beneath his damp hair, and the nonchalant flick of his finger that had disarmed her. Dark, fearsome, and with a touch of madness, that was the entirety of her impression of Luo Xiaoyu. Steeling herself, she opened the door, only to find not the damp figure she had envisioned, but rather a youth leaning casually against the doorframe. The boy possessed a rather charming, doll-like visage, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, exuding no hint of aggression. His hair was tied back, and he was attired in a deep crimson silk garment adorned with gold embroidery. In his hand, he idly swung a birdcage, resembling a young aristocrat waiting for a neighborly girl to return from her errands. Inside the cage, a large pink-feathered bird, disturbed by the motion, flapped its wings in irritation, its talons firmly gripping the perch as it glared defiantly at him. The boy met the bird's gaze, his eyes curving with a hint of innocent mirth. Upon noticing her presence, he turned his head, squinting against the sunlight, and offered a somewhat bashful smile to Jian Baishan, as if he were unaccustomed to conversing with young ladies. "If you don't come for breakfast soon, it will grow cold." Jian Baishan was momentarily baffled by the low growl of the large dog and equally puzzled by the sudden appearance of this young man urging her to rise for breakfast. She instinctively moved her hand away from the hilt of her knife and, in a daze, asked, "Who are you?" The boy's smile revealed genuine surprise as he replied, "You do not recognize me? I am Luo Xiaoyu." As soon as Luo Xiaoyu's words resonated, Jian Baishan felt a jolt of realization and inwardly scolded herself for her recklessness. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly drew her twin blades. He seemed unfazed by the swords pointed at him, yet he furrowed his brow, critiquing her stance. "Did not the person who taught you the sword mention that during actual combat, one cannot draw both blades simultaneously?" Jian Baisan exclaimed in surprise. Luo Xiaoyu remarked, "A skilled practitioner of dual daggers can strike with precision, shattering jade and slicing through steel, like a dragon gliding through snow. You are far from achieving such mastery, yet you insist on wielding both blades simultaneously, leaving yourself vulnerable. In actual combat, you must leave one hand free for defense, allowing the spirit beast a moment to react. Once your defense is secure, then draw the other dagger. Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember," she replied. Moreover, the youth extended his hand toward her raised wrist. Jian Baisan's hands trembled slightly, apprehensive that the hand capable of dislodging a steel dagger might inadvertently harm her delicate wrist. However, Luo Xiaoyu merely grasped her hand lightly, adjusting her posture slightly, saying, "The initial stance must be lowered by an inch, with the wrist inward and the blade angled toward the foe." Upon hearing this instruction, Jian Baisan instinctively tried to swing a dagger and found it indeed felt more natural this way. Before she could continue, the dark-colored koi from yesterday materialized beside Luo Xiaoyu. He sat sideways upon it and said, "Let us have breakfast first. It has grown cold." Jian Baisan silently sheathed her dual daggers and followed along with De Huang, both looking somewhat dazed. Their small room was located in the western side of the courtyard. After walking a short distance, they found Luo Xiaoyu paused beside a set of stone tables and chairs nestled in the open air, shaded by a towering pine tree, the aroma of dishes wafting through the air. Further away, in the corner of the courtyard, stood a osmanthus tree. Jian Baisan realized she had not had a proper meal in several days. As she approached, she was pleasantly surprised to find the breakfast spread quite lavishly. There were 2 portions of sauced pork chops, 2 bowls of ginger-infused rice porridge, and a bowl of vegetables. On the ground lay a small bowl containing some white meat and egg yolks. Jian Baishan felt her stomach rumble after consuming a bit of the fasting pill. Even the nearby De Huang ceased its barking and went to munch on the food in a low bowl, sitting atop the carp. Luo Xiaoyu winked at her playfully and said, "I made this. How is it? Go ahead and eat." However, Jian Baishan did not lift her chopsticks. If her senior brother were to treat her as he did yesterday, she would simply report to the master and request a change of residence. After all, cultivation could be pursued anywhere. Yet, Luo Xiaoyu had come by that morning, displaying such kindness, preparing breakfast and teaching her sword techniques, as if he were a brother eager to assist her in acclimating to life in Chiwan Prefecture. At this thought, Jian Baishan, having been away from home for only a few days, yet already bearing wounds and multiple frights, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. This was not something she could articulate to Luo Xiaoyu, whom she barely knew and whose motives were unclear. Jian Baishan lifted her chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Across from her, Luo Xiaoyu sipped his porridge and suddenly spoke softly. "Junior sister, I apologize." Jian Baishan straightforwardly inquired, "Why?" After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoyu gently replied, "You may consider that I mistook you for someone else. I bear no ill will towards you. There is no need to fear me." He reiterated his apology, saying, "I will not act against you again." Jian Baishan, though somewhat blunt in nature, could discern truth from falsehood. Whether he was a newly accepted disciple or someone who would bow 5 times to return her dog, Luo Xiaoyu had never been one to mistake identities. That murky madman in the water might, in fact, be more genuine than this youthful figure in the sunlight, holding a birdcage. In the brief span of 13 years, Jian Baishan has encountered a plethora of individuals, primarily those who indulge in drink and express their affections and grievances candidly, much like the inhabitants of a makeshift community. Those with amicable relations often share their garments and till the same fields. Conversely, those with contentious ties invariably find a pretext for conflict, sometimes escalating to physical altercations. Yet, he has never witnessed two strangers meeting and immediately resorting to violence, only to remain reticent about the reasons thereafter. This perplexed Jian Baishan, and rather than dwell on it, he decided to let it be. Since the individual was unwilling to divulge, it sufficed for him to maintain a distance. Luo Xiaoyu, having finished her meal ahead of him, lifted the birdcage, giving it a gentle shake while observing the bird within. She glanced at the large yellow creature and inquired, "It doesn't eat birds, does it?" With a simple gesture, she opened the cage door. The tiny pink-feathered bird burst forth, pecking at Luo Xiaoyu's head in a flurry reminiscent of a woodpecker, emitting a couple of chirps before taking flight. Luo Xiaoyu, patting her head, explained, "Xiaobei has a rather irritable temperament. Being confined in a cage and shaken about daily would sour anyone's disposition." Jian Baishan silently agreed with her unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, his senior posed another question. "Do you like Xiaobei?" Before Jian Baishan could respond, Luo Xiaoyu interjected, "Of course, everyone likes it. In all these years, I have yet to meet anyone who doesn't." He then queried, "Where do you hail from?" Jian Baishan cautiously replied, "From the Great Wilderness Province." Luo Xiaoyu casually spun the hook of the birdcage, making it spin like a top. Clearly, he had tempered his demeanor considerably since Xiaobei was still inside. With a smile, Luo Xiaoyu remarked, "Excellent. I was also a student of the blade before. I would like to discuss something with you. I shall teach you the art of wielding a blade. If you comply and allow me to indulge in the role of a master, I shall lend you the little shell for 2 months." Jian Baisan was momentarily silent. Although it was reasonable to assume that Elder Xiang summoned her to Zioyifeng and permitted her to inquire about her senior brother, clearly demonstrating trust in this disciple, and that temporarily guiding her was one of his responsibilities, she felt somewhat perplexed by the unexpected favor she received after last night. Luo Xiaoyu repressed a hint of amusement and sincerely remarked, "Firstly, it is your senior brother's duty. Secondly, it is a form of compensation for you." Jian Baisan still sensed an underlying oddity, yet reflecting on her parents and Jian Air, she eventually responded, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Luo Xiaoyu found the situation amusing. Regardless of whether it was through action or bowing, he greatly admired Jian Baisan's reckless spirit from the previous day. Now, as they engaged in normal conversation, he noticed her expression revealed a peculiar sharpness. She spoke bluntly, seemingly oblivious to social nuances, yet was instantly capable of discerning the authenticity of many of his words, identifying which were more heartfelt. In his mind, Luo Xiaoyu categorized his junior sister as akin to a wild dog. Chapter 10. Introverted Jian Baisan had been practicing with her senior brother during the day for 5 days. Today marked the 6th. As she had only reached the first layer of qi refining, her physical condition was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person, making it impossible to forego sleep during the night. Thus, she devoted half of her time to slumber and the other half to sitting cross-legged on the straw in her room, attempting to gather spiritual energy into her dantian while following the meridian diagrams consistently outlined in her cultivation method to unblock her channels. In the morning, as I practiced with the sword, I could at least be considered somewhat spirited. Over the past few days, Jian Baisan's hostility towards Luo Xiaoyu had gradually diminished. During their daytime interactions, Jian Baisan discovered that a composed Luo Xiaoyu could indeed be deemed an exceptionally good senior brother. Jian Baisan discerned that Luo Xiaoyu's words were meant to reassure her that he would not be present in the courtyard at night, thus rendering any potential threat to her non-existent. On the 5th day, the elder Xiang paid another visit. Upon seeing Luo Xiaoyu basking in the sun while teaching her swordplay, the tension on his face noticeably eased. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Luo Xiaoyu. "The reason I brought her here is not to trouble you. I merely hope that she can serve as a companion, someone with whom you can converse and enliven the atmosphere. Other peaks are populated with numerous mortal servants, yet you have chosen to have none." It seemed that voicing these words had taken considerable effort for Elder Xiang. He stood in silence for a while before continuing. "You have lingered in the mid-foundation stage for over 40 years. I understand that your mindset has been compromised, but But a cultivator must not succumb to despair. Your leg. Once you reach the golden core stage, we'll have a solution. The sunny smile on Luo Xiaoyu's face gradually faded, and with lowered eyes, she acknowledged his words. Elder Xiang hesitated once more but ultimately withheld further comments and departed. Jian Baisan, having observed her senior brother soaring through the skies on his fish, had long harbored suspicions about his condition. This day, her suspicions were confirmed. Her senior brother must have suffered from a leg ailment that rendered him unable to walk. A sense of regret welled up within her. It is said by the master that Luo Xiaoyu was the leader of the high-ranking disciples in the past. One wonders how he carried himself during battles back then, likely as he described himself, like shattered jade and split steel, a dragon gliding through snow. After finishing her meal, Jian Baisan made her way to the open space in front of the courtyard. However, Luo Xiaoyu did not wait for her on the fish as he usually did. Instead, he had somehow procured a high chair and sat upon it, two blades fastened at his waist, their lengths quite akin to those held by Jian Baisan. Over these past few days, Jian Baisan had come to learn that her senior brother had named this carp Little Cannon, which now floated vacantly opposite her. Upon noticing her arrival, Luo Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, "A few days ago, I merely instructed you in the basic hand movements and corrected some of your habits. Observing your progress, you are now ready to begin learning martial techniques. Last night, I purchased a non-attribute dual-blade manual from the martial arts pavilion. A mid-level Xian grade text titled Blue Leopard, containing 8 forms. If you master it, few below the late Golden Core stage will be able to rival you." Jian Baisan inquired. "Senior brother, what does mid-level Xian grade mean? What is the difference between martial techniques and martial arts?" Luo Xiaoyu replied. "Have you memorized the 1,000-character classic when learning characters? The first line states, heaven and earth, Xian and Huang. The universe is vast, martial arts, techniques, and weapons are categorized according to this hierarchy. The highest level is called Hong Huang, followed by Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Each level is further divided into high, middle, and low tiers. To quantify it, there are a maximum of 15 ranks, and this Blue Leopard manual belongs to the 5th rank. Martial techniques and martial arts differ as well. There exist countless techniques, both with and without attributes. This martial skill encompasses a technique that can be altered at will and can be learned in conjunction with others, although it is subject to more considerable limitations based on one's level. Mastery of a yellow-grade martial skill may not surpass that of an individual who has only partially grasped an earth-grade skill. Conversely, the cultivation methods lack any attribute differentiation and possess a significantly higher ceiling. However, they cannot be exchanged unless one abandons all cultivated spiritual energy and starts anew. Their purpose is to assist in ascending ranks while also enabling spiritual energy to transcend the confines of martial skills. For instance, our sect's cultivation method allows one's spiritual energy to connect with animals, nurture their spirits, and enhance the intelligence of spirit beasts. Without practicing the cultivation method, one may possess similar martial skills but will fail to achieve the effectiveness of our spiritual energy. Jian Baisan nodded slightly and said, "Senior brother, I have never memorized the 1,000-character classic, but your explanation is clear, and I comprehend it now. I understand that cultivation methods are for personal advancement, while martial skills are for sparring and combat with others." Luo Xiaoyu, parched and weary from her lengthy explanation, was momentarily unconcerned with whether Jian Baisan grasped the distinctions between martial skill levels. Instead, she expressed her astonishment in a rather narrow focus. "You haven't studied the 1,000-character classic? What did you memorize when learning characters?" Jian Baisan replied earnestly. "I have not studied it, but I can recognize some simple characters." Luo Xiaoyu appeared momentarily dumbfounded, and after a brief pause, she rubbed her head and said, "With a single blade, one must observe the hand. With dual blades, one must observe the movement. I cannot teach you my footwork. You must study the blade manual on your own. How about this? Today you will first memorize the first stance with me, and I will explain and demonstrate the technique for the first stance. Tomorrow, we shall leave the sect together and venture to the town at the foot of the mountain to purchase some introductory books, as well as writing supplies." Jian Baisan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Luo Xiaoyu, seated, announced, "The first move is called two-character flower. The technique is simple. One hand strikes horizontally at the neck, while the other delivers a downward chop at the waist with differing directions. Little Cannon. If you could conjure up a water figure, I shall demonstrate." Turning her gaze, she noticed that Little Cannon remained still, fixated on Jian Baisan, its gills fluttering rapidly and its mouth slightly agape. as if it were about to utter something. Luo Xiaoyu felt a surge of curiosity. How peculiar. It is usually quite reserved. Why does it seem as if it wishes to speak now? Can it talk? Not at present, but I can roughly discern its intentions. It can engage in rudimentary communication with outsiders, albeit with some difficulty. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes remained glued to Little Cannon. After a brief pause, Little Cannon finally managed to laboriously expel a character into the air. It was the character for no. Luo Xiaoyu inquired, no what? Unwilling? Uncertain? Unable? Incorrect? After a considerable wait, it finally produced a second character, recognize. A peculiar smile of understanding appeared on Luo Xiaoyu's face, and she refrained from asking further. Jin Bison interjected, does that mean not recognize? Luo Xiaoyu replied, it hasn't finished yet. They waited several more minutes, and then the third character emerged, word. Luo Xiaoyu stifled a laugh as she leaned back against her chair. Jin Bison gazed at the three characters, all of which she understood. Was it referring to her as illiterate? Little Cannon still had more to say. After a few more minutes, it produced another character. Jin Bison recognized it but wished she did not, foolish. Thus, the full phrase read, not recognize words, foolish. After the Little Cannon finished vomiting, she finally ceased, meeting Jin Bison's gaze for a few seconds before averting her eyes. From those small fish-like eyes, she detected a hint of disdain. Luo Xiaoyu reassured her, junior sister, do not take offense. After stifling a laugh for a few moments, he continued, I prefer cultured individuals. Lacking in culture, Jin Bison had just been scolded by a fish that favored the learned, and now she stood in silence, rooted to the spot. It took her an average of 5 or 6 minutes to utter a single word. Such slowness, yet she persisted in her reproach, truly embodying introversion. Chapter 11. The origin of Jin Bison's name. Fortunately, after uttering those few words, the Little Cannon resumed her dazed expression, obediently forming a water figure and nudging it towards her senior. Luo Xiaoyu sat nonchalantly. As the water figure approached, Luo Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. Jin Bison recognized this was the tension of battle, where muscles coiled tight. Coupled with the aura of a cultivator, it created an air of palpable danger. In that fleeting moment, Jin Bison seemed to glimpse her senior's shadow from that fateful night. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, 2 blades were drawn. Jin Bison blinked, and in an instant, Luo Xiaoyu's arms crossed. 2 glimmers of cold light flashed. The water figure's neck was cleaved straight through, and in the moment of rigidity that followed, a short blade sliced horizontally into its side. Luo Xiaoyu pulled his hands inward, and the dual blades tore a gaping fissure in the water figure, emerging with ease. The gap left by the cleaved water figure was strikingly evident, as if it had been severed not by 2 short blades, but by a broad, heavy, ghostly knife. It took several seconds for the remains to disperse upon the ground. Luo Xiaoyu remarked, with practice, it becomes like this. Today, you shall practice first, and in the evening, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Jin Bison promptly commenced her training. The small cannon was positioned opposite her, summoning a water figure every 4 breaths to charge towards her. As she wielded her blade to strike, she discovered that this water was not ordinary. Rather, it possessed a viscous, almost paste-like quality. Each slash met with a sticky resistance that drained much of her strength. If she faltered even slightly, be it in timing, force, balance, or angle, the icy water figure would not dissipate, but would crash against her like a massive wave, rendering her breathless. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu produced a wooden crutch from seemingly nowhere and settled beneath the shade of a tree, grinning as she remarked, I have bestowed upon the small cannon its innate ability to control these water figures. Should you neglect your practice, it may become rather displeased. Given Jin Bison's nature, she would have diligently trained regardless of Luo Xiaoyu's words. However, this admonition heightened her awareness of her cultural shortcomings. What would she do if her swordsmanship faltered as well? Thus, she mechanically repeated the motions: slash at the neck, lower her center of gravity, deliver a horizontal cut, and retract her blade. Slash at the neck, lower her center of gravity, horizontal cut, retract the blade. After several hours, her limbs grew weak, her body drenched, and her head scorched by the sun. Yet the small cannon remained tireless, continuously sending wave after wave of water figures to assault her. Furthermore, these figures had begun to exhibit rudimentary defensive maneuvers. At times, they would brace with their arms, and at others, they would crouch to evade. If she failed to strike either the neck or the waist, the water figure would pounce upon her face and body. The voice of Luo Xiaoyu echoed from a distance. This technique is devoid of any extravagance. The primary aim of the first form of any swordsmanship is to teach the wielder the essence of the blade. Unlike the sword, which may embody the ideals of a gentleman or the elegance of a beauty, the knife possesses but one identity, the ruthless instrument of death. It is only when you have wielded the knife to take a life that your skill will truly progress. Luo Xiaoyu gazed intently at her junior sister, increasingly convinced of her suitability for knife practice. Despite the prolonged exertion, she had deliberately refrained from allowing her a moment's respite. Yet the junior sister had not uttered a single complaint. Remarkably, she had even learned to harness her inner energy to replenish her stamina, persevering to wield the knife with utmost effort, never yielding to laziness. One could only wonder what the future would hold for Jian Baishan a century hence. Having prepared dinner, Luo Xiaoyu called out, "Junior sister, come and eat. You may cease your practice now." Only then did Jian Baishan halt her movements. However, with a clatter, her dual blades fell to the ground. Her hands, having gripped the knives with such intensity for an extended period, had stiffened like the talons of an eagle, rendering her unable to sheath them properly. Luo Xiaoyu took a seat at the table, resting her staff aside, and remarked, "You have trained admirably. Take your time to recover." Gasping for breath, Jian Baishan slowly made her way over, seemingly struggling to regain her composure. Luo Xiaoyu, channeling her inner energy, dissipated the moisture surrounding her, and commenced her meal. With her hands still rigid, Jian Baishan could only sit in a daze. Luo Xiaoyu continued, "Tomorrow we shall head to Baihe town. You may enjoy a day of rest. Additionally, your current knife is rather short. Should you find yourself with some extra funds, consider acquiring a pair of longer knives. Our beast-taming sect lacks the physical defenses of those who practice body refinement, and it is prudent to avoid close combat whenever possible." Jian Baishan inquired, "Is it possible not to change?" "Naturally, it is entirely your choice. However, I am rather curious. This blade appears ordinary. Does it possess any remarkable history?" Jian Baishan replied, "It was bestowed upon me by my mother." "Oh, I see," Luo Xiaoyu responded. "Do you share a close bond with your parents?" "When I embarked on the path of cultivation and left home, my father was completely unaware." "Yes, indeed. I also have a younger sister," Jian Baishan said, feeling relaxed under the cool evening breeze, unable to resist the urge to converse further. "When my master visited our village, he seemed gravely ill. Yet one day, he astonishingly revealed his celestial abilities, declaring his intent to take me as his disciple, which terrified everyone in the village." "Brother, how could your father not know?" "When I departed, the entire village was watching." Luo Xiaoyu explained, "I hail from Qingkezhou, the state nestled between here and Dawangzhou. My master is also from there. My family consists of mere mortals engaged in the trade of garments, and we have accumulated a modest amount of spirit stones. I am one of his many illegitimate children, residing in a small town with my father and a plethora of concubines, sheltered by a local sect. One day, unable to endure the situation any longer, I pilfered a pouch of coins from one of my stepmothers and fled. My father has too many children, so he ultimately remained oblivious to my departure." Jian Baishan nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Xiaoyu casually shifted his position and asked, "You mentioned your family resides in a village? Is it the infamous, fierce kind of stronghold from legend?" "Not at all." Jian Baishan hesitated slightly and remarked, "It is perhaps more akin to a sanctuary." "A sanctuary?" Luo Xiaoyu, having finished her meal, propped her hands on the table, her curiosity piqued. "Generally, cultivators do not venture into the great wilderness province, and I have never been there myself, so I am not well acquainted with its circumstances. Is the situation there truly dire?" Jian Baishan replied, "In the last decade, the reigning emperor has changed 7 times. Some imposed exorbitant taxes, while others conscripted many into military service. Currently, officials are being executed in droves. However, those in power still possess great wealth. My sister and I once witnessed the new magistrate patrolling the streets. When we knelt on the ground, the curtains of his sedan chair hung low enough to brush my hand. They were made of silk. In any case, many cannot afford the taxes, wish to avoid military service, or lack food altogether, so they have fled. My father has taken them in, and they now reside with us in the village." Luo Xiaoyu, her expression solemn, remarked, "Those adorned in brocade are not mere silkworm farmers. Your father's actions can be deemed those of a hero in chaotic times." "Your father?" Luo Xiaoyu added with a hint of exasperation, "I meant to refer to your father." Jian Baishan was taken aback that her boisterous bandit father could be lauded as a hero by such an esteemed senior, and she felt a mix of amusement and pride swelling within her. She scratched her head, only to realize that her hand had healed. However, upon mentioning her father, she felt compelled to add another remark. Luo Xiaoyu observed the girl across from her pick up her chopsticks, yet refrained from touching the dishes. As if a sudden thought had illuminated her mind. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "My name was bestowed upon me by my father. On the very day my mother gave birth to me, our village happened to welcome the 130th household. My father feels that it is rather remarkable. Two delightful events have transpired in a single day. A double celebration." Luo Xiaoyu responded with a smile. "Indeed, a double celebration," echoed Jian Baisan with a grin. In Chapter 12, a classic scenario unfolds, yet it is the clumsy hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Xue Huai'er was in a rather foul mood, exceedingly so. Having just ascended to the first layer of qi refinement, she discovered that the foremost water barrier had already been lifted. Despite her commendable speed, she found herself outpaced by an ignorant bumpkin, securing only second place. Glancing at her hands, she noted the unsightly ink stains that marred her skin. In a few days, she would have to visit the Spirit Beast Garden to tend to a group of low-tier creatures with limited intelligence, enduring the indignity of cleaning up after them. When had the esteemed young lady of the Xue family ever faced such humiliation? After much effort, she accompanied a senior sister to the Disciple Peak, only to find that her assigned small peak was not only diminutive and unattractive, but also shared by 3 individuals, each confined to a tiny suite. She had barely unpacked a few items from her storage ring when the small hall was nearly overflowing. Frustrated, she wielded her sword and smashed 2 small Nanmu tables that could not accommodate the clutter. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to take some spirit stones and rent a flying spirit beast from the sect, intending to explore the town below and purchase some items to soothe her spirit. Upon entering the largest jewelry store in Baya town, her eyes were immediately drawn to a solitary hairpin displayed prominently. The pin was adorned with a red stone, and upon closer inspection, she noticed that within the stone, flames of orange and yellow danced fluidly, warm to the touch. Upon noticing her gaze fixated on the exquisite hairpin, the shopkeeper eagerly introduced this prized possession. He explained that the gem, known as fire among gold, could only be found in the realm of the void, and was procured at great peril by a formidable alchemist. He further emphasized that there were scarcely 10 such pieces in all of Chuyuan Prefecture, suggesting that she possessed a discerning eye for treasures. The shopkeeper's flattery momentarily lifted her spirits. However, upon glancing at the price, which approached 800 spirit stones, an amount equivalent to 4 or 5 months' worth of her family's provisions, Xue Huai'er found herself engulfed in hesitation. Yet, the more she observed the hairpin, the more enamored she became. She feared that if she did not seize it today, it would haunt her thoughts for weeks to come. Resolutely, she steeled herself, prepared to finalize the purchase when another patron entered the shop. Before the newcomer arrived, her presence was heralded by a cascade of melodious chimes. Standing at the counter, Xue Huai'er was intrigued by the sound, which bore the quality of bells yet was distinctly unique. As the ringing subsided, a gentle applause echoed near her ear. Abruptly jolted from her reverie, she turned to find a young woman in a flowing white gown standing beside her. This lady, with delicate fingers reminiscent of a flower's bloom, was now holding the very hairpin that had captivated Xue Huai'er, addressing the shopkeeper with grace. "For our young sect master, I shall offer 1,000 spirit stones. Please wrap it for me." In that moment, Xue Huai'er could not help but realize she had fallen prey to an unexpected turn of events. Suppressing her frustration, she asserted, "Dear friend, are you not aware of the principle of first come, first served? That hairpin is mine to purchase." Xue Huai'er gazed into the pleading eyes of the woman before her. Her heart softened, and she was almost inclined to acquiesce. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of the shopkeeper, who had meticulously wrapped the items and placed them neatly beside the woman. Aside from the prepared package, only an unfinished receipt lay on the counter, rendering the woman's words seemingly inconsequential, as if her thoughts and actions held no significance. From a young age, Xue Huai'er had been the center of attention at home, always catered to, with others treading carefully around her temperament. Witnessing this scene, the anger she had managed to suppress surged back within her. In a fit of rage, she tore the receipt into shreds and tossed it at the shopkeeper's face. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears, "You insufferable snob. Do you even know who I am? A mere 1,000 spirit stones is nothing to me. Why do you give her preferential treatment?" The woman, upon hearing this, shot a warning glare at the shopkeeper. Yet, with her delicate and soft appearance, her rebuke seemed less a reprimand and more akin to playful teasing in Xue Huai'er's eyes. humiliated to the brink of tears without a moment's thought. She forcefully shoved the woman. The latter, being of mere chi refinement level, let out a delicate cry as she stumbled back, only to be swiftly caught by another individual. This person, fortuitously, was someone Xue Huai'er recognized. Earlier that morning, she had seen Jian Baisan seated atop a small cannon with her senior brother, furrowing his brow as he pondered the enigmatic figure of Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Xiaoyu possesses an almost magical ability to forge harmonious relationships whenever he wishes to connect with others. He effortlessly gains their trust and affection, never causing even the slightest hint of offense or discomfort. Yesterday, she found herself in the quaint courtyard, engaged in conversation with her senior brother for nearly half an hour. Even De Huang seemed to share her uncanny ability to forget past grievances. After several days of enjoying Luo Xiaoyu's hospitality, De Huang's demeanor transformed from one of wariness to an eager companion, drooling and trailing behind Luo Xiaoyu, nearly calling him senior brother in his enthusiasm. However, it felt as though Luo Xiaoyu had truly alleviated any sense of unease or danger she had previously harbored. As Jian Baisan pondered this, they arrived at Baihe Town, where Luo Xiaoyu first led her to a clothing shop, assisting her in selecting 3 sets of ordinary garments, a skirt, and a thick cloak with a fur collar, remarking that snow would soon blanket the land in a few months. When it came time to settle the bill, Luo Xiaoyu took care of it without her intervention. With a beaming smile, he perched himself on a deliberately downsized cannon, stating, "Such mundane items are quite affordable. You may treat me to a meal later." Jian Baisan had no choice but to acquiesce. She was still mindful of her true purpose for this journey, to procure books and writing supplies. When she mentioned this to her senior brother, he surprisingly replied that there was no rush and instead led her to the entrance of an opulent jewelry store. Luo Xiaoyu suggested, "Sister, why not purchase a comb as well? Your hair could rival a little shell's nest. Have you not noticed? It has been fluttering over your head daily." As Jian Baisan and her senior brother took a few steps forward, they had just crossed the threshold of the shop when a rather familiar shrill voice pierced the air. "You insufferable snob. Do you even know who I am? A mere 1,000 spirit stones is nothing to me. Why should you give it to her?" Jian Baisan mused silently, reflecting on the audacity of the voice's owner. No sooner had the words been spoken than a white figure suddenly hurtled towards Jian Baisan. Startled, she quickly reacted, stepping forward to intercept the woman's momentum. However, those inside the shop had also caught sight of Jian Baisan. Xue Huai'er froze for a moment before unleashing an even more furious shriek. "Jian Baisan, you insolent wretch, you fool! You dare to save her?" Chapter 13. The little sect master. Upon hearing this exclamation, Jian Baisan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xue Huai'er, whose face had turned crimson. Their interactions had been scarce, barely enough to classify them as acquaintances. Today's encounter was purely coincidental. Yet she never anticipated that her act of saving someone would elicit such a vehement reaction. With her incessant screaming and harsh words, Xue Huai'er embodied the very essence of a spoiled young lady, utterly intolerant of any deviation from her whims. Before Jian Baisan could respond, the smile on Luo Xiaoyu's face vanished. According to the sect's rules, one must not casually insult fellow disciples, nor engage in reckless actions within the town. Does this junior sister not understand? Xue Huai'er retorted defiantly. "How do you know I am a disciple of the sect? What if I am not?" Luo Xiaoyu sighed and replied, "You still bear the seal of Elder Gong upon your hand." In a fit of anger and frustration, Xue Huai'er failed to consider the implications of her words. Feeling utterly wronged, she pointed towards Jian Baisan and exclaimed, "But I did not strike first. She attacked me first and snatched the hairpin from my grasp." Only then did Jian Baisan realize that when she had intervened to shield the young lady from behind, the girl appeared injured, leaning heavily against her for support. The girl, of a height comparable to Jian Baisan, was not particularly tall among young women. Her pallid complexion and slightly furrowed brows evoked a sense of concern in Jian Baisan, leaving her at a loss as to whether to inquire about the sequence of events. At the mention of Xue Huai'er, the girl straightened herself with great effort, clinging to Jian Baisan's arm, incessantly expressing her gratitude. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Xue Huai'er. "If it weren't for the fairy saving me, I would not know what to do. That fairy possesses such strength. I truly feared that a mere push would send me sprawling to the ground, injuring my skin. What then?" Initially hopeful that a familiar face would come to her aid and restore justice, Xue Huai'er was dismayed to find Jian Baisan and her senior brother so easily enchanted by the vixen's charms which only added fuel to her indignation. Reluctantly, Jian Baisun turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "Did this young lady strike first against the person at the counter and seize the item?" The shopkeeper, keeping his distance, shouted back, "No, no, that young lady did not strike. The fairy at the counter had only half completed her transaction when she hesitated, clearly not wishing to proceed. It was then that the girl entered, took the hairpin, and paid for it." The shopkeeper was not telling a single lie. The illusion was directed solely at one Shui Huaier, and the shopkeeper looked on, seemingly transfixed, as if Shui Huaier were indeed signing a document. Suddenly frozen in place as though she had reconsidered. The last time Shui Huaier had heard this woman plead, she had softened, but now, witnessing the shopkeeper distort the truth on her behalf, she found herself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. In a fit of anger, she recalled the detestable woman's insistence on delivering the hairpin intact. Resolutely, she seized the neatly wrapped box, opened it, and hurled the hairpin onto the ground with force, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. You are no good person. You snatched something from me, and do not expect to fulfill your obligations properly." The gemstones on the hairpin shattered immediately, and the flames that had swirled within erupted momentarily before vanishing entirely. The shopkeeper displayed a pained expression, murmuring softly, "Oh dear, oh dear." The young woman was startled, recoiling slightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she stammered, "You." Shui Huaier ground the shattered gems underfoot, storming toward the door. As she passed by the young woman, she paused, retrieving a spirit stone pouch from her bosom and tossing it to her, gritting her teeth, "Since you have paid, I have no reason not to compensate you. However, it is your task that remains unfulfilled, and I shall not be blamed. It is entirely due to your obstinate meddling." With that, she forcefully bumped her shoulder against Jian Baisun and left. Once she had departed, Luo Xiaoyu, who had remained silent until then, leisurely remarked, "I did not expect that. After more than 40 years, Miss Cyan's prowess remains undiminished." The young woman named Cain, having turned gracefully, smiled at Luo Xiaoyu and said, "That person just now is your fellow clanswoman. Why did you not come to her aid?" Luo Xiaoyu replied, "I could not tolerate her cursing at my junior sister upon her arrival." Cain chuckled softly. As Jian Baisun observed further, he noted that the delicate demeanor she usually exuded had vanished. Jian Baisun inquired, "So you two are acquainted?" Cain widened her eyes and playfully admonished, "Two ungrateful men. I had declared that I would pledge myself to you, yet you do not even mention it. Why must the savior pledge themselves? Should it not be the one saved who offers such a bond?" Jian Baisun shook his head, catching a particular phrase, and could not help but ask, "You too?" Luo Xiaoyu, somewhat helpless, responded, "I did not go alone. I went with Tongha." Jian Baisun recalled this name. He was the second prodigy within their sect, the son and foremost disciple of the current sect leader. Cain remarked, "Indeed, you have not seen him, but they are truly like brothers." Jian Baisun curiously asked, "Where is this brother Tongha now?" Luo Xiaoyu maintained her composure and said, "He has been wandering outside for quite some time. He may have already reached the golden core stage." Cain then seemed to recall something and jested, "Let us not speak of this ungrateful man any longer. Today, we are quite fortunate. Not only have we met you, but we have also made the acquaintance of your little junior sister. Allow me to treat you both to a delightful meal at a banquet hall." Luo Xiaoyu politely declined, saying, "I have come today to purchase some supplies for my newly initiated junior sister. The list is quite extensive, and it may take some time to select everything. I truly cannot afford to waste your precious time, fairy." Cain turned her gaze towards Jian Baisun, studying her for a moment before addressing Luo Xiaoyu. "Your junior sister is tall and graceful, possessing a charming and spirited demeanor. I absolutely adore her and wish she were my junior sister instead. Since I have no pressing matters today, I shall accompany her on her shopping excursion, and you mustn't mind if I steal her away." Luo Xiaoyu rubbed her forehead, exclaiming helplessly, "But I just heard you mention that you have tasks to attend to. Is it not a concern that your hairpin has shattered?" Cyan's eyes darted towards the broken hairpin, and with a mischievous smile, she replied, "I do have tasks at hand, but I have already completed them. Moreover," Cyan weighed the spirit stone pouch in her hand and added cheerfully, "I even earned 1,000. Jian Baisun was taken aback. Cyan's gaze shifted back to Luo Xiaoyu as she continued, "Over 20 years ago, I established my foundation and subsequently began working under the small sect master. Not long ago, the small sect master received a golden fire hairpin from his subordinates, and he took quite a liking to it. He tasked us laborers with locating all similar hairpins throughout the entirety of Chuyuan Prefecture. Jian Baishan inquired. Are we supposed to bring them to him? Not at all. We are to destroy them. Cain chuckled. Just think. This way, the one in our small sect master's possession will be the only one in all of Chuyuan Prefecture. Cain then addressed Luo Xiaoyu, inquiring, You have been in seclusion for quite some time. Are you unaware of who our little sect leader is? Surely you have heard of them. Care to take a guess? Luo Xiaoyu furrowed her brows tightly, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she inhaled sharply and softly asked, The little sect leader spoken of by the fairy, could it be the renowned jade-shattering Guanyin from years past? Cain covered her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming, Indeed. Our current little sect leader is none other than the illustrious jade-shattering Guanyin, Lord Lung Lianqi. Upon hearing this name, Luo Xiaoyu's face betrayed an unmistakable expression of trepidation. Chapter 14. A joyous day. Cain, seemingly oblivious to Luo Xiaoyu's apprehension, cheerfully remarked, Today's task was rather effortless. This is the final responsibility I oversee here. Where shall you go next? Luo Xiaoyu quickly composed herself and replied, I need to purchase some writing supplies and books for my junior sister, and I must also acquire a comb. Cain accompanied Jian Baishan to procure a comb, and insisted on taking them to a restaurant she fondly referred to as a banquet hall, where they ordered an array of dishes. A delicate bell adorned Cain's fair ankle, producing a delightful jingle as she walked, which was rather lively and charming. Yet, along the way, some passers-by cast curious glances, as if the sound was peculiar and rather attention-grabbing. Even during the ordering process, the waitstaff in the restaurant treated Cain with exceptional courtesy, serving tea, refilling water, and generously offering complimentary cold dishes and peanuts, all in high spirits. After a short while, the dishes arrived, filled with an assortment of vegetables and fruits, many of which Jian Baishan had never encountered before. Thus, she ceased her musings and devoted herself to the task at hand. Subsequently, Luo Xiaoyu accompanied her to purchase ink and brushes, as well as a primer book, then inquired if there was anything else she desired to buy. Jian Baisan pondered for a moment and asked, Is there a place in this town that sells woodworking tools? Without questioning her intentions, Luo Xiaoyu hesitated and replied, Such items are likely difficult to procure in this town. However, I am aware of a place that might be able to assist. Luo Xiaoyu led her to a 3-story building, where a sign above the entrance displayed 2 large characters, regrettably unfamiliar to Jian Baisan. A middle-aged man at the door noticed their approach, glanced at Luo Xiaoyu, who was riding a fish, and immediately greeted them with a bow, saying, Honored guests, your esteemed presence at our Qi Pavilion is a great honor. What magical artifacts or weapons do you seek? We have swords, staffs, halberds, and axes, as well as needles, bows, crossbows, whips, staves, and hammers. Should you desire something more unique, such as musical instruments for sound cultivation, protective gear for body cultivation, or even aesthetically pleasing weapons like fans or umbrellas, we can provide those as well. Jian Baisan straightforwardly asked, Do you have a saw? The middle-aged man extolled, Truly, esteemed guest, your demeanor is extraordinary. The tools you seek are indeed remarkable. Not weapons, Jian Baisan clarified. I require a woodworking saw, a plane, a file, and a chisel. Can you provide these? Certainly, the middle-aged man replied, though his demeanor suddenly turned cold. That will be 15 spirit stones. Luo Xiaoyu interjected, What about the saw? The man's expression became completely vacant. 11 spirit stones. In the end, Jian Baisan paid 11 spirit stones, but did not procure the saw. Luo Xiaoyu mysteriously addressed her, saying, I have a different perspective on this matter. In summary, Jian Baishan was indeed elated. She cherished the memory of this day spent shopping with her senior brother for many years. Upon her arrival, Luo Xiaoyu instructed the small cannon to rest in the back mountain and turned to her with a smile, inquiring, Were you curious about the origins of Cain while in town? Jian Baishan nodded in affirmation. Seated at the table in the small courtyard, Luo Xiaoyu poured 2 cups of tea and remarked, It is indeed time for me to enlighten you. You cannot remain like a frog in a well, knowing only our beast-taming sect. Within all the states, realms, and domains, beginning from the vast wasteland state of your origin, there are 3 states, 3 realms, and 3 domains, with the concentration of spiritual energy increasing successively. These 3 states, 3 realms, and 3 domains are the Great Wasteland State, the Pure Energy State, and the Primordial State, the Spiritual Pill Realm, the Void Realm, and the Stronghold Realm. Among them, the Stronghold Realm is particularly unique, as it is a chaotic space devoid of sects and towns, teeming instead with countless treasures and secret realms left behind by formidable beings. for those daring enough to venture. This is the most opportune place for cultivators to seek their fortunes. Deeper within the Stronghold realm lies the very heart of this continent, the Eternal Life realm. Above the Eternal Life realm, there exist two other realms, the Fixed Element realm and the Heaven's Embrace realm. Historically, those who truly ascended to immortality did so from the Heaven's Embrace realm. Due to the progressive increase in spiritual energy, the most powerful sects and individuals tend to congregate within these three realms. Luo Xiaoyu continued. The sect to which Cain belongs is a colossal entity headquartered in the Eternal Life realm, known as the Zhongqing Sect. If I recall correctly, the true sect master of the Zhongqing Sect has reached a cultivation level several realms higher than that of his master. He is a formidable being capable of splitting mountains and traversing seas, a terrifying powerhouse that can shake the heavens and the earth. Alongside the Zhongqing Sect, there are 7 other colossal entities. If you ever encounter individuals from these sects, be sure to refrain from provoking them. Of course, there has long been a popular saying that encompasses all 8 of these factions. Luo Xiaoyu took a sip of tea and recited slowly. Zhongxian Shi, Xiao Yuquan. Jingshan Lingmin calls upon the God King. Tongfa Same's Tao is profound. Zhongqing has many pitiable souls. Chapter 15. Heartfelt words. Luo Xiaoyu's words sounded melodious to Jian Baisan, reminiscent of the nursery rhymes from her childhood, such as little lamb, jumping over the wall falls down, donkey turning the mill. And she couldn't help but repeat, Zhongxian Shi, Xiao Youquang. Jingshan Lingmin calls upon the God King. Tongfa Same's Tao is profound. Zhongqing has many pitiable souls. Indeed. What about our beast-taming sect? Luo Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, saying, we hardly rank at all. If someone inadvertently provokes a transformation god, they could obliterate our sect. From the sect master down to the disciples, 100 times over. Jian Baisan tugged at her collar, remaining silent. Yet, she instinctively picked up De Huang from the ground and cradled him in her arms, as if seeking solace in his presence. A child emerging from the mountains. Even a trip to the imperial city would leave her at a loss for where to place her hands and feet. Yet, fate had thrust her into this bizarre and fantastical world of cultivation. She was under the impression that the space she occupied was sufficiently vast, allowing her to acclimatize and learn steadily and deliberately, akin to the study of woodworking. However, she was abruptly confronted with the realization that she was merely a frog at the bottom of a well within this realm of 9 domains, and that her sect was merely a minuscule worm in the boundless sea of books. The small cannon disdainfully flicked its tail fin. Luo Xiaoyu gazed at her gently, remarking, you will come to understand all of this in due time. For now, do not dwell excessively on these sects or the formidable beings within them. Focus on your cultivation and take your time. When you eventually find yourself in the presence of such entities, it will signify that you have become one of the revered strong ones in this realm of cultivation. Of course, Luo Xiaoyu recalled something, her expression shifting as she added, the Zhongqing sect, where Cain resides, is an exception. Jian Baisan inquired, what then? Accounts for the reputation of these 8 sects as depicted in the ballads? Luo Xiaoyu replied, let me recount the tale in the order presented by the ballad. Zhongxian Shi, can you guess the purpose of such a celestial mountain? It sounds like a place for farming, she replied. Luo Xiaoyu chuckled, incorrect. Yet, this celestial mountain lives up to its name, indeed a fertile ground for celestial beings. Within a millennium, 2 individuals have broken through to the great ascension and soared to immortality. The Zhongxian mountain, belonging to her sect, is said to be visible from the southern region of the Eternal Life realm, where one can behold a towering mountain reaching into the clouds. This is Zhongxian Mountain. The disciples of this mountain are all martial enthusiasts, with a profound love for sword cultivation. The folk saying goes, from a distance, it appears lush and verdant. Up close, it is barren and desolate. This refers to a certain celestial mountain where, many years ago, a disciple became so obsessed with swordsmanship that in a single night, while comprehending the essence of the sword, he reduced every stone, blade of grass, and tree within the mountain to mere fragments, transforming the once vibrant landscape into a desolate one. Ultimately, an elder was dispatched to cast an illusion, rendering the mountain seemingly lush once more. Jian Baisan inquired, if it appears flawless to the eye, how did this tale come to be? The elder, eager to practice his swordplay, had only established a single layer of the illusion, neglecting the necessary 3. Within 10 days, the illusion began to falter, with trees and rocks appearing intermittently. The mortals cultivating the spiritual fields below, alarmed by the spectacle, hurried up the mountain to report the situation. only to discover it was a false alarm. Jian Baisan felt fortunate that his village was not situated on the celestial mountain. Otherwise, in the event of a famine, they might find themselves reduced to consuming mere earth, bereft of even wild grasses or tree bark. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and emphasized, though you practice the blade, you must not forsake all else, becoming a heartless zealot. The vastness of the 9 realms is akin to the cosmos. If one were to fixate solely on a single sword for millennia, what joy would life hold? Jian Baisan replied, I understand, brother. You need not worry. Luo Xiaoyu nodded and continued. The second point concerns the Shaolu Cave. This cave is dedicated to the cultivation of the essence of humanity. Consider this. What does being human encompass? Jian Baisan responded, the body. Indeed, Luo Xiaoyu affirmed. Yet, beyond the physical form, there exists the soul. The Shaolu Cave not only nurtures the mightiest of physical cultivators, but also hones the strongest of souls. Ordinary monks, upon the dissolution of their physical forms, find their presence in the mortal realm fleeting, lasting no more than 7 days. In contrast, the spiritual practitioners of Xiaoluliadong, when their corporeal bodies perish, may allow their souls to linger in the world for several months, seeking opportunities for resurrection through soul nourishment. As Jian Baisan remarked, it sounds somewhat akin to a ghost. Moreover, we must mention Jingshan Temple and the Lingmen Hall. These 2 entities are often discussed together due to their similar cultivation methods. One venerates the Buddha, practicing Buddhist teachings and invoking the Buddha's presence when necessary. The other worships the Lady of Lingmen, studying the Lingmen scriptures and calling upon her to engage in battle. Jingshan Temple, also known as the Snow Mountain Buddhist Sect, is renowned for its monks who frequently wander beyond realms, generously spreading benevolent teachings, earning a stellar reputation within the realm of cultivation. Particularly noteworthy is their disciple, a fire-element celestial root, revered as the Bodhisattva in the snow. This title was bestowed upon him after a poignant encounter while he was refining his qi. He stumbled upon a dilapidated temple in the snowy mountains, where he met a blind old woman, abandoned by her children, on the brink of death. Possessing an innate compassion, he inquired about her final wishes. The old woman lamented that she had never tasted at last. The old woman closed her eyes at dawn, and he, having exhausted his spiritual energy, collapsed onto the ground. Ultimately, he was discovered by his fellow disciples in the temple, and upon their arrival, they found his hands still forming the Buddha's seal. In time, this incident became widely recounted. Luo Xiaoyu reflected, though those in the Buddhist sect possess a commendable reputation, their logic in action is undeniably peculiar. Listen to the tale, but do not, under any circumstances, imitate the act of cutting flesh to appease the unfulfilled wishes of some old woman. Jian Baisan, perplexed by her senior brother's concerns, could only reassure him. I will not do such a thing, please do not worry. Sensing her confusion, Luo Xiaoyu earnestly advised, I fear you may be deceived during your future travels. Jian Baisan responded, Senior brother, please continue with your narration. What is the Tongfa 3 Pavilions? The Tongfa 3 Pavilions refer to the Medicine Pavilion, the Artifact Pavilion, and the Tongfa Pavilion. The Medicine Pavilion specializes in healing arts. Its disciples not only refine elixirs and save lives, but also craft remedies and are well-versed in poisons and concealed weapons, which is quite intriguing. Jian Baisan finally gained a preliminary understanding of Luo Xiaoyu's interests. Luo Xiaoyu continued, You have already encountered a branch of the Artifact Pavilion. It specializes in the forging and sale of weapons and magical artifacts, particularly maintaining a close relationship with the Immortal Mountain. The disciples of the Tongfa Pavilion, in contrast, engage in a diverse array of studies. They delight in collecting various techniques and precious martial arts from all realms, and their disciples are adept in divination, witchcraft, formations, and talismans. Across various states and realms, they operate numerous branches, yielding the highest profits. Thus, a popular saying places the Tongfa Pavilion at the forefront. Whether it's the study of medicine, the art of refining tools, or the acquisition of miscellaneous skills from the Universal Law Pavilion, all demand a person of keen intellect. Hence, they are regarded as possessing profound cultivation. And what of the Amorous Sentiment Sect? Finally, the sect to which Sister Cain belongs is mentioned. Jian Baisan was most intrigued by the fact that there might be acquaintances within this Amorous Sentiment Sect. Luo Xiaoyu came to an abrupt halt, poured another cup of tea, and sipped it slowly, as if carefully considering his words. I offer this explanation purely for informational purposes, with no intention of offending my junior sister. and certainly with no ulterior motives. Luo Xiaoyu, seemingly a bit abashed, began, "You are likely aware of dual cultivation, are you not?" Jin Baisan was taken aback and responded candidly, "Senior brother, I am not." Chapter 16. The pitiful souls of the amorous sentiment sect. Luo Xiaoyu paused, a look of helplessness crossing his face, and continued, "Dual cultivation is a unique method of cultivation exclusive to the amorous sentiment sect. Derived from their Heart Bell Yin-Yang Sutra, it emphasizes the use of physical intimacy to enhance cultivation." Seeing Jin Baisan's eyebrows rise slightly, Luo Xiaoyu knew she understood. He intended to give her some time to react, and if she was unwilling to hear more, he would cease speaking. However, Jin Baisan's eyebrows quickly returned to their normal position, as if nothing had happened. This, in turn, piqued Luo Xiaoyu's curiosity. "I presumed you would find it morally objectionable or feel disgusted." Jin Baisan countered, "Why should I be disgusted? It's merely another method of cultivation, and a consensual one at that. Besides, didn't the rhyme you recited mention that they are all pitiful souls?" Jin Baisan pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe I can surmise." Luo Xiaoyu replied, "Wherever commerce thrives, brothels and pleasure houses are never far behind. The disciples of the sect of affection are often rescued from such places by their attendant disciples." Jin Baisan acutely sensed the significance of the word rescue. "Indeed," Luo Xiaoyu continued, raising his teacup as though he could suddenly peer through the air and the distant night clouds to glimpse something or someone. "During our encounter with Cain, my senior brother Tongha and I accompanied her for quite some time. Cain was quite the conversationalist, sharing tales of the sect of affection. Before that moment, I was rather uninformed about these matters." Luo Xiaoyu mused for a while before stating, "The Heart Bell Yin-Yang technique can only be cultivated by a specific type of individual." "What sort of individual?" Jin Baisan inquired. "One who harbors genuine feelings," Luo Xiaoyu responded. Jin Baisan exhaled a breath he had been holding. "But isn't it true that every person possesses emotions within their hearts? Yet it is not that simple. There are two paths in life, one of affection and one devoid of it. If one were to pursue the cultivation of swordsmanship on the immortal mountain, most disciples would wholeheartedly embrace the singular path of the sword, severing their emotional ties solely for the sake of mastery. However, disciples of the sect of affection must forever cherish that thread of emotion, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at night. At every moment, that lingering sentiment is difficult to dissipate. In this sect of affection, regardless of how high one's cultivation may ascend, the path taken by a practitioner is irrevocably entrenched in the mire of the mundane world. Not a single step can be taken beyond it." As Luo Xiaoyu reached this point, his voice inexplicably took on a sharp and incisive tone. Gazing at his face, one could only discern a pair of bewildered eyes illuminated by the moonlight. He suddenly smiled and asked, "Baisan, what do you believe true affection is?" Jin Baisan sensed that his senior brother was in a somber mood and replied cautiously, "Since you are discussing the sect of deep affection, it must pertain to the profound feelings between men and women." Luo Xiaoyu closed his eyes momentarily and said softly, "There are many forms of true affection. The love between a man and a woman, if it reaches its zenith, is certainly one kind. However, the bond among family members also embodies true affection. Yet, within the sect of deep affection, the sentiment that one cultivates through the practice of the Heart Bell Yin-Yang technique is predominantly rooted in hatred." Luo Xiaoyu chuckled softly and continued, "In this world, the anguish of deep-seated hatred far surpasses that of profound love. Moreover, in the brothels and entertainment houses, countless individuals suffer under wrongful accusations and indignities. Every decade, the sect of deep affection sends emissaries to seek out those who experience the most intense emotional turmoil in these establishments, inviting them to become new disciples of the sect. Hence, I spoke of rescue. Upon arriving at the sect of deep affection, after listening to the teachings, one can choose to remain an ordinary disciple outside the sect, cultivating spiritual fields, and live a life of mundane tranquility until old age. But what if these disciples lack spiritual roots?" Luo Xiaoyu replied, "Most of them possess some. For those who do not, the Heart Bell Yin-Yang technique is an extraordinary skill of heavenly rank. Those without spiritual roots can still cultivate it, albeit at a significantly slower pace. The intricacies of this technique remain beyond my understanding. The Heart Bell Yin-Yang technique primarily focuses on enchanting and illusionary arts, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. The master of the main sect, the formidable lady you once besieged, unleashed the Heart Bell Yin-Yang technique with her own strength. ensnaring nearly 100 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of transformation stage practitioners in a fantastical dream before gracefully departing. And what became of them? They all perished. Luo Xiaoyu remarked. With a mere flick of her fingers, those individuals lived 3,000 years within that dream. The lifespan of a transformation stage cultivator is capped at 5,000 years, and none among them were younger than 2,000. Thus, they all succumbed within the confines of that dream. Jian Baisan was momentarily stunned, drawing in a sharp breath. Luo Xiaoyu summarized. The emblem of the inner disciples of the Zhongqing sect is the bell adorning their ankles, which also serves as their magical artifact. The multitude you observed today, gazing at Cain, recognized her identity. They were both envious and scornful, deeming her cultivation method as one of unearned gains. Jian Baisan cautiously inquired, "What is Sister Cyan's deepest affection?" Luo Xiaoyu closed her eyes once more and replied, "It is hatred." Jian Baisan fell silent, her heart suddenly grappling with the unimaginable notion that such a passionate and delightful person harbored such a profound, unspoken wound within. Lost in thought, Jian Baisan, despite her humble existence, felt an unexpected pang of sorrow. In the stillness that enveloped them, only the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind remained audible. A pot of tea had grown cold. Luo Xiaoyu, having composed herself, opened her eyes to find Jian Baisan seated across from her, still obediently in place, yet with furrowed brows and a gaze that betrayed her sympathy. Luo Xiaoyu secretly mused that his emotional fluctuations were excessive. He had spoken too much, and in doing so, had neglected to express what was truly necessary. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Weren't you originally intending to inquire about the cold lotus pool? It is not akin to the other ordinary disciples." Upon hearing his words, Jian Baisan first confirmed that his senior brother was no longer sorrowful, then straightened his back, adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness. Chapter 17. The killing seed of the cold lotus pool within the ranks of the disciples of the Zhongqing sect. Each one seems to delight in playing the part of the unsuspecting fool, all in an effort to avoid direct confrontation and to minimize the likelihood of encountering danger. Take Cain, for instance. It appears she has already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment today, yet she has not exerted any true malice towards that girl. Reflecting the cautious nature of the Zhongqing sect disciples, Jian Baisan nodded. Luo Xiaoyu continued, however. The young sect master that Cain specifically mentioned is an anomaly within the Zhongqing sect, a ruthless killer with a venomous heart. Long ago, when I was merely a Qi refinement disciple, I had already heard whispers of his legend. He is unlike the other disciples of the Zhongqing sect. He is not of the brothel or entertainment houses, yet he was chosen to be a disciple of the Zhongqing sect. He cultivates the golden bell. Jian Baisan suddenly realized. Senior brother, are you wary of him precisely because of your acquaintance? Luo Xiaoyu replied, not exactly, but somewhat. This acquaintance, however, is defined by him. Lung Lianqi possesses an extraordinary memory. He recognizes everyone he has encountered, thus they are all familiar faces. Yet, he still behaves as if he knows everyone. Indeed, with a bitter smile, Luo Xiaoyu continued, I once walked the streets with Tong He, and as a carriage passed by, curiosity compelled me to look up. At that moment, the carriage curtain fluttered, and I caught sight of a pair of eyes beneath. It was only days later that I discovered it was Lung Lianqi inside. Moreover, I am not even among those he spares under his 3 no-kills rule. Jian Baisan reassured her. Since senior brother is still alive, it must mean all is well. Luo Xiaoyu shot her a glare, but Jian Baisan seemed oblivious to the reason behind it and innocently inquired, so, what are his 3 no-kills? Disciples of the same sect are spared. Those born with disabilities are spared, and beauties are spared. Therefore, as he now holds the position of the sub-sect leader in Chuyuan Prefecture, it is likely that he is favored by his disciples and peers. This is simply because he wields a sharp blade, yet it only protects those close to him. Directed outward, Jian Baisan tidied her teacup and teapot, preparing to leave. But Luo Xiaoyu called out to her once more, Show me the spiritual energy you have gathered in your hand. Jian Baisan steadied her breath, channeling her spiritual energy, and extended her hand. After a full 2 breaths, Luo Xiaoyu finally witnessed a crackling, quivering violet arc emerge from the tip of her fingers, which flickered for a moment before extinguishing. Did you draw from the energy in your dantian? Jian Baisan affirmed, I did. It is perplexing why. When they emanate from my body, so many of them seem to dissolve into my veins and internal organs. Luo Xiaoyu expressed her bewilderment. Did you perhaps overlook the process by which spiritual energy transforms into lightning attributes once it enters your body? Jian Baisan replied. The spiritual energy flows directly from the external environment into the dantian, undergoing a rapid transformation without passing through the internal organs. This was a conundrum beyond the comprehension of those with multiple spiritual roots. Luo Xiaoyu sighed. No wonder I've seen you struggling with your sword training lately. While your muscle strength appears to be increasing, the gains are minimal. It seems that the swift and urgent lightning-type spiritual energy has allowed you to bypass this step. She instructed, tonight, during your cultivation, you must nurture your muscles and internal organs with the spiritual energy from your dantian. Jian Baisan acquiesced. As night fell, while she practiced her techniques to absorb spiritual energy, she deliberately released it to circulate within her body. Indeed, her internal organs and muscles absorbed it as eagerly as a sponge meeting water. After a session, Jian Baisan found her dantian nearly devoid of energy, compelling her to absorb and transform even more fervently. Hours passed, and sleep eluded her. When her senior brother knocked at the door during the hour of the tiger, Jian Baisan felt as if she had breached some barrier within her dantian. The small space suddenly expanded with each breath. Upon opening her eyes, she clenched her fists. Feeling the freshness of her breath, the clarity of her surroundings, and an unprecedented vitality coursing through her limbs. Energized, she playfully squeezed her arms and thighs, noticing they had become significantly firmer since the previous day. As she opened the door, Luo Xiaoyu stood waiting, her smile unfaltering as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, junior sister, on advancing to the second layer of qi refining. Such remarkable speed is truly astonishing. In a little over 5 months, when you have been initiated for half a year, you will have the opportunity to select your own spirit beast for the qi refinement stage at the Spirit Beast Garden, thereby enhancing your competitive edge." Jian Baisan cheerfully followed her senior brother to breakfast, oblivious to the fleeting glance of regret and compassion that flashed in Luo Xiaoyu's eyes as she turned away. After their meal, Luo Xiaoyu requested that she practice her swordsmanship in the courtyard. Not any other technique, but the first form of the green leopard. Luo Xiaoyu sat nearby, perusing the introductory book she had purchased, and casually remarked, "What you are practicing now is the sword technique. To master the form, one must cultivate the sword qi. Your sword measures 2 feet 4 inches. When will you be able to strike beyond the 2 feet 5 inches mark? That is the first step towards achieving sword qi. For today, continue to practice the sword technique. The more you slice, the more the sword qi will emerge." Jian Baisan gritted her teeth and chopped for 3 hours. Luo Xiaoyu kept track of time, and as soon as it reached the quarter past the hour of the snake, she waved her hand, beckoning her to the stone table. Without allowing her a moment's respite, she began reading aloud from the 1,000-character classic and Jade Forest for Young Scholars, teaching Jian Baisan word by word. After a while, noticing an eerie silence from Jian Baisan, Luo Xiaoyu looked up to find 2 fresh dog hairs floating before her, having appeared unbeknownst to her. Glancing down, she saw that Jian Baisan, who had earlier been stern and focused during her sword practice, had relaxed her once rigid hands, now playfully tugging at the fur of the large yellow dog. A further look at her face revealed a vacant expression, as if her spirit had wandered far beyond the confines of the courtyard. The large yellow dog, remarkably polite, remained silent, diligently attempting to gently grasp her restless paws every time she reached out. However, Jian Baisan deftly flicked her wrist, evading the large dog's attempt to bite, and skillfully plucked a tuft of fur from thin air. Throughout the entire exchange, her gaze remained fixed elsewhere, relying solely on her instincts. "Is this a dogfight?" Luo Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Jian Baisan, if you lose focus once more, you may as well forego your sword practice tomorrow and spend the day memorizing words." Startled, Jian Baisan immediately adopted a dejected expression and redirected her attention to the paper and ink on the table. Upon uttering those words, Luo Xiaoyu felt as though she had diminished in stature, no longer the esteemed chief disciple of yore, but rather a rural teacher ineffectively scolding mischievous students. It was truly a sight that could evoke sorrow in listeners and tears in onlookers. Chapter 18. A unique approach after enduring until the late afternoon. Luo Xiaoyu finally led Jian Baisan to the back mountain as planned. Since that fateful evening, Jian Baisan had not dared to return to the area. Now, brought into this place, she fell silent, evidently feeling a bit anxious. Luo Xiaoyu walked for only a short while before halting in front of a tree of modest girth, no thicker than an average person's thigh. "You ordered those carpentry tools, so I presume you understand woodworking?" Luo Xiaoyu inquired. "I do," Jian Baisan replied. With a smile, Luo Xiaoyu continued, "This tree shall be your first task. You are forbidden from using a knife or a saw. If you wish to fell the tree, you must rely solely on the spiritual energy within your hands. Upon hearing this, Jian Baisan summoned forth a small, albeit slightly stronger, sphere of lightning from her fingertips, which dissipated after a brief moment. Jian Baisan harbored doubts, questioning whether this thing could even penetrate the 1,000-character essay, let alone the trees. If Luo Xiaoyu were to discover Jian Baisan's thoughts, she would undoubtedly deliver a sharp slap to the back of her head. Alas, he remained oblivious. Luo Xiaoyu remarked, I believe you have sensed it as well. If spiritual energy is consumed and subsequently replenished, it can indeed be beneficial for cultivation. Your spiritual root possesses a rather unique attribute. Once you are capable of unleashing a thunderbolt, it will serve as a formidable weapon for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Jian Baisan queried, At that point, wouldn't I possess a spirit beast of my own? What need do I have for so many weapons? Luo Xiaoyu paused momentarily, her expression inscrutable, before responding with a smile. Is it truly possible for someone to complain about having too many weapons? Jian Baisan, displaying genuine insight, nodded in agreement and promptly commenced her practice. A burst of purple light surged forth, yet the trees merely swayed as if gently nudged, not a single leaf falling. Jian Baisan paused for a brief moment, summoned her spiritual energy, and struck once more. Dahu, having aged, did not accompany them to the remote back mountain and was currently dozing beneath the stone table. Perhaps this was the essence of a dog mirroring its master? After a brief while, Luo Xiaoyu hesitated several times before finally mustering her resolve. She retrieved a green talisman from her bosom and swiftly affixed it to Dahu's forehead. As the talisman dissolved under a stream of azure spiritual energy, Dahu let out a soft howl, blinking its eyes as a flash of green light flickered past. Dahu persistently rubbed its eyes with its paw, seemingly uncomfortable yet unaware of the reason. Luo Xiaoyu patiently awaited the moment Dahu ceased its actions before producing a substantial piece of meat from her storage ring. Gently stroking Dahu, she presented it before him, saying, Good dog, eat up. Beside the trees on the rear mountain, an oblivious young girl endured the discomfort of excessive energy depletion in her dantian, conjuring thunderous orbs time and again that struck the tree. Though the tree merely swayed gently, it was evident that its movements had intensified compared to the initial impact. From that day forth, Jian Baisan diligently followed Luo Xiaoyu, practicing swordplay at dawn, calligraphy at noon, cultivating spiritual energy in the afternoon, and meditating at night, without a single day of respite. Thus, 2.5 months passed. The early autumn enveloped Chuyuan Prefecture, and in the morning, a veil of mist rolled with frost. While the clouds lingered languorously, a beam of soft sunlight pierced through the peaks, illuminating Xiaoyu Peak and revealing a resplendent tapestry of blue and purple flora, as if born from a dream. Within the small courtyard atop the peak, a youth who appeared no older than 16 or 17 sat leisurely at a stone table, draped in a slightly oversized azure robe, gently sipping from a small teacup. At his feet lay an empty birdcage, a wooden crutch, and an elderly dog. However, his gaze was intently fixed upon a figure in the clearing before him, a girl. She wore her hair in a high bun, secured with a wooden twig, and was clad in a black outfit. Her wrists and hands were bound, and she bore a pair of swords at her waist. As one looked upon her face, her eyes sparkled like bright stars, exuding a refined grace. A water-formed figure was gently nudged by the right fin of a dark-colored carp, resembling a living being. Rushing toward her, with a sharp clink, the girl swiftly drew her blades from their sheaths at her waist, as if she had rehearsed 1,000 times. Her movements were seamless. The sword from the right struck, and as she sank her legs, another blade slashed from the left. Strange indeed, the blade measured 2 feet and 4 inches. When she sheathed the knife, the water spirit remained a mere 2 feet and 4 inches away. In but a fleeting moment, a 1-inch gash appeared abruptly on the water spirit's neck and waist. With a sharp crack, the water spirit came to a halt, its form dissipating into a puddle upon the ground. Yet, the maiden remained pristine, devoid of a single droplet of moisture. This young lady was none other than Jian Baisan. After a span of more than 2 months, she had finally cultivated an inch of blade aura from the first form of the green leopard. Luo Xiaoyu remarked, Though it is but an inch, the blade aura flows and transforms with remarkable grace. You have made significant progress. Jian Baisan, however, merely shook her head in silence, as if some notion had been unveiled, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Observing her countenance, Luo Xiaoyu said, Nonetheless, having achieved initial success in your training, I shall not impose any further restrictions. For the next few days, take the time to rest and indulge in leisure. A mere half-hour of knife practice and calligraphy each day will suffice, and there is no need to venture to the back mountain. Upon hearing the mention of practicing calligraphy for only half an hour, her expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Luo Xiaoyu, with a hint of annoyance, tapped her on the head, reminding her, "Do not forget the ink stains on your hands." Jian Bison scratched her head, flashed him a smile, and dashed away. On the first day, Luo Xiaoyu found her sitting at the doorway, whittling wood with her knife. By the second day, however, she did not emerge at all, and the sounds from within her room, clanging and clattering, were so distracting that they robbed him of the tranquility needed for his tea and reading. What a peculiar hobby for the young mistress of the mountain stronghold. During dinner that evening, Jian Baisan set down her utensils and suddenly declared, "Senior brother, I wish to present you with a gift." It turned out that she had been crafting a farewell present for him over the past few days. Luo Xiaoyu felt a blend of emotion and anticipation welling up within him. He couldn't help but speculate. Is it a wooden carving? A wooden teapot and tea bowl? Or perhaps wooden hairpins? With a swift motion of his hand, Jian Baisan produced a pair of crutches from the small snake ring. Luo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Jian Baisan regarded him earnestly and said, "Earlier, while we were dining, I noticed that the base of my senior brother's wooden crutch was somewhat decayed. The material felt mediocre. The mortise and tenon work was rather rough, and it was secured with clay adhesive, rendering it quite unstable. I feared it might pose a danger. Thus, I crafted a new pair of crutches for him." Luo Xiaoyu accepted them and examined them closely. The crutches were visibly made with generous materials, appearing robust. The exposed portions had been meticulously smoothed with a plane, devoid of any splinters, and the joints were flawlessly fitted. The areas that would contact the armpits, palms, and ground were tightly wrapped in shredded cloth strips. Under the moonlight, he noticed a simple sketch of a cannon etched into a hidden spot. The wood, cleaved by her lightning energy, bore a faint purplish-black hue, rendering it intriguingly beautiful. Luo Xiaoyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had long relied on the small cannon for his endeavors, having not descended the mountain for years. The crutch was merely a makeshift purchase for emergencies. Recently, due to the considerable exertion from training with Jian Baisan, he had taken to using the crutch daily. However, he had not anticipated that Jian Baisan would observe so meticulously and personally craft him a new, fine crutch. Moreover, as a foundational level cultivator, even if the crutch were to break, it would hardly be perilous. Yet, since that crane had taken flight, it had been a long time since anyone had treated him with such earnest care. With slightly reddened eyes, Luo Xiaoyu earnestly expressed to Jian Baisan, "Thank you, junior sister. I truly appreciate it." Jian Baisan responded with a bright smile. Chapter 19. A desperate gamble for the past few months. I have been under the care of my senior brother, Luo Xiaoyu, a cultivator of the water element who has already reached the foundation establishment stage, which is an entire realm above mine. His spirit beast is a fish that he can ride through the skies. Over these months, he has taught me swordsmanship and calligraphy, proving to be an exceptionally kind individual. This little bird, named Zyabek, is a messenger lent to me by my brother. He mentioned that I could keep it for 2 months. During this time, I anticipate being able to converse with you 2 or 3 times. However, I will need to return it to my brother afterward. In a little over 2 years, I will be eligible to participate in the Sect's grand competition. Should I emerge victorious, I will be granted a similar bird, enabling me to maintain constant communication with you. Just wait for it. Yesterday, my brother remarked that I have grown taller. At the doorway, Jian Bison spoke at length to Zyabek, feeling a level of excitement that she hadn't experienced in the past 2 months. De Huang, seemingly aware that she was conversing with family, barked a couple of times. However, due to De Huang's advanced age, his voice lacked its former clarity, sounding rather hoarse and deep, reminiscent of the twilight of life. She paused and instructed, "Please refrain from feeding Zyabek indiscriminately. It carries a small pouch that should only contain spirit stones. When it stands on your hand, you will be able to begin your conversation." After she finished speaking, a pink bird flitted from Jian Baishan's hand, soaring into the night with remarkable swiftness. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, Jian Baishan looked up. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the moon concealed behind thick clouds, revealing not a glimmer of light. De Huang followed closely behind her. She sat cross-legged on the ground, and just as she closed her eyes, De Huang began to whimper softly, tugging at her leg with his claws, then grasping her clothing with his mouth. attempting to pull her outside. Jian Baishan obliged and followed him out. The pair stood silently before the quiet door for a moment, with Da Huang remaining still, only holding onto the hem of her pants with his mouth. Where was the moon? The autumn chill settled in, and after a brief while, she brought Da Huang back inside, thinking perhaps the darkness frightened him. She lit a candle and placed it at her feet. Looking down at Da Huang, she sensed a hint of pleading in his eyes, though she could not decipher it. Da Huang whimpered softly twice. Jian Baishan closed her eyes once more, but within half an hour, she felt Da Huang rise suddenly, panting heavily. As he scratched at her pant leg, urging her to come outside. With a gentle spirit, she followed him out, and it seemed less dark than before. He looked up and called out toward the moon hidden behind the clouds. Jian Baishan, inspired, conjectured, "Are you suggesting that the celestial dog will devour the moon?" Having acquired some knowledge, she felt a sense of cultured understanding. Da Huang shook his head. No. He simply felt a sudden urge to roar like a tiger on the mountain, particularly for Jian Er, who sometimes sang to him. She merely wished to wait a little longer. Perhaps tonight she could once again share the same moon with Jian Baishan and the others. Yet, she felt somewhat fatigued. Her vision more blurred than usual, uncertain whether she would see the moon again tomorrow. Regrettably, Jian Baishan could not comprehend her words. Da Huang remained silent. The third time Jian Baishan was jolted from her meditation was due to a sudden realization. Da Huang's once heavy breaths had grown alarmingly faint, as if they might cease altogether. She held her breath and concentrated all her spiritual energy to listen, but the room felt eerily silent compared to before. The candles had long since burned out. Da Huang. In the past, Da Huang would always respond to her call, yet this time there was no reply. Jian Baishan was momentarily stunned. In a sea of deep blue darkness, her mind went blank. She could recall nothing. Her hands rested on her knees, her jaw clenched tightly, and only her eyes, dry and stinging, remained fixed on the shadow on the ground, so dark that it seemed on the verge of dissolving. In the next instant, she sprang from her bed, leaping over that small shadow, and dashed out the door in search of Luo Xiaoyu. It was only after she had taken 2 steps that she remembered her senior brother, who practiced nightly on the back mountain to spare her from fear. At her pace, it would take a moment to reach him. If Da Huang became her spirit beast, would that not mean it would be spared from death? She opened the first page, which read about refining qi, dividing the essence, and taming beasts. Splitting the dantian, half a piece of the spiritual sea, a wisp of consciousness penetrating the spirit beast's consciousness sea, suppressing its resistance. Merging its soul with the practitioner's spiritual energy, allowing the spirit beast to wield half the power of the qi-refining practitioner as if it were an extension of oneself. Jian Baishan swiftly channeled the spiritual energy within her as she lunged forward, one hand pressing against the forehead of the Great Yellow, while the other rested upon her dantian. If successful, she would surely implore her senior brother to prepare the finest meat for it, and they would immediately venture outside to gaze at the moon obscured by clouds for an entire day. The spiritual essence intertwined, separating within her dantian. The spiritual energy flowed along a unique path within her body, and her dantian trembled violently. A significant portion of the energy suddenly dissipating and coalescing into a thunderous orb outside. A sharp pain surged through her mind, as if a fragment of her very essence was being violently torn away from her entirety, merging swiftly with the thunderball. Jian Baishan had no time to brace against the agony. 3 breaths intertwined, 2 beings coexisting. Upon completing the final incantation, Jian Baishan opened her eyes, and the thunderball surged from her fingertips into the body of the Great Yellow, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 20. The Union of Man and Dog. The figure atop the rooftop, having stood vigil for half the night, withdrew the knife from their hand once the thunderous orb, imbued with half the power of a cultivator, had fully integrated into the Great Yellow's being. They turned and departed, the wind rustling their azure robes. Unaware of this, Jian Baishan remained kneeling on the ground, pressing her palms fervently against its abdomen, feeling its heartbeat grow stronger. It had survived. Simultaneously, Jian Baishan experienced a peculiar sensation as if a strange bond had formed between her and the Great Yellow, with a mere thought. It seemed she could entirely assume control of its consciousness, maneuvering its body as effortlessly as her own. In essence, Jian Baishan had temporarily acquired the ability to embody an animal. She could faintly perceive the condition of its corporeal form. When it awakens, she may still vaguely sense its emotional state. Furthermore, the large yellow dog is no longer an ordinary canine. She feels as though it has acquired a portion of her own strength. If it were to unleash its full potential, it could channel half of her spiritual energy. However, Jian Baisan's understanding ends here. After all, she has not thoroughly studied the Fenyuan beast taming scripture. Even her senior brother, who often regales her with tales of the cultivation world, has never enlightened her about spiritual beasts. Had Jian Baisan diligently explored the text, she would have discovered a significant advantage of practicing the Fenyuan beast taming scripture. Under conditions of mutual trust, a practitioner can allow their spiritual beast to temporarily control their body for 3 breaths, briefly harnessing the combat abilities unique to their animal form, such as the strength of a bear, the explosive speed of a leopard, or the fleeting gliding of birds. However, practitioners of the Tonghui order can only change their contracted spiritual beast once at each major realm due to the limitations of their spiritual energy. In contrast, those practicing the Fenyuan beast taming scripture cannot endure more than 1 instance of soul tearing within 2 major realms. In other words, a practitioner's contracted spiritual beast need not be the most loyal, but it must possess strength and the capacity for growth. Unfortunately, Jian Baisan is unaware of this. Before grasping any of these truths, she hastily bonded with an ordinary dog devoid of any abilities. Even though it has now acquired some of Jian Baisan's power, it remains feeble enough to be easily subdued by any combat class spiritual beast of the Gui level. Furthermore, it must remain bound to her until she reaches the Golden Core stage. At this juncture, after a series of trials, Jian Baisan has resolved not to pursue cultivation any further. She was cradling the large yellow dog, suppressing the discomfort in her head, making her way toward the back mountain, stepping cautiously, not to resolve any particular issue, but simply to encounter another living soul within this mountain after a frightful experience, to exchange a few words. If one were to draw a metaphor, perhaps Jian Baisan harbored a sentiment akin to that of a child awakened by a nightmare in the dead of night, compelled to seek out Qin Sang. She felt no urgency now, traversing the blue-violet woods as she had done that day, arriving at the edge of the pond. Gently parting the leaves before her, she leaned in to gaze within. Indeed, at the center of the pond, there lay a familiar orb of water, emanating a faint glow. However, it contained neither person nor fish. As she squeezed herself in and took a couple of steps, she discovered Luo Xiaoyu seated on a stone at the pond's edge, her hair cascading down, obscuring her features from Jian Baisan's view due to the foliage. The little cannonball fish was submerged in the water, appearing somewhat sullen. Noticing that Luo Xiaoyu's clothes were dry and bore no trace of moisture, Jian Baisan inquired, "Are you not cultivating today, senior brother?" Luo Xiaoyu replied, "I was just cultivating, but I grew weary and felt down, so I decided to sit here for a while." Jian Baisan moved closer, selecting a stone to sit upon. Placing the large yellow dog on her lap, Luo Xiaoyu turned to meet Jian Baisan's gaze and suddenly explained, "It was uncomfortable being damp, so I just dried myself." Jian Baisan had merely asked out of casual curiosity. Taken aback by Luo Xiaoyu's unexpected remark, she paused. Luo Xiaoyu also seemed to hesitate momentarily before naturally reiterating her initial question. "Why is junior sister not resting in her room at this hour, but instead has come here to find me?" Jian Baisan remarked. "Just now, De Huang suddenly collapsed. I intended to seek out my senior brother, but the distance is too great, and it would take me quite a while to reach him." Luo Xiaoyu cast a glance at Jian Baisan and then at De Huang, saying, "He is fine now. Listening to his breathing and heartbeat, he is quite healthy. How did you manage this?" Luo Xiaoyu appeared somewhat indifferent to the situation, yet Jian Baisan felt no sense of discord. Upon arriving, she noticed her senior brother sitting by the water's edge, his hair disheveled and head bowed, revealing his troubled state. She recalled her master mentioning that he had not made any progress for a long time. Perhaps his mood soured after practicing late into the night. "To give up on saving him like this, I cannot accept," Jian Baisan concluded, glancing at the still slumbering De Huang. Luo Xiaoyu sighed deeply, replying, "I am sorry." For a fleeting moment, Jian Baisan sensed that her senior brother's apology pertained to something beyond this incident, but the feeling was unfounded and quickly dissipated. She gently patted De Huang's head, saying, "It is all right. After all, De Huang is well now. If I had truly summoned you, perhaps De Huang would not have endured until then." Luo Xiaoyu acknowledged, "It was my oversight. I have my own little shell and neglected to send you a message. I will provide it to you now. That way, if you wish to find me, you need not traverse to the back mountain. A single talisman will suffice for me to know." Jian Baisan accepted the item, stating, "Senior brother, there is no need for self-reproach. one should manage their own affairs. Luo Xiaoyu remained silent for a moment before saying, I have never spoken of this to you. However, a cultivator can possess only one fateful spirit beast, and it cannot be exchanged for the time being. Chapter 21. There are only three, two of which are unfamiliar. Within the sect, only disciples who have reached the foundation establishment stage are entitled to select a magical beast from the spirit beast garden. Those magical beasts not chosen in time face immediate execution. Typically, these beasts serve as a crucial trump card for disciples in peril, wielded as both shield and decisive weapon in the final moments of confrontation. Jian Baisan remains oblivious to the significance of her fateful spirit beast. Her demeanor relaxed. Then I shall simply choose another beast when the time comes. Some of these magical creatures possess the ability to corrode artifacts with their physical forms, while others can bewilder cultivators with sound waves. The mightiest among them can stir winds with the flutter of a butterfly's wing or rend the fabric of space with a single claw of a raccoon spirit. Although these beasts are exceedingly difficult to control, when unleashed against foes, they prove to be more effective than most talismans. It would be splendid if she too could have the opportunity to possess a magical beast. Nevertheless, Jian Baisan harbors no regrets for having sacrificed her right to a fateful spirit beast to save De Huang. To her, if the path of cultivation is an inescapable destiny, then all her family, including De Huang, is something she must hold onto tightly, defying fate itself. That is where her heart resides. If she were still an ordinary person, she would have to watch De Huang depart, rendered powerless. Yet she is no longer an ordinary being. With newfound abilities, inaction is not an option. To refrain from action would betray her true desires. The entire ceiling of the Disciples' Hall appeared to be crafted from monochromatic white glass, through which the sun cast its rays, momentarily obstructed by several massive beams adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts. A singular beam of milky light descended, illuminating the very center of the grand hall. The circular stone originally placed in the middle for testing spiritual roots had been removed, replaced by an imposing rock tablet that towered 2 stories high and was as thick as a grown man's palm. This tablet was divided into 3 segments, each inscribed with 50 prominent names, totaling 150. The names in the top 3 positions gleamed with a radiant golden light, particularly striking in their brilliance. Jian Baisan tilted his head back, barely deciphering the 3 large characters at the very top, instinctively reading aloud, as nurtured by his senior brother. No, no, no. He stumbled on the second character, and the third eluded him as well. At that moment, a round-faced girl, her hair styled in twin buns, entered just as Jian Baisan was looking up. Noticing him and a dog on the ground, both gazing upwards, she approached, curiously following their gaze. Having been observing for quite some time, initially thinking there was something captivating above, she soon realized Jian Baisan seemed to be deciphering the characters. In total, there were 3 characters, of which he recognized neither of the first 2. The girl stretched her neck and, with a hint of exasperation, stated from behind. The 3 characters read as group ranking. Jian Baisan turned to nod in gratitude, replying, Thank you. I recall having learned the second character in the 1,000-character classic, but I accidentally forgot it. The girl stood in close proximity to Jian Baisan, and with a mere turn, she could almost perceive the sudden wave of fresh, dewy fragrance of grass and wood emanating from her. What did it matter if she was illiterate? Beauty was all that mattered. Starting today, Ji Dingxiang vowed to become her older sister's living dictionary. She needed to find an excuse to strike up a conversation. Little did Ji Dingxiang know that the so-called fragrance of grass and wood clinging to her sister was merely the scent of tree sap splattered from chopping wood, a smell that even washing could not eliminate. Jian Baisan, meanwhile, observed her junior sister as she turned, suddenly surveying her from head to toe, momentarily taken aback. A thought of a gender mix-up crossed her mind, and she took a cautious step back, clarifying, I am a woman, please do not be afraid. Yet, the girl lunged forward, grasping her hand, startling the large yellow dog. Sister, I am Ji Dingxiang, a newly initiated disciple. Do you know how to proceed from here? Jian Baisan replied earnestly, 3 months ago, Elder Gong did not provide me with much detail. Ji Dingxiang touched the calluses on her palm, speculating inwardly that her sister appeared to be a couple of years older, yet was also a newcomer, bearing such thick calluses. The most plausible conjecture was that she hailed from a humble background in the Pure Qi Prefecture, a tragic 5-element root, barely literate, who had diligently cultivated outside the door since her entry, finally accumulating enough points through her efforts in farming spiritual fields. After 3 years, she had finally been admitted to the inner sect. Jian Baishan watched as Ji Dingxiang's expression transformed unpredictably. Ji Dingxiang quickly coughed twice and said, "Sister, follow me." "I know the way," Jian Baishan replied. "Did you not just ask me a moment ago?" Ji Dingxiang explained. "It suddenly came to me that half a month ago, Elder Gong sent a notice through senior sister to each courtyard. Under the arrangement of Elder Shiyang, Jian Baishan did not go to the originally designated quarters for lower-ranking disciples, but rather to her senior brother's Little Fish Peak. However, starting tonight, she would be residing with her peers from this cohort. With this thought, she curiously inquired, "How many people are there in your courtyard?" Ji Dingxiang felt a pang of sympathy. She had heard that outer disciples shared a room with 2 individuals, making it quite cramped with 8 people per courtyard. She comforted, "Sister, in the inner courtyard, it's 3 people per courtyard, with each person having a small hall and a bedroom, while the dining room and kitchenette are shared. However, our courtyard only has 2 people. The other one is quite arrogant, looking down on others, particularly proud. I generally avoid her." Following Ji Dingxiang, Jian Baishan ascended to the 2nd floor of the disciples' hall and pushed open the northern door. Inside, all the disciples were chattering away. Upon seeing someone at the door, they instinctively turned to look. Although she had changed considerably over the past few months, her height distinctly surpassed that of the group of 8 or 9-year-olds. As a result, some who had been grouped with her during the spiritual root assessment immediately recognized her by her stature. A small boy gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Jian Baishan is here." As Ji Dingxiang struggled to comprehend the identity of the person before her, she witnessed her typically arrogant and domineering roommate, Xue Huai'er, dismissing several sycophantic followers with a wave of her hand. With a graceful leap that resembled a soaring swan, she landed effortlessly on the table, gritting her teeth as she confronted Ji Dingxiang. "Do you dare to approach me again?" Chapter 22. Who else could surpass me? It was, indeed, Xue Huai'er. Jian Baisan, perplexed, replied, "Aren't you the one approaching me?" Xue Huai'er's eyes blazed with fury, ready to retort, but Ji Dingxiang finally grasped the situation. "You are Jian Baisan?" Jian Baisan, appearing rather indifferent, acknowledged, "Yes. You are the one with the heavenly spirit root? The lightning element heavenly spirit root?" Only then did Ji Dingxiang realize the magnitude of her misunderstanding. She was not the pitiable cultivator of a mere 5 spirit roots as she had imagined. She was, without a doubt, the illustrious lightning element heavenly spirit root, Jian Baisan. No wonder she seemed indifferent about her living conditions. Rumors had long circulated that she was already the favored disciple of the Grand Elder, residing on the highest peak, unlike them who were confined to a lowly hill, sharing cramped dormitory quarters. Suddenly, Ji Dingxiang felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, prompting her to take a step back from Jian Baisan. In the realm of cultivation, those with formidable strength and extraordinary talent seldom wish to associate with ordinary individuals such as themselves, who were lackadaisical in their pursuit of cultivation. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw. Xue Huai'er, her train of thought interrupted, shot an irritable glare at Ji Dingxiang and chastised. "Is it necessary to ask such a foolish question? Do you feel discomfort if I am not allowed to speak?" Ji Dingxiang's lips moved slightly as she uttered a word of apology. Jian Baisan took a step to the right, blocking Xue Huaier's glare directed at Ji Dingxiang. "You need not apologize to her," he stated. Xue Huaier replied, "What do you mean?" Jian Baisan, feeling a stir of anger within, bluntly responded, "I mean nothing. If you are willing to compensate me with elixirs and offer that girl spirit stones, I actually think you are quite a decent person. However, every time we meet, you either resort to violence or insults. Here, no one is your subordinate. Could you refrain from such behavior in the future?" Having been pampered since childhood, Xue Huaier was aware of her fiery temperament, yet no one had ever suggested she change. She was momentarily taken aback. You dare to reprimand me? Why should I care about your feelings?" In other words, although Jian Baisan stood only a notch above her, the disparity in their spiritual power and swordsmanship was far greater than mere levels. Over the past few months, Jian Baisan had grasped the fundamental truth of the cultivation world. Strength is paramount. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Baisan stated, "Because I am stronger than you." Xue Huaier gritted her teeth defiantly. "Let me see just how strong you are." With that, she swiftly drew her sword from her waist and charged forward. This time, Jian Baisan did not merely defend as he had previously. In an instant, the crowd beheld a blur as Jian Baisan gripped the hilt of his sword, propelled himself powerfully off the ground, and surged ahead. Xue Huaier, caught off guard, barely had time to react before the back of Jian Baisan's short sword struck forcefully against the edge of her blade. She felt an overwhelming force surging through her arm, and the sword she had tightly grasped slipped from her grasp and was sent flying. Just the last time, it had been she who disarmed Jian Baishan. Jian Baishan had been well prepared. With remarkable agility, she caught the hilt of the sword with her free left hand, preventing it from flying off and injuring her fellow disciples. Meanwhile, her right hand was not idle. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the back of her blade transformed into its sharp edge. Poised a mere 3 inches away from Xue Huayer's vulnerable throat, Xue Huayer stood frozen, feeling a chilling sensation at her neck, too fearful to move. Jian Baishan showed no intention of making things difficult for her. She swiftly sheathed her sword and returned the weapon to Xue Huayer, stating, "I have told you, I am stronger than you." Xue Huayer gritted her teeth, retorting, "I possess countless talismans and artifacts bestowed upon me by my parents. Do not think that just because you can best my sword, you can overcome my treasures." Jian Baishan replied with calm confidence, "I shall train until the day I surpass all of your artifacts." With that, she sheathed her sword. Silence enveloped the gathering of disciples. None dared to speak. Everyone was aware of the extreme arrogance of the newcomer, the young lady of the Xue family, yet they felt powerless to voice their discontent. One of her parents was a golden core cultivator, albeit an independent practitioner without a sect, but their extensive dealings with the medicine pavilion had amassed them a fortune in spirit stones. To their astonishment, Jian Baishan dared to confront her. A silent admiration surged among the onlookers. Was this the confidence that came with possessing a heavenly spirit root? Even Xue Huayer's entourage began to waver. How could one's family strength compare to personal prowess? If one could ally with Jian Baishan, who knows? They might just become acquainted with future nascent soul or even transformation god powerhouses. Just as silence enveloped the crowd and thoughts swirled, the door swung open once more, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man. His head was so bald that even a crown could not rest upon it. He simply tied a cloth strip around what little hair remained, presenting a somewhat comical and disheveled appearance. The assembly remained motionless, their gazes shifting toward Jian Baisan. Jian Baisan, taken aback, glanced around before making his way to Ji Dingxiang, where he settled at the edge. Consequently, the others found their own places to sit. Without a doubt, the foremost and central position was accorded to Xue Huayer. However, as soon as Jian Baisan took his seat, Ji Dingxiang unexpectedly shifted to the other side. The man at the front, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding dynamics, spoke. "I am your teaching elder and also your senior brother. My surname is Sun. My given name is Sun Guanho. You may refer to me as Mr. Sun or Elder Sunday. You all present are the new disciples, part of this latest cohort. My lectures will be held only from the hour of Chun to the hour of Si each morning, spanning a mere 3 months. During the first month, I will impart knowledge concerning the realm of cultivation and the art of beast taming. In the following 2 months, I will teach the sect's technique, Tong Hui Ling afterward. Elder Gong Ling will escort you to the Spirit Beast Garden to select your spirit beasts, under her guidance for training in beast taming." He continued, "First and foremost, you have likely already noticed what I am about to mention." Elder Sun gestured towards the door, indicating a notice board. The top low-tier disciple is Gue Liang. The top mid-tier disciple is Qian Quan. The foremost disciple of the advanced tier, Jinin Yu. The rankings displayed on this prestigious board reflect the standings of disciples in the sect's grand competition. The 3 individuals I just mentioned represent the most formidable practitioners of their respective tiers within the sect. Their names are well known to every elder, and they shall receive the finest resources for cultivation. Among them, the leader of the advanced disciples possesses the privilege to become a member of the sect's elders at any time of her choosing. These 3 tiers refer to the low-tier disciples, mid-tier disciples, and advanced disciples. The low-tier disciples comprise all outer disciples and those inner disciples below the 6th level of Qi refinement. Mid-tier disciples are classified as those at the 6th level of Qi refinement up to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The advanced disciples are those above the foundation establishment level. You may wonder what benefits come from ascending this ranking. Aside from being prominently displayed on the grand stone for all to admire daily or being recognized by the elders as a leader, for now, I cannot divulge further details. After class today, I have a small gift for you, along with a modest assignment to present. Having aroused everyone's curiosity, Elder Sun turned to recount the history of the cultivation realm, beginning with the low martial era from countless years ago. During that time, spiritual energy was scarce, and humans contended with beasts. Historical evidence suggests that even the strongest practitioners of that age barely reached the foundation establishment level, as humanity's power structure was unprecedentedly reinforced, a social dynamic that still resonates in the current Great Wilderness continent. Subsequently, a cataclysmic event in the central continent unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, leading to the most tumultuous yet innovative era of martial prosperity. In those times, the nascent soul stage marked the threshold of cultivation, with ascending to higher realms being a rare privilege, akin to 1 in 1,000. The great vehicle traverses the land. Yet the transformation of spirits pales in comparison to that of a dog. Countless techniques and martial arts that are currently circulated were conceived during this tumultuous period. Concurrently, factions engaged in relentless strife, with slaughter becoming an everyday occurrence. Desolate stretches of land lay barren for miles, until a small continent was plunged into chaos by the clashes of hundreds of scattered immortals, ultimately drawing the attention of the true immortals. The true immortals, relying on the density of spiritual energy, established barriers across the continent, particularly fortifying the outermost layer to protect the mortals. Should a cultivator attempt to cross this barrier from a high-density spiritual energy region, they would temporarily lose their spiritual energy, their internal organs thrown into disarray, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter for weeks, thereby preventing cultivators from preying upon and enslaving mortals. Similarly, mortals lacking cultivation cannot breach this invisible wall unless aided by a cultivator. Furthermore, the barriers between states and realms essentially lock the concentration of spiritual energy within each domain, yet they do not serve as obstructions. Rather, they are designed to prevent high-level cultivators from wreaking havoc in regions densely populated by lower-level practitioners. The chaotic continent has since evolved into what is now known as the Kijian realm, a testament to the illustrious achievements of countless great beings from times long past. Jin Bison finally comprehended the frailty of the elder Shiyang from that era, who seemed so feeble, perpetually vomiting, and looking emaciated. It was not pretense after all. Additionally, she observed many around her extracting paper and pens from their storage spaces, fervently taking notes, while she stood empty-handed, receiving several discreet glares from Elder Sun, which left her feeling rather awkward. After a painstaking wait until nearly the hour of the snake, Elder Sun flicked his wrist, and a white mark appeared on the back of everyone's hand in an instant. On Jian Bison's hand, a black mark overlapped with a white one. As the crowd exchanged glances, Elder Sun proclaimed, "The Disciples' Hall is built upon the spiritual spring. The rooms on the first floor are accessible to the low-level disciples who may visit the spiritual spring. The first and second underground levels are designated for intermediate and advanced disciples, respectively. What advantages does cultivating in the spiritual spring offer? You shall soon experience it for yourselves. The pass I present to you grants access to the second underground level for a duration of 3 hours." Elder Sun, with hands clasped behind his back, smiled and remarked, "This is my modest gift to you. However, I recommend that you visit during the evening. Furthermore, I have assigned you a task. The Longmen Tower serves as the repository for our sect's martial arts techniques and various texts. I require each of you to select a martial skill of your choice today. Remember its name and the points required, and inform me of your selection by tomorrow." With that, Elder Sun ambled away. Jian Bison glanced at her hands, curiosity piqued. After some contemplation, she resolved to disregard Elder Sun's suggestion and first experience the benefits of the spiritual spring for herself. She initially intended to invite Ji Dixiang, but noticed that Ji Dixiang had already departed with a portion of the crowd following Elder Sun's exit. With a swift wave of her hands, a black void appeared on the ground, creating an entrance. The elder declared, 3 hours. Exceed that, and it will cost you 30 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jian Bison placed the large yellow object atop her head and descended the high staircase into the dimly lit second underground level. This area was markedly different from the serene first underground level. Before her feet could touch the ground, she heard a voice, somewhat furtive in tone, exclaim, "A service free from deceit. Our drying service expertly controls the flames, ensuring that you emerge from the spiritual spring invigorated and free from the astonished gazes of your peers." Once, merely 1 spirit stone was required for 6 attempts, while 50 attempts could be bundled for a mere 40 spirit stones. Jian Bison stood upon the ground, and upon turning her head, a figure came soaring towards her, riding on a sword. Upon closer inspection, she was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, has a dog sprouted atop your head, fellow cultivator?" Jian Baisan removed the large yellow dog from her head and inquired, "Why the need for drying?" Before her stood a young man, slender in stature, with an air reminiscent of a furtive demeanor, his hair subtly tinged with red. Upon noticing her, his eyes gleamed with recognition. A chi refining. "Junior sister? I don't recall your presence before. Did Elder Sun send you here?" Jian Baisan nodded earnestly, though she remained perplexed as to why her minor task required the assistance of others. She expressed her gratitude to this senior brother and entered a room. The young man plopped down upon his sword at the doorway, fixating on the entrance Jian Baisan had just entered, and with a self-satisfied grin remarked, "Fortunately, it is today that I am here to earn spirit stones. Otherwise, this junior sister would have faced misfortune." At that moment, a door swung open, and a swaying cultivator staggered out, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. Upon spotting the young man, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a lifeline. He promptly produced a spirit stone and tossed it towards him, exclaiming, "Monkey, help me." The young man, grinning, deftly caught the spirit stone with both hands and called out, "Here I come." He then urged his sword towards the distressed cultivator. Despite being drenched, not a single drop of water dripped from him. The moisture clung to his skin like an impermeable membrane, making it appear as though even breathing was a struggle. The young man chuckled, "You've been here for quite some time, haven't you? The way of the cultivator. Indeed, I have been practicing inside for nearly a day." The monkey rubbed its palms together, let out a shout, and placed its hands against the sleeves, channeling vital energy. Suddenly, a pure red flame erupted, swirling around its body for several circles. After at least 10 breaths, the moisture on the man's body finally dried. The cultivator shook off his garments, expressed gratitude to the monkey, and departed. As Jian Baisan entered, De Huang followed closely behind. Just as he closed the door and turned around, he was astonished by the scene before him. What was this so-called spiritual spring? It was nothing short of a miniature waterfall. Chapter 24. Double standards. This stone chamber for cultivation was not large, yet it soared to an impressive height, estimated to be over 10 feet. The entire chamber appeared seamless, with the stone walls smoothed and polished as if sculpted by water. About 1/3 of the way up from the ground, there was a diminutive stone platform for cultivation, situated right within the waterfall. However, this was no ordinary waterfall. It consisted of 2 torrents, one cascading downward and the other surging upward, converging at the stone platform. In defiance of logic, the waters joined slowly at their meeting point. Jian Baisan summoned his strength and leapt onto the platform, feeling as though his entire being was immersed in the swiftly flowing water, sending chills down his spine. After acclimatizing for a moment, he closed his eyes to focus on his breathing. Yet, as he released to absorb, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body from the water, causing a sharp pain in his dantian. If typical cultivation could be likened to pouring water from a basin into a vessel, this experience was akin to being filled from a vast vat. The quantity of energy flowing in was beyond comparison to what one might encounter externally, in a whirlwind of rapid movement. Jian Baisan felt as though her very body were being accelerated through time. She could even hear the resonant sound of her bones swiftly absorbing spiritual energy, growing increasingly firm, as if her entire being were visibly transforming into a bastion of strength. The spiritual energy within her dantian swelled quickly, and she found herself instinctively directing this energy outward to alleviate the pressure building within. With a flicker of violet lightning, the once transparent spiritual spring above her transformed into a vivid purple hue, enveloping her in a tempest of thunder and lightning, yet she remained blissfully content. Amidst the sound of flowing water, Jian Baisan heard a distinct crack as her dantian expanded, the spiritual energy undergoing a process of refinement and concentration. This was a breakthrough initially anticipated to take several months to achieve at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Yet here, in this spiritual spring, it had transpired in merely a few hours. Jian Baisan was uncertain how much time had truly passed, though she estimated it to be around 3 hours. Filled with excitement, she resolved to leap from the stone platform, eager to conclude her training for the day. However, the moment she stepped away from the spiritual spring, she was beset by an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and plummeted into the pool below, startling De Huang, who widened his eyes in surprise and attempted to tug at her sleeve with his mouth, trying to pull her free. Yet, despite possessing half her strength, De Huang soon realized he was unable to budge her. Slowly, Jian Baisan propped herself up from the ground, only to discover that the once gentle waters had transformed into an oppressive force, wrapping around her like a heavy shroud, with not a single drop able to escape. It felt as though the water had ensnared her feet, rendering any attempt to lift them a strenuous endeavor. No wonder that senior apprentice was specifically helping with drying at the entrance. This is essentially money that only those with fire spirit roots can earn. Jian Bison opened the door and grudgingly shuffled out. Before she could even speak, that senior apprentice rushed over like a whirlwind. "How do you feel, junior sister?" Jian Bison found it difficult even to speak. The senior apprentice rubbed his hands together, chuckled, and with his hands hovering around her shoulders, a ring of flames emerged. After several breaths, he had dried her off. Without the spring below stimulating it, you can't absorb the spirit energy in this water. You can only be enveloped by it here. Everyone jokingly calls it the entangling suitor spring. Even the most steadfast woman fears a persistent suitor. If you don't dry off. It's not really a problem, but it's just inconvenient to move around. It won't dry in less than 2 hours, and it doesn't look good to go out like that. Oh, that senior apprentice withdrew his hands, glanced at Jian Baisan, and laughed. Junior sister has even broken through. Come again next time, spread the word. And I'll give you a discount. Jian Baisan was somewhat grateful, expressed her thanks, and asked, "What is your name, senior apprentice?" This thin senior apprentice waved his hand and said, "Don't call me senior apprentice. I'm earning your money. Just call me Hoer." Hoer was taken aback, thinking that this junior sister spoke as stiffly as a block of wood. When Jian Baisan went to the first floor of the disciples' hall, she felt that climbing the stairs was much easier, and she could be described as refreshed and invigorated. She paid for the extra half hour and still missed the spirit spring on the second underground floor, which made her heart itch. If she could cultivate there continuously, she might be able to break through qi refining and directly reach foundation establishment within 5 years. Jian Baisan, with the large yellow dog atop his head, hesitated momentarily before inquiring of the old man. "May I ask what other means are available to qualify for training on the second underground level?" The old man merely flicked his eyelids, not even raising his head, and replied, "Is your name among the top 3 on the low-level disciple ranking?" Jian Bison responded, "No." The old man, seeking a lesser alternative, asked, "Is your name on the list at all?" The large yellow dog shook its head. The old man then lowered his eyelids once more, dismissing her with silence. After waiting a while longer, Jian Baisan, seeing his unwillingness to speak, reluctantly set down the large yellow dog and departed. By now, it was afternoon, and the crowd seemed to have thickened, many brushing past her, evidently heading towards the underground spiritual spring for cultivation. Jian Baisan had taken only a few steps when she heard the same old man again exclaiming with exaggerated enthusiasm, "You girl, you've come. How long do you intend to stay this time?" Was it truly possible for someone to stay as long as they wished? A cool and restrained female voice responded, "Thank you, elder. This time, I plan to cultivate for a month." Suddenly, the sound of bottles clinking echoed from that direction, followed by the old man's voice. "A whole month? How diligent. What will others do, then? I've prepared some condensation pills for you. Take them. Take them." Jian Baisan turned in surprise, just in time to witness the gatekeeper old man rudely pulling aside other waiting disciples, allowing the Inu girl to proceed first. Jian Baisan remarked to the large yellow dog, "That name sounds somewhat familiar." The large yellow dog barked softly, and through their spiritual bond, Jian Baisan recalled where she had heard that name before. The visage of Elder Kong materialized before her. The name he mentioned earlier today was none other than hers. The esteemed leader of the advanced disciples, Jin Inu. No wonder the elder displayed such attentiveness. It is indeed the privilege accorded to the head of the advanced disciples. Chapter 25. Iron Birch Hand. By the time Jian Baisan and her companions arrived at the Longmen Tower, as mentioned by Elder Sun, her thoughts remained preoccupied with the matter of the spiritual spring. The nomenclature of Longmen Tower was derived from the legend of the carp leaping over the dragon gate, evoking fond memories of Luo Xiaoyu and the Little Cannon. As a low-ranking disciple, Jian Baisan was permitted to choose from the first and second floors. The higher the rank of the disciple, the more levels they could access. She contemplated the type of technique she wished to acquire. Currently, she was practicing the Green Leopard Blade Manual, so she surmised that weaponry was no longer a necessity. Such skills, when practiced less frequently, could be refined to greater perfection. Da Huang was her spiritual beast, yet due to its size limitations, it could not protect her upper body, as she was accustomed to wielding a blade. Channeling thunderous energy through her hands, her arms were of utmost importance. If possible, she hoped to discover a defensive martial art, ideally one that could also enhance her arm strength. Amidst a plethora of manuals including Chuyun Palm and Minor Capture, she sifted through the collection, ultimately selecting the thinnest and most inconspicuous iron birch hand from the depths of a corner bookshelf. These tomes could be opened for the first 5 pages. Thereafter, one would need to expend points to borrow them. However, Jin Bison understood after reading just a few pages that this technique was merely an advanced yellow-tier martial art focused primarily on strengthening the palms themselves. Once perfected, when executing this technique, the surface of her hands could become as hard as iron, capable of withstanding ordinary blades, while her bones and tendons would possess a resilience akin to sinews, impervious to typical force. Nonetheless, this practice could only enhance the strength of the palms without imparting any extraordinary palm techniques or directly augmenting combat abilities, rendering it somewhat redundant as a physical enhancement skill. Another reason for her choice was the abundance of illustrations in the book, making it visually engaging. Jian Baisan selected this martial art without even ascending to the second floor. The elderly gatekeeper at the entrance bore no resemblance to the previous disciple's guardian, yet his demeanor was strikingly similar. Upon noticing the book in her hands, he inquired from a distance, "What level is it?" Jian Baisan replied, "Advanced yellow tier." The old man, with a weary tone, stated, "For an advanced yellow tier, borrowing it will cost you 50 points for a year." It was no wonder Elder Sun merely instructed them to note the desired techniques, as it was clear he anticipated that none could afford the requisite points. As she approached, the old man took the book from Jian Baisan, leafing through it before asking, "Where did you find this?" Jian Baisan answered, "It was right there in the bookshelf." The elder raised his gaze, a newcomer, so audacious as to attempt physical training? "You would fare better selecting an iron-armored beast for your endeavors." Jian Baisan replied, "I already have a spirit beast." The old man's interest piqued. "You acquired a spirit beast within 3 months of entry? Let me see it." Jian Baishan pointed towards the door where her loyal dog, De Huang, patiently awaited her. "It is him," she said. The old man, seemingly unperturbed, replied, "If your master were to learn of this, he would surely not impose a light punishment." Jian Baishan responded with sincerity, "I am indifferent to the punishment. However, he is gravely ill, and I wish to prevent his demise." The old man slowly set down his book and gazed at her intently. After a moment, he suddenly rose, grasped her arm, wrist, and hand, and remarked, "This girl possesses a bit of strength. In truth, if you desire this technique, I could allow you to take it today, for I am the author of this very method." Jian Baishan expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." The old man, noticing her failure to grasp the crux of the matter, widened his eyes in irritation and exclaimed, "Is that all you have to say? Merely a thank you?" Jian Baishan elaborated, "Thank you, senior. I shall diligently cultivate my skills and not squander your goodwill." "Why?" he retorted. "What do you mean, why? It is difficult to practice. Do you think those who train in the Little Willow Cave are fools, merely playing around? You delicate beings have endured no hardship whatsoever, yet you wish to begin with the training of your limbs. It could very well break you. However, today, not only will I bestow this upon you, but I will also provide the ingredients for the medicinal concoction mentioned in the book. Return to me in a month for an assessment. Should you succeed, then a year hence, you may present me with these 50 points. Should you fail, you must not only return my points and the herbs, but also compensate me with 500 spirit stones for my wine expenses." What began as a mere borrowing of a book has turned into a forced transaction. Jian Baishan calmly replied, "I can also wait until I have sufficient points to borrow it." The old man shook his finger at her and suddenly broke into a grin, revealing his few remaining yellowed teeth. "Little rascal, I've told you we are destined to meet. Since I've spoken up today, you shall take this iron birch hand, whether you want it or not." Upon hearing the threat, Jian Baisan's heart fluttered, and she instinctively took a cautious step back, her hands subtly moving toward the hilt of her knife. The old man cast her a dismissive glance, chuckling derisively, "Don't stretch out your sneaky claws to grasp that knife. With your mere third-tier chi refining skills, you couldn't even scratch my hair. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." Jian Baisan, undeterred by his words, decided to give it a shot without hesitation. She shifted her stance, drawing her knife in a flash, unleashing her strongest strike, the blue leopard's fierce slash. One stroke aimed at the neck, another at the waist. Yet, the old man neither dodged nor flinched. Amidst the fierce wind generated by the sharp blade, his posture remained unchanged. Once the 2 strikes were executed, Jian Baisan stood there, somewhat dazed. For the old man had indeed proven true to his word. She hadn't even grazed him. making her appear as a diminutive menace attempting to strike a giant steel tower with her slender scythes. Even the sound of the blade meeting his skin was a dull metallic thud. The old man rubbed his neck, appearing slightly surprised. That was quite painful, but you certainly can't harm me. Jin Baisan raised her gaze to see him effortlessly twist his wrist, his flesh contorting as he flipped his hand over with ease. A master indeed. Outside, the sky had darkened, and 2 rows of hexagonal, bagua-patterned ground lights had ignited, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, a girl extended her hand to block her path and hurriedly inquired, "Are you Jin Baisan?" Jin Baisan nodded slightly. The girl pressed a badge into her hand and exclaimed, "This is your disciple badge. I am the senior sister responsible for escorting you to the disciple dormitory. I am so glad to have finally found you." Jin Baisan mounted the senior sister's sword, and they journeyed to the disciple peak, ultimately stopping at the foot of a small peak in the east. After speaking, the girl hurried away. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Jin Baisan gazed upward at the small peak. Although it was diminutive, with the moon partially obscured by taller peaks, it boasted numerous courtyards adorned with a splendid array of orange streetlights and stone steps leading to the summit. Even from this vantage point, she could hear faint voices drifting down from the peak, catch glimpses of flickering lights in the courtyards, and even scent the tantalizing aroma of food being prepared. It hardly resembled a celestial mountain. Rather, it felt akin to the ordinary world. Jin Baisan turned her gaze higher, straining her neck until she finally beheld the summit of the highest peak, Little Fish Peak, emanating an unspoken tranquility, reflecting a hue of blue and violet that seemed to belong solely to the realm of flora under the moonlight. Chapter 26. Such beautiful hands. Jin Baisan stared for a long while before gradually ascending the mountain. Luo Xiaoyu, usually jovial and carefree, always gave Jin Baisan the instinctive impression that he harbored something within him, a weight that pressed heavily upon his heart, suffocating him. As Jin Baisan walked along, she noticed that the small courtyards were largely identical, each with walls of glutinous rice paste, roofs covered with small green tiles, and 2 swaying lanterns hanging at the entrance. In a certain quaint courtyard, there exists an element of creativity. Some have adorned their doors with images of unknown deities, while others have replaced the standard lanterns with whimsical rabbit lamps and octagonal palace lanterns. One courtyard even boasts 5 live bats hanging upside down at its entrance, symbolizing the arrival of 5 blessings. As the bats fluttered their wings, Jin Baisan was nearly startled into drawing his sword. The courtyard numbered 62. As mentioned by his senior sister, is of the most ordinary variety, lacking any decorations on its door. Jin Baisan glanced upwards and noticed 2 disciple plaques embedded in the courtyard wall. As he nonchalantly inserted his own plaque, he cast a casual glance at his future cohabitant. The door swung open, and upon reading the name, he hesitated, feeling reluctant to enter. Just then, the sound of the door attracted the attention of those inside. "Who is it? Why can you open our door?" Jin Baisan. Standing behind the door were Shui Huayer and Ji Dingxiang. Neither of them expected that Jin Baisan would be their 3rd housemate. After exchanging greetings, his first inquiry was about where food could be found. Generally, practitioners of the way of cultivation can go months without food upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, and those who attain the golden core stage completely forego the need to eat. Consequently, some qi refinement stage cultivators often regard eating as a mundane affair, substituting meals with fasting pills in their quest to achieve a state of consuming the wind and drinking dew, free from worldly taint. To their surprise, this celestial root, Jin Baisan, was indeed in search of a meal. Jin Baisan glanced into the small kitchen and discovered that the flint, pots, firewood, wooden spoons, and chopsticks had all been meticulously provided by the sect. Beside them sat a jar of chicken fat, a container of coarse salt, and a small bag of pepper, regrettably untouched. In her storage ring, apart from the items gifted by her senior brother, the only provisions she had were a packet of fried peanuts and a bag of lard lotus seed pastries that her senior brother had bought but left unfinished. The unused pot was just right for her practice of the iron birch hand. Ultimately, Jin Baisan poured the peanuts onto a plate, intending to make do with them. She shared some with Ji Dingxiang and was about to inquire about Miss Shui when she noticed Shui Huayer standing nearby. Her gaze a mixture of curiosity and caution as she scrutinized the table. Jin Baisan exclaimed, "Peanuts? Haven't you ever tried them?" Even Ji Dingxiang regarded her with bemusement. Shui Huayer's expression stiffened as she retorted, "Do you think everyone shares your insatiable appetite?" Jin Baisan thought this was quite the improvement. No sword drawn this time. so she simply offered the plate and chopsticks, succinctly stating, "They taste rather good. Do give them a try." Despite her feigned disdain, Shui Huier ate several. Ji Dingxiang felt her initial apprehension towards Jian Baisan Wang. Sensing that the person before her was quite different from the one who had drawn her sword earlier, exuding a certain warmth. The next morning, before the rooster crowed, Ji Dingxiang arose from her bed and stepped out of her room, casting a glance at the small kitchen. In the modest kitchen, a wood fire crackled beneath a large pot, which simmered with an unknown concoction, releasing a pungent herbal aroma that wafted upward in a billow of steam, clearly indicating a considerable heat. Beside the pot, her yellow dog gingerly held a ladle of cool water in its mouth, evidently poised to douse the cauldron at any moment. Jian Baisan stood resolutely before the stove. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her jaw and lifted her elegant, slender hand, plunging it into the boiling pot. Ji Dingxiang disregarded any thoughts of distancing herself from the heavenly roots to avoid unnecessary troubles, her mind blank. She rushed over and yanked Jian Baisan's hand from the searing pot, nearly in tears. "What are you doing? That pot is scalding. You could get burned." Jian Baisan, her palm slowly channeling the thunderous spiritual energy according to her technique, freed herself from Ji Dingxiang's grasp and reinserted her hand into the pot. Turning to offer reassurance, "It's fine, do not worry about me. This is a part of my training." "Training? What kind of training involves immersing one's hand in boiling water?" Jian Baisan clarified. "This is an herbal brew. The technique consists of 2 phases. The first is to harmonize with the medicinal essence to forge iron-like bones. The second is to explore the properties of crushed stones, cultivating the resilience akin to that of bulrushes." Shui Huier, having appeared at some point, was still clad in her golden-threaded silk robe, unaltered from her earlier attire. Observing Jian Baisan, she unexpectedly asserted with unusual certainty, "You won't be able to endure this. It will ruin your hand." Jian Baisan replied, "This technique, whether I want to or not, I must practice. If I fail to master it, I will owe 500 spirit stones, a sum I cannot afford to repay." Shui Huier scoffed, "Then I shall await your failure." Having spoken, he turned and departed. Chapter 27. Were you involved in a pyramid scheme? When Elder Sun entered today, he discovered that the disciples were even more fervently gathered around Jian Baisan than they had been the previous day. He had heard the sounds of conflict and argument from within the door yesterday, and, while reflecting on the impetuousness of youth, he patiently waited for the tumult to subside before tidying his hair and pushing the door open, feigning ignorance. Upon entering, he indeed saw the young lady of the Shui family glaring furiously at Jian Baisan, clearly miffed by the recent prominence of this newly recognized prodigy. The other disciples, too, were fixated on Jian Baisan, their eyes ablaze with fervor and envy, akin to a flower pot that had just been watered, the excess moisture threatening to spill over. He sighed inwardly, recognizing their youthful naivety. It was unwise to idolize and gravitate towards someone solely based on innate talent. He recalled how many years ago his sister had admired the last prodigy of their sect, the Copper Crane, insisting on following him down the mountain. Convinced that her companionship would win his heart and secure her as his partner. Despite all his efforts to dissuade her, she remained resolute. Just 2 months after her descent, he received the tragic news that her life lamp had extinguished, while the Copper Crane's lamp still burned brightly. Frantically, he rushed out with her portrait, inquiring of numerous people. Yet the directions provided were bewildering. His sister's appearance was so unremarkable that she could easily be lost in a crowd. And even her spirit beast was merely an inconspicuous bee. Who could possibly remember her? After a frenzied year of searching, he had yet to determine the path she had taken. In the end, his hatred faded into a profound despair. Each day, the memory of him resurfaces, akin to gazing upon a stark white wall adorned with a distant, rusted nail, from which hangs a faded portrait of his sister. Sun Guanho presents a strained smile to his fellow disciples, yet within his heart, it feels as though another nail has been driven into that white wall. The phantom hammer dulling his mind with its relentless ache. This murderer cannot possibly be an enemy of the 2 siblings. Their lowly cultivation prevents them from provoking someone of such formidable strength. The only conceivable adversary lies with the Copper Crane. Of course, the most disheartening possibility is that Copper Crane himself is the culprit. He dares not dwell on this notion, for Copper Crane is the son of the sect leader. In an effort to one day converse with the leader, he fervently cultivates, transcribes talismans, copies techniques, and undertakes tasks to accumulate points, ultimately rising to the position of an elder instructor despite his modest abilities. Yet, On the very day he received his elder insignia, the sect leader withdrew into seclusion. He must simply continue to exist in this manner until yesterday's encounter with the youthful and naive face of Jian Baisan jolted him into the realization that he had glimpsed his own visage in the basin of water. How had he grown so old? Now, as he observes the throng of disciples gathered around Jian Baisan, an overwhelming sense of desolation washes over him. They remain oblivious to the fact that proximity to Jian Baisan does not guarantee an embrace of future glory. It may just as easily lead to a swifter demise. Yet, he cannot voice these thoughts. He steps through the door, instructing all to take their seats, casting a sidelong glance at Jian Baisan, only to discover that she is clad in a robe ill-suited for martial practice, her hands resting within the sleeves, as countless individuals bow before her. Yet she offers no return of courtesy. As Jian Baisan awaited elder son's arrival, a sense of relief washed over her. Her companions greeted her with respectful bows. Yet her hands throbbed with pain, rendering them too weary to lift. Fearing that her crimson hands might alarm her peers, she discreetly concealed them within her sleeves, offering apologies while attributing her discomfort to an injury. Now, she fixed her gaze upon the few wispy strands of hair dancing atop the elder's forehead. Swiftly maneuvering to sit beside the one she felt closest to, Ji Dingxiang, and her heart brimmed with gratitude for Elder Sunday. Today, the elder elucidated the intricate circumstances of the various realms within the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Ji Dingxiang diligently transcribed notes in a small notebook, while Jian Baisan, seated with her hands tucked away, listened intently. She felt a pang of inadequacy for not taking notes, observing her classmates. It was clear that note-taking was a fundamental skill in the academy. However, Jian Baisan found herself at a disadvantage. Firstly, her injured hand hindered her ability to write. And secondly, although she recognized a fair number of characters, her literacy remained unrefined. The task of swiftly transcribing the elder's teachings seemed insurmountable. Elder Sun nodded approvingly and called upon another named Zhuixie, who chose a manual on flying needles and concealed weapons, explaining her intention to select a poisonous spirit beast in the future to complement her studies. Though this manual was not classified as a weapon, it came at a considerable cost of 50 points. Xue Huaier, ambitious and discerning, opted for an advanced sword manual, 12 Swords of Duoluo, which required a staggering 140 points. Elder Sun did not inquire about Jian Baisan's selection. After surveying the others, he proudly declared that, in addition to martial techniques, there were various talismans, elixirs, and even weapons or magical beasts that could be exchanged for points, enhancing one's strength. This is the true utility of points. Do not be mistaken when selecting spirit beasts. It is not you who chooses the spirit beast, but rather the spirit beast that chooses you. As one's strength increases, so too does the allure of more formidable spirit beasts. Do not be deceived by the current desires that seem unattainable. These treasures are within your grasp. If you claim that your family lacks spirit stones or does not hail from a sect of cultivation, fret not. Within the confines of the sect, all resources for cultivation are earned through your own endeavors. The grand elder of our sect, known as the Serpent Sun Elder, entered the sect as a mere penniless youth. Yet through his own perseverance, he has ascended to become a formidable golden elixir cultivator, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. The disciples below stirred noticeably. In the realm of Chuyuan, the golden elixir stage represents a threshold only the strong may cross. It is the aspiration of every Qi refining disciple. The golden elixir signifies a sect elder, one who commands the winds and rain, and marks the beginning of longevity and the primordial path. Who does not yearn for such an achievement? Who remains unmoved? Among those present, few, like Xue Huaier, possess the familial wealth to elevate their offspring to the golden elixir stage. Yet now they have learned that a path to advancement lies within reach. Elder Sun surveyed the assembly with satisfaction and continued, outside, spirit stones equate to currency. Within the sect, however, it is the points that hold true value. What is the significance of the uncommon rankings, you ask? Allow me to enlighten you. Those who ascend the uncommon rankings are indeed extraordinary individuals. Therefore, low-ranking disciples who achieve a place on the uncommon rankings can exchange their standing for access to the underground spirit springs, increase their monthly stipend based on their rank, and earn points. Should you find yourself at the top of the list, Elder Sun chuckled, then you may reside in the underground spirit springs for as long as you desire. The sect will eagerly provide you with profound grade artifacts and fourth grade elixirs. and the points you earn in a month would be sufficient to acquire a copy of the 12 Swords of Duochuo. Moreover, there is delightful news to share with you. The summit of Jinping serves as the arena for disciples to engage in combat. There, should you vanquish those listed, you may take their place. The onlookers, whether possessing dual, triple, or quadruple spiritual roots, exhibited a ravenous glint akin to that of wolves. The sole exception was Jian Baisan, the one with a singular celestial root. Though she too felt a surge of excitement, the pain in her hands dulled her spark, leaving her eyes brimming only with tears of anguish. Chapter 28. Braised tendons and bones. Where do you hail from? I come from Chuyuan Prefecture. Ji Dingxiang replied languidly, while seated on a small stool in the courtyard. Her feet pointed towards the gate, as if poised to flee at any moment. Within the confines of Courtyard 62, an unusual aroma lingered in the air. It was a blend of firewood and meat. Yet, to describe it merely as the scent of meat would be misleading. It resembled the odor of raw flesh being sliced, intermingled with a potent, fresh metallic tang of blood. Simultaneously, a heavy, bitter medicinal scent emanated from the small kitchen, sweeping through the courtyard like a tempest. Dingxiang, you simply cannot. Jian Baisan felt as though the iron pot, the stove, and even the large yellow dog had faded from her view, leaving her in a dizzying haze. Before she could wipe the sweat from her brow, it had already seeped back into her eyes, rendering her unable to open them. Perhaps, she mused, not being able to see the pot was a stroke of good fortune after all. She finally managed to squeeze out the muffled half-sentence. Say a few more words. Jian Baisan remained silent. After a moment, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. The clever De Huang, realizing that the temperature was excessively hot, almost boiling, hastily tilted the ladle in its mouth, pouring in a bit of cold water. Then, it deftly scooped another ladle from the vat, waiting patiently. Ji Dingxiang, unable to tolerate the relentless questioning any longer, shouted, I am Ji Dingxiang. Could it be that this body tempering could render a person's mind dull? Jian Baisan replied, all right. But before she could finish, her legs turned to jelly, and she swayed backward like a broken bamboo, on the verge of collapsing. Ji Dingxiang was startled and rushed over, reaching out to steady Jian Baisan's waist. The reason was simple. Last time, on the 21st day of Jian Baisan's training, Ji Dingxiang, out of curiosity, had glanced into the pot and was so terrified that she couldn't find her focus during her evening practice, her mind haunted by the image she had seen. Originally possessing slender, elegant hands akin to bamboo, during that fleeting glance, she had only seen 2 lumps of flesh that had already been stripped of their bones. The flesh swayed slightly in the pot with the movement of the water, allowing her to glimpse the faintly pulsing purple veins and blood vessels of its owner, continuously flowing with spiritual energy. At times, when the protection faltered, a vessel would rupture, and blood would disperse in the iron-gray medicinal broth like dark soy sauce. It was then that she realized how mercilessly one could push oneself. It was at that moment that Ji Dingxiang beheld the sight. Today marks the 29th day, and the nature of the experience remains uncertain. In these final 10 days, her hands must remain immersed in the medicinal concoction without respite. 12 full hours, without a moment's reprieve. Should she withdraw, her efforts would be in vain. During the initial 10 days, her hands were submerged for merely 1 hour. In the subsequent 10 days, the duration extended to 5 hours, and now, in the concluding 10 days, her hands must not emerge at all. At the onset, Jian Baisan's hands were merely swollen and reddened, but the moment she endeavored to circulate her spiritual energy through her meridians, a pain akin to that of a severed limb surged through her. Waves of heat and cold coursed through her, and the slightest touch was excruciating. It was no wonder that the peculiar elder had remarked that no one could endure beyond a week. After enduring the first 10 days, she was relieved to find the pain in her meridians had subsided, only to be replaced by an ache in her bones. On one occasion, when she withdrew her hands from the pot, she was horrified to discover that her bones seemed to have softened, as if they were stewed through the flesh, rendering her utterly powerless. Her hands dangled at an odd angle, lacking strength. The essence of the iron birch technique lies in the strength of the palm's muscles. Having persevered through the intermediate 50 hours, she anticipated the final 10 days would be arduous, yet she was unprepared for the extent of the difficulty. On the 21st day, she watched in dismay as her hands were simmered for 6 or 7 hours, suddenly disintegrating into a mass of flesh, with only the bones and meridians remaining. Untouched by pain, emanating a luminous glow. The sight nearly compelled her to turn away in revulsion, yet alas, having consumed the fasting pill, she could not vomit. From the 26th day onward, she found herself utterly overwhelmed and beseeched Ji Dingxiang to converse with her whenever possible. Engaging in conversation might help clear her mind and stave off the impending faintness. A few days ago, Jian Baisan was still able to engage in lively conversation. But on the 28th and today, her mind has become muddled, and no matter what Ji Dingxiang says, it seems futile. Her responses have turned into mere repetitive phrases. In Chapter 29, If you are my sister, then come and strike me. Xue Huai'er had previously regarded Jian Baisan's act of boiling her hands with disdain, often criticizing the unpleasant smell of the medicine, each day filled with mockery and scorn. However, by the 10th day of Jian Baisan's perseverance, Xue Huai'er stood at the gate of the courtyard in the morning, yet she refrained from deriding her. Suddenly, Xue Huai'er posed a question, Jian Baisan, what is your heart's intention? Jian Baisan was momentarily taken aback. Xue Huai'er, unusually composed, gently caressed the hilt of her sword and explained, for instance, I cultivate my path for the sake of my family. I have grown up borrowing much of my family's influence. My cultivation is aimed at one day elevating my family from Chuyuan Prefecture to Lingdan Realm, or even to the Void Realm. She fixed her gaze intently on Jian Baisan, asserting, it does not matter if you insult me, but if you insult my family, I shall fight to the death. Ji Dingxiang, seated nearby, flinched at her words. Thus, my heart's intention encompasses everything about my family. The wealth and reputation of my family must one day resonate with the same reverence as hearing the name of the Zhongxian mountain, filled with fear and awe. Xue Huai'er remarked to Jian Baisan, I have never encountered someone as peculiar as you. This torturous agony you endure, boiling your hands in scalding water, seems to affect you as if it were of no consequence. Do you not realize that if you fail to cultivate properly, your hands will be rendered useless? Xue Huai'er patiently reiterated, I am quite intrigued as to what compels you to persist. Pray, enlighten me. What is the essence of your Tao heart? Jian Baisan, caught off guard by the inquiry, found herself at a loss. Under the scrutiny of two penetrating gazes, she pondered for a considerable duration, yet could not conjure a suitable response. Ultimately, she could only candidly admit, perhaps it is merely a matter of having grown accustomed to enduring. In our homeland, when hunger strikes, one must simply endure. Failure to withstand leads to demise. Xue Huai'er, who initially bore a hint of curiosity in her eyes, found her expression increasingly frigid. Upon arrival, it seemed that kneeling was considered a mark of shame. Yet in our region, failing to bow before the local magistrate warranted a beating. And now, despite the discomfort of cultivation, at least there remains the prospect of gaining strength. I had anticipated you possessed a formidable Tao heart, Xue Huai'er interjected impatiently, her previously rare solemnity evaporating, replaced by an aversion far more profound than during their prior encounters. In the end, do not even mention the Tao heart. You are nothing more than a beast. No different from a dog. Ji Dingxiang's expression contorted in turmoil, as she glanced between Jian Baisan and Xue Huai'er, feeling utterly helpless, uncertain of how to mediate the escalating tension. Deep down, Jian Baisan recognized that she ought to feel anger, yet peculiarly, she found herself devoid of fury. Sensing an inclination to listen attentively to Xue Huai'er, Xue Huai'er, having intended to depart, paused at this inquiry. She brushed off her sleeves and scoffed. Dogs follow only the commands from the outside. Even if you possess a celestial root, devoid of a Tao heart, you shall never attain the golden core in this lifetime. I had thought you were someone extraordinary. How utterly disappointing. With that, she slammed the door and left. Ji Dingxiang cautiously remarked, you know her temperament. Jian Baisan, do not take it to heart. Jian Baisan shook her head in response, signaling that she was unbothered. In the days that followed, Xue Huai'er seemed to vanish, coming and going at odd hours, merely exchanging nods with Ji Dingxiang, while completely disregarding Jian Baisan, who was enveloped in a potent medicinal and even bloody aroma. No one could discern the answer to this dilemma. Within the pot, her final piece of flesh gradually adhered to her palm after being tempered in the iron-gray medicinal broth, exuding a faint ash-like hue. The excruciating pain that had tormented her for 30 days vanished in an instant. The temperature of the broth remained unchanged, yet its color had nearly faded into invisibility. As Jian Baisan's hands immersed in it, she found an unexpected comfort akin to soaking in warm water. Blinking, she realized that the world around her had regained its vibrancy. The yellow dog, the black iron pot, the green bricks, and the purple Ji Dingxiang all suddenly burst forth with vivid colors. Ji Dingxiang too noticed the change in her condition and rushed over. Midway, she halted, diverting her gaze from the pot to Jian Baisan's face, asking, "Can you see your hands now?" Jian Baisan replied, "Yes, they are well." Only then did Ji Dingxiang turn to look. Jian Baisan withdrew her hands from the pot, cooling them in the water from a nearby basin. And together with the curious Ji Dingxiang, they examined them closely. Jian Baisan could sense that the bones and flesh of her hands had transformed entirely. She now feels that without employing her formidable lightning strength, she can simply use her hands to strike, akin to a hammer smashing against a tree, effortlessly shattering its bark. The skin on her hands remains a normal hue, but due to the rejuvenation of flesh and blood, it appears even paler than her overall complexion. However, as she rotates her wrists, a subtle metallic sheen glimmers across her hands. Beside her, Ji Dingxiang observes for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Sister, may I touch them?" Jian Baisan graciously replies, "Go ahead." Ji Dingxiang tentatively prods with her fingers, then strokes them before grasping Jian Baisan's hand and shaking it in astonishment. "This feels remarkably different. Your hands now seem as hard as iron, and they feel a bit cool." Jian Baisan suddenly interjects, "Give me a cut." "Huh? You want me to strike you with the dagger at my waist?" To ensure Ji Dingxiang does not misjudge her aim, Jian Baisan adds, "Aim for my hand, not anywhere else." Ji Dingxiang, bewildered, retorts, "Am I insane? Would I suddenly slash your thigh?" Drawing Jian Baisan's dagger, Ji Dingxiang approaches with caution, wielding it as if she were chopping scallions, delivering a gentle strike. Jian Baisan's wrist remains steady. "Try a bit harder," she encourages. With a determined shout, Ji Dingxiang exerts a moderate force to deliver a blow. A sharp sound rings out as Jian Baisan's hand trembles slightly, yet remains unscathed. Ji Dingxiang's eyes widen in disbelief. This is incredible. At this force, a regular limb would have been cleaved through to the bone. With this, when the time comes to select a spirit beast, you can choose one with formidable aggression. Your hands could serve as shields. Ji Dingxiang expressed her frustration, saying, "The martial skill I wish to practice is also of the advanced yellow tier, requiring 60 points. I have little hope of ascending the unrivaled rankings. These past few days, I have undertaken several minor tasks at the consulate hall, akin to clearing the spirit beast garden and copying texts, and have only earned 3 points. I am rather hesitant to sign up for those major tasks worth 5 or 10 points alone." Suddenly, Ji Dingxiang's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Jian Baisan. This individual could effortlessly defeat Shui Wei, indicating a significant superiority in strength. Now that she has mastered such an impressive martial skill, perhaps if they collaborated on tasks, Ji Dingxiang might benefit from some points. Furthermore, Jian Baisan's amiable disposition made the prospect of friendship devoid of the pressure typically associated with forming bonds with arrogant, renowned geniuses. On the contrary, Ji Dingxiang could discern that Jian Baisan regarded her with equal respect. Jian Baisan observed the sudden intensity in the girl's gaze. Ji Dingxiang then leapt forward, grasping her hand with a pitiful expression, looking up with imploring eyes. "Jian Baisan, will you join me in accepting a task?" Jian Baisan felt as though she were faced with her own younger sister. Although Jian Er was rather serious and rarely engaged in such endearing antics, she found it difficult to refuse. "All right," Ji Dingxiang gleefully responded, "No problem. I can first check the tasks over there, and you can decide which ones we can undertake." Jian Baisan's heart fluttered with excitement. Had it not been for Ji Dingxiang, she would have remained oblivious to the channel for acquiring points. The old man had suggested that she practice martial arts, yet he had not prohibited her from accumulating points. In Chapter 30, she had assumed that Xiao Baikshell resided in Tiger Howl Mountain. Although her palms had become calloused, they also grew increasingly rigid. Consequently, she resolved to collect fragments of stone from that day forth to enhance the flexibility of her hands. Unfortunately, there were scant pieces of stone, prompting her to venture into the backyard, where she chiseled away at some hardened earth, breaking it into fragments the size of fingernails, which she deemed as makeshift stones. Jian Baisan placed the jade guanine pendant from her neck at the bottom of a basin, stacking the small earth pieces atop it. With her hand laid flat, she gradually maneuvered her palm and finger muscles, striving to avoid moving her wrist as she picked up the earth pieces one by one with her fingers and tossed them out of the basin, sweeping them aside until she retrieved the jade guanine, completing one round. During this endeavor, she could distinctly feel that with the thousands of flexions of her fingers and the friction against the hard fragments of earth, her fingers had regained their agility and suppleness, even surpassing their condition prior to practicing martial arts. Ji Dingxiang's frequent touch of her hands had become a daily ritual. culminating in her astonished exclamation, "They truly feel just like hands now." It was as if she had not been touching a human hand all along. Ji Dingxiang remarked, "I have discerned that the tasks we can undertake outside the sect involve either the pleas of mortals in the jurisdiction or matters concerning spirit beasts from other sections. The points awarded for the former are lesser than those for the latter. Must we indeed venture beyond the sect?" Jian Baisan inquired with a hint of reluctance. Jian Baisan felt overwhelmed at the thought of transcribing texts. Under the coercion and supervision of Luo Xiaoyu, she had managed to copy 2/3 of the records of the 9 realms. However, once she stepped out of Xiaoyu Peak, she found herself utterly disinclined to write another word. For reasons unknown, she quickly exclaimed, "Then let it be. What tasks have you selected?" She inquired. "I've chosen tasks that involve the pleas of ordinary mortals. The points awarded for these are quite reasonable, typically ranging from 2 to 5. Ji Dingxiang retrieved 2 scrolls from her bosom and presented them before Jian Baisan. Anticipating that Jian Baisan might struggle to comprehend them, she kindly read aloud. This one, the first, pertains to Baiqiu village, where it has recently been reported that numerous foxes have inexplicably appeared. The wife of a villager attempted to chase them away, but it took her a considerable time to realize the situation. Jian Baisan's interest was piqued. What? Those 3 foxes were clearly mimicking the actions of the villagers from this morning. She recalled how that morning, the villager had been reluctant to rise from his bed, while his wife had prepared a meal and eaten with the child first. The disobedient child had reached into the bowl of porridge, prompting the mother to swat his hand away. Reflecting on this scene sent a shiver down her spine. Ji Dingxiang continued, when the villagers inquired further, they discovered that many households had also been visited by these foxes. Thus, they became frightened and sought assistance from the sect. Consequently, this task was classified as D-level, worth 3 points. Jian Baisan found the situation somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of that night on Tiger Howl Mountain when she gazed out at the empty window paper. "What about the other one?" she asked. Just as Ji Dingxiang was about to unveil the second scroll, a loud knocking echoed at the courtyard door. After a month of dedicated cultivation, Jian Baisan had nearly forgotten about the affairs of Little Shell, when unexpectedly, her senior brother paid a visit. The excitement surged within her, akin to the exhilaration one feels upon the arrival of a beloved sibling, prompting her to leap and dash towards the entrance. Hearing a male voice, Ji Dingxiang instantly became somewhat wary, inquiring, "Who is it?" Jian Baisan reassured her, "Do not worry, it is my senior brother at the door." Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the familiar sight of the young man clad in crimson, holding a birdcage in one hand and gently pinching the beak of a bird with the other. "Greetings, junior sister. It has been quite a while," he exclaimed. Jian Baisan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Senior brother." Chapter 31. The Sole Victim. The door Luo Xiaoyu entered after apologizing for the intrusion. He remarked, "I did not expect Little Shell to be delayed for so long. It is its first journey, after all, and it is likely unfamiliar with the route." Glancing at the stone table, he inquired with curiosity, "Is this the task you have prepared?" Jian Baisan nodded in affirmation. Luo Xiaoyu picked up 2 scrolls, perused them briefly, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Which one do you lean towards?" Jian Baisan scratched her head. "I have yet to examine the second one." Luo Xiaoyu suggested, "I believe the second task suits you better." The second task that Ji Dingxiang selected was reported by the Chun family in Lanji Town. The young lady of the household had kept over a dozen cats, but recently, they had been dying one after another under tragic circumstances, their bellies crushed. Disturbing sounds echoed through the courtyard at night, and the family, unable to ascertain the source, grew increasingly concerned for their daughter's safety, prompting them to report the matter to the sect. Jian Baisan queried, "Doesn't that imply the first task is safer? After all, there are no reported fatalities." Her mastery of the iron birch technique had been recent, and she hadn't yet had the opportunity to inform her senior brother. However, junior sister, Luo Xiaoyu remarked, "I believe it may be premature for you to embark on a mission at this moment. It would be wise to await the acquisition of a spirit beast before undertaking such tasks." Jian Baisan nodded in agreement. In response, Ji Dingxiang quickly interjected, "The tasks I have selected are primarily of the lowest rank, D-level, and I have also purchased defensive artifacts to ensure I do not become a burden." Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu's expression turned grave before his departure. He sat at the table, hesitating for a moment as if steeling himself, and said, "Since you have begun your descent to undertake missions, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you, junior sister." Jian Baisan, sensing the seriousness in Luo Xiaoyu's demeanor, immediately adopted a solemn expression. "Senior brother, What is it you wish for me to do? I shall fulfill it without fail. Luo Xiaoyu continued. I recall mentioning the copper crane to you in the past. He has been traveling for over 40 years now. I have sent him several messages along the way, and Little Shell has made numerous attempts to reach him. I ventured down the mountain in search of him, but alas, Little Cannon is too conspicuous in mortal towns, and my crutch cannot support me for long, leaving me empty-handed. To be candid, he grew up alongside me under Master, akin to a brother in my eyes. Both Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It turned out that Luo Xiaoyu had such a close friendship with another heavenly spiritual root, the Copper Crane, having grown up alongside him under their master, Elder Shiyang. Indeed, their bond was scarcely different from that of brothers. Luo Xiaoyu let out a bitter smile and said, Moreover, I am currently unable to move freely due to blocked meridians, which hinders my cultivation. However, I am aware that a feather from a spiritual beast can heal my legs, and the only one of its kind in Qiuanzhu belongs to the Copper Crane. Therefore, regarding the whereabouts of the Copper Crane, I would like to request my junior sister's assistance in seeking it out. After stating this, Luo Xiaoyu surprisingly dismounted from the small cannon, supporting himself on one leg, and solemnly bowed to Jian Baisan. Jian Baisan replied, Rest assured, senior brother, I will remember this and do my utmost to help you find it. Luo Xiaoyu bore something within and said, Then I entrust this to my junior sister. He then handed the cage to Jian Baisan and took his leave. Ji Dingxiang and Jian Baisan proceeded to register for their second task, deciding to head immediately to the Chun residence in Lanji town as soon as Elder Sun finished his classes the following day. Before their departure, Ji Dingxiang sought out Jian Baisan to examine the portrait of the Copper Crane. If one could describe Luo Xiaoyu, in his normal state, as resembling a young master from a prominent family, then the Copper Crane in the portrait appeared akin to a terrestrial prince, the kind that would flirt with young ladies on the streets, ostentatiously flamboyant. Ji Dingxiang remarked, I can also keep an eye out. After all, if one day you were to disappear, I would certainly search for you with great effort. Jian Baisan felt a surge of gratitude in her heart and replied, Thank you. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Ji Dingxiang playfully shoved her and said, You haven't gone missing yet, so why are you thanking me? Well, if I were to go missing, wouldn't that render thanks unnecessary? Shut up. Hurry up and pooh, pooh, pooh. The journey was not overly long, and by the time the two arrived at the Chun residence in Lanji town, it was already noon. The town of Lanjizhen thrives with prosperity, and the Chun residence, aptly named a mansion, stands as the grandest estate in the entire town. The walls surrounding the estate are impeccably smooth, adorned with ochre paint interspersed with flecks of purple, exuding an air of opulence. Jian Baisan leaned against a stone lion, perplexed, and remarked, I have never seen such paint before. What is it? Ji Dingxiang replied, Don't the wealthy families in your area use it? In our region, affluent households apply this paint. The purple hue comes from powdered seeds of the heart shell fruit mixed into the paint for enhanced waterproofing. Jian Baisan touched the surface with her finger, her face lighting up with astonishment. Chen Deliang, the doorman of the Chen family, heard the knock and opened a small side door, intending to inquire about their invitation. However, he was met with the sight of two poorly dressed individuals engaged in animated discussion about the exterior of the Chen residence. One of them even had a mud-covered dog, the kind that could be bought for 5 coins at the market. He surmised they were likely some distant relatives or perhaps even an illegitimate daughter of the master, coming to beg for favors. Disregarding them entirely, Chen Deliang promptly closed the door. Jian Baisan, hearing the sound, was about to approach when she noticed the door had been shut again. They knocked once more, but silence greeted them from within. Jian Baisan persisted, knocking for a full minute, until a rather impolite female voice called out from inside, Chen Deliang, are you shirking your duties again? Did you not hear such a loud knock? You've disturbed the lady and the young miss. I wonder how you will handle this. If you can't manage, then leave. Immediately, a male voice arose, filled with desperation. Aunt Lan, it's not that I refuse to open the door. It's that they won't leave. The people at the door have no invitation. They are merely here to seek handouts. Jian Baisan knocked on the door once more and proclaimed loudly, We are the representatives of the beast-taming sect. The door swung open with a loud thud, revealing a tall woman with a pale complexion who scrutinized them from head to toe before scoffing. With such frail physiques, you claim to be cultivators? Even pigs can climb trees. Ji Dingxiang, infuriated, produced her disciple's token and retorted, If you wish to ignore the plight of your cat, so be it. We shall take our leave immediately. The woman, known as Aunt Lan, dismissed her with a wave, saying, "Everyone knows that my lady's cats have perished in great numbers. You assert your identity, but how can you prove it? A deceitful little wretch like you. The Chen family won't spare a single coin for you." Ji Dingxiang, being a cultivator, stood her ground against the woman's shove, which had little effect. The woman, taken aback, exhibited a look of skepticism. Jian Baisan, initially at a loss, realized that conversing with such a person was futile. Anger surged within her, and she quickly positioned herself in front of Ji Dingxiang, surveying the surroundings. She boldly extended her hand. Aunt Lan exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a nauseating cracking sound echoed through the air. Turning her head, she was astonished to see the girl effortlessly plunge her hand through the solid wooden and ironclad door of the Chen residence, tearing off a sizable chunk with her bare hands. Is this proof sufficient? Staring at the piece of material in disbelief, Aunt Lan's legs trembled, cold sweat streaming down her face as she realized she had provoked a formidable figure. Instantly, she knelt and began to bow profusely before the two, exclaiming, "Forgive me. Esteemed cultivators, forgive me." As the crowd of onlookers continued to swell, amidst the cacophony of chatter, one voice rang out with remarkable clarity. "Isn't that Lan Shui from the Qin family, who usually struts about with such arrogance? Why is she kneeling at the entrance today?" Jian Baisan interjected, "No, please get up." Aunt Lan, fervently knocking her head, wept, "I beseech the immortal master for forgiveness. I beseech the immortal master for forgiveness." Jian Baisan, observing the ever-growing throng and Aunt Lan blocking the small gate, felt an overwhelming discomfort under the scrutiny of the crowd, rendering her speechless. "We merely wish to enter your home." Chapter 32. The backup plan. Ultimately, it was the doorman Chen Deliang who, while offering apologies, managed to pull Aunt Lan inside, allowing them to enter. In less than 10 minutes, the lady of the house, along with a bevy of maidservants adorned in various shawls and exuding a strong scent of cosmetics, floated over. Upon their arrival, they dared not exhibit any semblance of indifference. The lady led the way, bending her knees to kneel one after another. Not only had Ji Dingxiang, a girl from an ordinary family, never witnessed such a spectacle, but even Jian Baisan, accustomed to the ways of mountain bandits, was taken aback and quickly shouted, "Do not kneel." The lady of the Chun family jolted, immediately straightening herself. She gestured for the maidservants to disperse and ushered them into the hall, taking a seat with her daughter at a lower position, smiling apologetically. "This evening, may the two esteemed masters take their rest. A welcoming feast has been prepared in the kitchen." Jian Baisan replied candidly, "There is no need. We have come regarding your cat. We will resolve this matter and depart." Madame grew increasingly cautious. How could that Lan Shui, who offended the immortal master today, be treated lightly? Ji Dingxiang remarked, "She was unaware of our identities. We merely sought entrance, and there is no cause for concern." The lady was at a loss for words, glancing at them repeatedly. In a fleeting moment, Jian Baisan felt as if she were in a dream. Previously, upon seeing such portals, her only reaction had been to gnaw at her fingernails in envy. Yet now, merely a few months after entering the immortal realm, could it truly instill such fear in ordinary people? Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, she felt no sense of relief, but rather an indescribable heaviness in her heart. Jian Baisan exchanged a glance with Ji Dingxiang and said, "Might we be permitted to see the cat's remains? We can make a preliminary assessment. And you need not worry about your daughter's safety. I shall keep vigil with her tonight and await the peculiar sounds you mentioned." However, a troubled expression crossed the lady's face as she replied, "Well, the cat is currently in the Buddhist hall, where Master Jingyuan is performing a rite. It cannot be disturbed." Jian Baisan inquired, "Is this master a monk?" The lady twisted her handkerchief, nodding in affirmation. "After our first cat passed away, coincidentally, Master Jingyuan came to stay with us. My daughter requested his assistance in performing a rite for the cat. Unable to resist her pleas, he consented. And as similar incidents multiplied, he grew concerned and decided to remain for a while. The day before yesterday, my daughter came to me in tears, claiming she had seen a strange black shadow hanging down from the opposite eaves during the night. It was clearly not human and might be some sort of apparition. Had it not been for Master Jingyuan, who arrived upon hearing the scream and wielded his Buddhist powers to protect her, she might have found herself in peril." Ji Dingxiang keenly seized upon the term, "Powers? Is this Master Jingyuan also a practitioner?" The lady cautiously replied, "Yes, indeed. He claims to be an outer disciple of the pure good temple, wandering the world, and possesses a spell that can temporarily conceal one's presence. which is how he safeguarded my daughter. The Pure Good Temple is a formidable entity, one of the 8 great powers among the 9 realms. So encountering a wandering disciple here is not surprising. Ji Dingxiang inquired, then why does he not assist you in resolving this matter? The lady furtively glanced at them and said, Master Jingyuan has mentioned a decree from the temple. He must depart the day after tomorrow. No wonder she had summoned them at this moment. It turns out that the only person capable of protecting Miss Chun would soon be leaving. Jian Baisan remarked, since we cannot examine the corpses of those cats in daylight, perhaps you could first recount the specific circumstances, such as the wounds on the cats and the time of their demise. The lady beckoned a rather astute maid, saying, this is Xian Xiao, who is specifically responsible for caring for the cats in my daughter's courtyard. She has been the one to discover them these past few days. At that time, it was merely regarded as an unfortunate incident. However, in the subsequent mornings, we consistently discovered a cat lifeless in the same spot, its sternum seemingly crushed by some force. A sight most harrowing. We took turns asking the maid to keep vigil through the night, yet each time, at that precise hour, another cat met its untimely demise. Occasionally, peculiar sounds would echo through the night, resembling the hissing of a serpent's belly scraping against the ground, utterly terrifying. Chapter 33. The initial experience of transformation into a dog. Upon hearing the maid's account, both Jian Baisan and Jian Er's expressions turned grave. Jian Baisan remarked, as far as I know, the predatory behavior of serpent-like magical beasts primarily involves constriction. It would not solely result in fractures of the sternum. Tonight, let us keep watch and discern the source of these sounds. Furthermore, once Master Jingyuan has completed the ritual, we must investigate the situation further. The maid responded, we have buried the cats that were consecrated. If you wish to see, there is only the one discovered this morning. Jian Baisan agreed and added, may I also visit the spot where your young lady observed the shadow? This was permissible. Ji Dingxiang and Jian Baisan followed the maid, Xian Chao, to the young lady's quarters. The courtyard where the Chun family's young lady resided was adorned with picturesque landscaping, featuring a small fish pond at its center, home to several fish of varying sizes. Surrounding the pond were a series of decorative lanterns, creating a visually pleasing atmosphere. The only blemish to this aesthetic was the 2 iron cages in the corner, painted a somber black, containing 2 cats. The maid, Xian Chao, remarked, the remaining 2 cats are indeed the most cherished ones, yet to safeguard the young lady from potential peril, it is prudent to confine them in a cage for the time being, lest an unfortunate incident occur. The loss of the cats is regrettable, but it pales in comparison to the safety of the young lady. This statement holds truth, should there be any extraordinary creature lurking within the household. Delighting in the torture of animals, it is likely to possess a certain level of intelligence, coupled with a cunning nature and adeptness at concealment. Upon reaching the area where the feline remains were regularly discovered, Xian Chao's voice trembled as she spoke. It is right here, where we find the lifeless kittens each day. Jian Baisan observed that this patch of grass appeared distinctly more disheveled than the surrounding areas. Yet no further insights could be gleaned. She summoned De Huang and, with determination, channeled her energy to temporarily take control of his body. Animals possess an acute sense of danger and a strong territorial instinct. Through his olfactory senses, she could preliminarily discern what malevolent force was at play. A cacophony of scents assailed her nostrils. Far from pleasant, it caused her to stagger back a step. Reflecting on her practice of the iron birch hand, she recalled how De Huang had steadfastly remained by her side, an act she found truly commendable. Gently guiding De Huang to sniff around, she was met only with the briny scent of fish, Xian Chao's fragrance, countless cat aromas, and even the scents of Ji Dingxiang and Jian Baisan herself, all swirling together in a chaotic olfactory symphony. Notably absent were any scents of creatures other than fish and cats. Ji Dingxiang stood still, observing as Jian Baisan seemed to freeze in place, while De Huang adeptly darted away, sniffing left and right with keen alertness. Then, De Huang returned to its usual tranquil demeanor, and beside it, Jian Baisan began to speak. Witnessing this, a ludicrous conjecture arose in her mind. Could it be? After all, she possessed a celestial root. What spirit beast could possibly evade her? Why was that? Unaware of these thoughts, Jian Baisan continued addressing Xian Chao. It is likely not the work of an animal, but rather that of a human. Xian Chao, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed with bitterness, if it is indeed a human, it could only be that murderer. Jian Baisan and her companion were oblivious to the intricacies of the feuds among the highborn, and wisely chose to remain silent. Realizing her indiscretion, Xianqiao quickly apologized. Forgive me, esteemed master. Such matters should not taint your ears. You mentioned that it is highly probable to be human. Could there still be a possibility of it being an animal? Indeed, Jian Baishan nodded. I once encountered a peculiar fish known as the iron skull fish in a reference book. This fish, upon mutation, possesses a diminutive mouth yet a head as hard as iron, emerging at dusk and dawn. It secretes a substance with anesthetic properties and exhibits a penchant for torturing other creatures. If such a fish were to assault your cat, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ji Dingxiang, clearly contemplating the matter, nodded in agreement and added, however, if that were the case, it would not account for the shadow that hung upside down. Jian Baishan considered this and realized the validity of her point. Just as she was preparing to further discuss with Ji Dingxiang, a distant chant resonated from beyond the courtyard gate. The speaker, not stepping into the rear courtyard, calmly proclaimed, Xianqiao, the humble monk has completed the rites. Xianqiao recognized that the voice belonged to a distinguished guest of the residence and promptly informed Jian Baishan and her companion. The one outside is Master Jingyuan. They followed Xianqiao to the entrance, where they encountered a young monk standing at the gate, clad in a dark purple robe, holding a string of prayer beads. His eyes were cast down, and he bore a compassionate countenance, marked by a distinctive scar on his forehead. Upon noticing Jian Baisan and the other, the monk appeared quite astonished. He immediately recited a Buddhist mantra and bowed, introducing himself as Jingyuan, expressing his ignorance of another visitor's presence and apologizing for his earlier oversight. Ji Dingxiang felt an immediate increase in her regard for him. Although he was merely a disciple of the outer sect, he belonged to one of the 8 major factions, and his courteous demeanor towards them, mere disciples of a lesser sect, revealed a commendable magnanimity. Ji Dingxiang returned the gesture, smiling as she said, Master, you are too kind. We are disciples of the beast-taming sect, here to investigate the mysterious death of a cat. Xianqiao interjected cautiously, Master, being such a revered monk, my young lady has been rather unreasonable, dragging you into her plea for assistance in performing a rite for the cat. I hope you will not take offense. She is simply heartbroken. Xianqiao quickly added, You speak wisely, Master. Xianqiao is grateful for your guidance. Jian Baisan tilted her head, frowning slightly as she whispered to Ji Dingxiang, What was all that garbled speech? I couldn't comprehend it. Why did she suddenly express gratitude? Her voice was low, but their proximity rendered the inquiry audible. Ji Dingxiang noticed both Master Jingyuan and Xianqiao turning their gazes towards them and hurriedly covered Jian Baisan's mouth, shifting the topic with a laugh. Haha, let us go examine the cat's remains. As night fell and Miss Chen prepared to retire, Jian Baisan and her companion followed Xianqiao to the outer room of Miss Chen's chamber, ready to keep vigil. Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang had arranged to keep watch, one outside and the other inside, during the late hours of the night, with a plan to switch roles in the latter part. Miss Chen's boudoir was an expansive suite, comprising 3 interconnected chambers, its depth accentuated by crystal and gauze curtains that provided a semblance of privacy. In whispers, they could converse without disturbing Miss Chen's slumber. The outer room was adorned with a plush wool carpet, a long rosewood writing desk, and a few enamel vases inlaid with turquoise upon a high shelf. Books filled the shelves, while fresh chrysanthemums, symbolizing opulence, graced the vases. Having dined, Jian Baisan had already conferred with Ji Dingxiang and was now inclined to believe that the incident was indeed orchestrated by human hands. She even harbored a suspect in her mind, merely seeking to validate her thoughts. They had observed that the cat's sternum had been shattered, yet its fur bore no signs of decay or dampness, ruling out the involvement of the iron-headed fish. Upon hearing this, Ji Dingxiang exhaled deeply, relieved. This revelation placed them, alongside Master Jingyuan, at the apex of the food chain within this realm of mere mortals, alleviating their fears somewhat. Before their vigil commenced, Jian Baisan quietly inquired of Xianqiao. I sensed you had suspicions during the day. Do you have any inkling about who could be intimidating your mistress? Xianqiao replied through gritted teeth, Indeed, I do. I had thought that lunatic had settled down, but it seems it could very well be him. Jian Baisan sighed. Could you elucidate further? I find myself at a loss. Oh. Xianqiao spent a day in the company of the others and found herself less fearful of them. She whispered, Though family secrets should not be aired, my lord has a notorious reputation for his libertine ways, clandestinely engaging with countless women behind his wife's back. Jian Baisan listened attentively. Those women were restless, particularly the one from today. Jian Baisan continued to listen obediently. Ji Dingxiang, realizing something was amiss, urged, "Get to the point." A year ago, he had fallen into the water, becoming a mute fool, and we thought that was the end of it. Little did we know, he may not have been foolish at all. He was likely scheming to harm our young lady. Upon reflection, the shadow that descended from the wall was none other than the boundary to his own courtyard. Jin Bison nodded in understanding. She checked the twin daggers at her waist and led to Huang, preparing to stand guard for the first half of the night. Upon exiting, she made her way to the wall where the shadow had appeared, but instead of leaping into the courtyard of the illegitimate son on the opposite side, she bounded onto the rockery beside the fish pond and propelled herself into the area of the temple. Chapter 34. Faux wine and fools. Jin Baisan controlled her breath and footsteps, stealthily approaching the main entrance of the temple. The entire family was devoutly Buddhist, and the illegitimate son's courtyard was slightly smaller than that of the young lady, with the temple wall directly behind it. Miss Chun's courtyard had a side door leading directly to the temple, making them quite close. Consequently, Master Jingyuan, residing in the temple, could hear the young lady's screams and swiftly arrive at the scene. Jin Baisan's purpose for coming here was that she believed the mastermind behind these events was none other than Jingyuan himself. The reasons for her suspicions were quite straightforward. While observing the lifeless body of a cat in the Buddhist hall, she once again inhabited the form of the large yellow cat. This time, she detected an unusual scent. Amidst the numerous feline aromas, she discerned that the wooden fish placed on the incense altar exuded the essence of Master Jingyuan, mingled with a pungent fishy odor. She maneuvered the large yellow cat to leap onto the table and sniff intently, realizing that the most potent scent of raw fish emanated from the holes in the wooden fish. The fishy aroma, undoubtedly, was most enticing to cats. It seemed someone had recently stuffed raw fish into these openings. The owner of this wooden fish must have been deliberately luring cats, perhaps with the intention of capturing them. After all, what business did a monk have enticing cats? If it were to perform a rite for the cats, surely their mothers would need to be present as well? Moreover, if he truly possessed any spiritual prowess, even at the first stage of chi refinement, catching a mere cat would be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. This Master Jingyuan was not someone beyond her comprehension. Rather, he was a mere mortal. As she cautiously approached the Buddhist hall, she noticed that the hall was devoid of light today. Even the perpetual lamp had been extinguished. Jin Baisan recalled that Madame Chun had mentioned his supernatural abilities. Perhaps he had indeed acquired some artifacts that could be wielded by an ordinary person. She gripped her knife firmly, scanning the surroundings. When she looked up, she was startled to find a man seated on the ridge of the hall's roof, facing away from her. It was not Master Jingyuan. His long hair, resembling black satin, cascaded onto the golden tiles of the hall, glimmering in the cold, flowing moonlight. Was this the illegitimate son? His hair was rather fine. Yet sitting in the Buddhist hall at this late hour, could it be he was contemplating self-harm? Jin Baisan had no time to contemplate how he had managed to ascend. And below, she urgently called out, "Come down quickly. I will catch you. It is perilous up there." Upon hearing her words, he remained motionless. Yet the dark satin of his robe suddenly arched gracefully, and he slowly turned his head. The moment Jin Baisan beheld his countenance, her urging words caught in her throat. Overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotion, the spiritual energy within her surged chaotically, akin to fish stranded on parched land, losing all control in an instant, colliding violently in her lower abdomen, igniting waves of terrifying heat. She silently recited her incantation, desperately circulating her energy to suppress this strange sensation. Her mind incessantly repeated the word danger, yet her gaze could not be torn away from him, not even by an inch. In this world, such beauty existed. Regardless of gender, the only thought that arose upon seeing him was a willingness to perish for this person. He regarded her for a moment, amusement gracing his features as he gently arched his eyes, which resembled sleepy phoenixes, their charm imbued with warmth. The purple robe draped loosely across his shoulders slipped slightly with his smile. He lifted the oval object he held in his hand and inquired, "I have wine here. Will you not join me for a drink?" Such beauty indeed deserved to be accompanied by a flask of wine. However, Jin Baisan had only just managed to quell the strange tumult of her spiritual energy, her mind clouded and dazed. Hearing his words, she glanced at the height of the altar and, in a daze, replied, "I cannot ride a sword. I cannot ascend." How utterly disheartening. The exquisite figure in the Buddhist hall shifted her posture, turning her entire body towards her, and softly remarked, "I can come down." Jin Baisan, her Her mind clouded in confusion. Seemed to be suddenly reminded of an unfinished obligation and blurted out, "You jump, and I will catch you." After a moment, as she turned again, she felt an unsettling realization. This person, whose cultivation level was undoubtedly several realms above hers, surely did not require such a leap. Why would they need to jump? Why would they need to be caught? The others present in the hall appeared equally taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, falling into silence. After a brief pause, the individual suddenly chuckled derisively, stating, "You devoted an entire day to investigate such an obvious ruse?" The voice was low and smooth, akin to a vibrant, venomous serpent slithering past her ear. Jin Baisan rubbed her ear in bewilderment, exclaiming, "Huh?" The person, seemingly disinterested in further discourse, rose abruptly and lamented. "What a splendid moonlit night it is! Such a pity to have encountered a jar of counterfeit wine." Casting a fleeting glance at Jin Baisan, he added, "A fool." He then tossed the jar of wine towards her, his bare feet lightly gliding as he seemingly stepped into thin air and departed. Just before his exit, Jin Baisan thought she heard a faint, ethereal chime. However, she had no time to ponder this, for upon glancing down at the jar in her hands, she was horrified to realize it was not merely a jar of wine, but unmistakably the severed head of Master Jingyuan, whose eyes remained stubbornly open in death. Chapter 35. The renowned detective Jin Baisan seasoned Dingxiang was in the outer chamber of Miss Chun, engaged in a lively conversation with the maid Xian Chao. Xian Chao, now entirely unperturbed by the seemingly younger celestial master, had already recounted her master's romantic escapades and inquired about their respective sections. She was now probing into the details of Jin Baisan. Leaning closer to seasoned Dingxiang, Xian Chao whispered, "I heard that today Master Jian effortlessly shattered our grand entrance with his bare hands. Is this a common skill among you?" Seasoned Dingxiang leaned in as well and replied, "That technique pertains to door martial arts. The skills she possesses are not something mere mortals can master. How should I elaborate? Her hands are forged from herbs simmered for 30 days in a pot." Xian Chao's voice rose in astonishment. "What? Simmered? Simmered?" Realizing her volume had escalated, she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting both curiosity and trepidation as she urged seasoned Dingxiang for more information. Stealing a glance outside, Xian Chao observed the shadows of the trees swaying chaotically with the wind, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the gruesome scene where the flesh on her hands was akin to water plants, boiling away, veins bursting, and the pot filled with blood. Xian Chao felt her entire body tense, horrified by the thought that this Master Jian could be as fearsome as avenged. Xian Chao could no longer contain herself. She leaned back forcefully, toppling a vase behind her, and emitted a terrified shriek. Miss Chen, startled awake, rushed out barefoot and immediately beheld the headless corpse in Xian Chao's hands, letting out a scream of her own. Trembling, she pointed at Jin Baisan and stammered, You killed Master Jingyuan." Jin Baisan, utterly exasperated, replied, "It was not I who committed the murder." By the time Xian Chao regained her senses a quarter of an hour later, Miss Chun had summoned the master and mistress, while Jin Baisan temporarily placed the corpse in the small garden outside, preparing to elucidate the unfolding events. As the lights flickered to life, Ji Dingxiang perceptively noticed her change. "Baisan, why is your face so flushed? Hasn't it returned to normal after such a long time? No wonder that person left. She has been feeling waves of heat coursing through her." Jin Baisan, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, mumbled, "I just ran too quickly. It's nothing." Although she had indeed walked over, Ji Dingxiang cast her a suspicious glance. Jin Baisan felt compelled to clarify once more, "I did not kill him. Would you prefer to know about your cat first, or the circumstances of his demise?" Exchanging glances, Mr. Chen remarked, "After all, the master hails from a prestigious temple and has assisted in my household for quite some time. How can I explain his death occurring here?" Jin Baisan retorted, "There is no need for an explanation." Mr. Chen inquired, "What? No need for an explanation?" Jin Baisan reiterated, "He is not a disciple of Jingshan Temple. I harbored suspicions about Master Jingyuan during the day, so I ventured out and first made my way to the Buddhist hall. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld an individual seated atop the hall, holding the severed head of Jingyuan." Ji Dingxiang, noticing the suspicious pause in Jin Baisan's words, cast her a glance. This person usually appeared quite composed, yet now seemed somewhat disoriented. The individual had referred to him as a false being, presumably alluding to his pretense of being a disciple of the Pure Zen Temple. After that person departed, I entered the hall to search and discovered his headless corpse. I probed his dantian with spiritual energy and confirmed that he was indeed an ordinary mortal. He possessed merely a low-grade magical artifact that did not require spiritual energy to operate, thus he was not a disciple of the Grand Temple. The murderer possessed formidable strength, capable of traversing the void effortlessly. Ji Dingxiang screamed, a nascent soul? The leader of their sect was merely a half-step nascent soul. Jian Baisan nodded, stating, at least a nascent soul. Although the others did not fully comprehend, they mirrored her apprehensive expressions. Subsequently, Jian Baisan succinctly elucidated the overall situation. Jing Yuan was the perpetrator behind the cat-killing incident. The first cat was indeed an accident, but upon hearing of it, this charlatan resolved to escalate the matter into one of great significance, thereby deceiving others into providing spirit stones through daily rituals. Ji Dingxiang remarked, what a shameless so-called monk. Master Jing Yuan stuffed fish and meat into the holes of a wooden fish and placed it in the hall. The kitten, enticed by the scent, was lured over. Jing Yuan seized the opportunity to trap the kitten, killing it and temporarily leaving it in the hall. He performed the ritual here, rendering the place secure from intruders. As night fell, he stealthily slipped through the unattended small gate into the illegitimate child's courtyard, and from there, he climbed a ladder to enter Miss Chun's garden. After all, the illegitimate child was a fool who could barely utter a word. Jing Yuan utilized a low-tier magical artifact to temporarily obscure his presence, merely needing to discard the cat's corpse in the same spot. The reason for his impending departure was his awareness that the remaining 2 cats were of utmost importance to the young lady. Should they go missing, their absence would likely be swiftly noted, complicating his nefarious intentions. Upon hearing this, Miss Chun appeared visibly convinced, mourning her beloved cats while feeling ashamed for having invited danger into her home, to the point of nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. Upon the mention of the illegitimate child, Madame Chun cast several fierce glances at old Master Chun, who broke into a cold sweat, hastily formulating a question. May I inquire? Master Xian, how did you discern that this charlatan had stuffed fish into the crevice? Jian Baisan replied without hesitation. It was through my sense of smell. At the same moment, Ji Dingxiang added, it was detected by De Huang. Jian Baisan quickly amended, actually, my given name is De Huang. Ji Dingxiang sighed heavily. Supporting her forehead, Jian Baisan continued, is it not true that your cats are always found in the same spot? Beneath the eaves. Xian Chao nodded. Jian Baisan remarked, that position is too far back. If one were to throw something in the same place, they would have to lean out with both head and hands from the eaves. Chapter 36. A modest prophet, Jian Baisan remarked, this magical artifact of his, its origin remains a mystery, yet its effective range is rather limited. She rose from her seat, producing a string of Buddhist beads from her bosom, but only the lower half of her body vanished from sight. In the gaze of the onlookers, only her upper half floated in the air, creating an absurd spectacle. Ji Dingxiang chuckled softly. Jian Baisan, seemingly unfazed, inquired of Miss Chen. When he came to rescue you, did he instruct you to squat or sit down? Miss Chen replied, he told me to sit still and not to move, and indeed, my form became almost transparent. Jian Baisan concluded, then it is as I suspected. He can conceal his hands but not his head. That palace lantern in your courtyard must have cast the shadow of some part of him upon the wall. Madame Chun gritted her teeth, exclaiming, that shameless rascal. How dare he intrude into my daughter's courtyard at night? Ji Dingxiang summarized, so the strange noises were merely him crawling upon the eaves, the sound of his clothes rubbing against the tiles. Jian Baisan nodded in agreement. The members of the Chun household exchanged glances, initially believing they were entangled in a significant affair, leading them to seek the intervention of the local sect, only to discover they had been deceived by an ordinary man. Consequently, the Chun family hastened to apologize and express their gratitude to the 2 women, holding them in high esteem. The following day, they treated them to a lavish breakfast, offering an array of delicacies unknown to Jian Baisan, such as shark fin soup and fragrant red jujubes, seemingly without concern for cost. Before departing, Madame Chun graciously presented each of them with a bag containing pastries and a tea set, though her expression bore an oddity, a mere token, not a gesture of respect. The procurement of food in the mountains was no easy feat. Thus, Jian Baisan did not decline the offering, albeit with a hint of skepticism, as she produced an image of a copper crane and inquired, Madam, have you ever encountered this individual? Madame Chen glanced at it and replied, I have never seen him. Is he also a celestial master from your esteemed sect? Jian Baisan nodded slightly. Madame Chen remarked, then it is even less likely you would have met him. Indeed, the task entrusted by her senior brother felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon opening the bag, she discovered it brimming with pastries wrapped in oil paper and several exquisite tea boxes, exclaiming, "These pastries must be quite costly." "Are you foolish?" Ji Dingxiang interjected. "Do you not sense something amiss with the weight? Open one of the tea boxes." Following her suggestion, Jian Baisan unscrewed the lid and found 5 jars, each filled to the brim with spirit stones. Stunned, Jian Baisan could only stare in disbelief. Ji Dingxiang was equally taken aback. These spirit stones must have cost her dearly. She mused, perhaps she offered us such a bounty to deter us from reporting the true circumstances to the sect. Is that so? Jian Baisan pondered. If the sect were to learn of the chaos wrought by mortals wasting its resources, they would surely impose a hefty fine upon her. Thus, she likely intended to provide us with these offerings, hoping we would keep our silence. Sensing her hesitation, Ji Dingxiang gave her a gentle nudge and laughed. "Oh, come on. Just take it. Aren't you in need of spirit stones? Moreover, you have diligently assisted them in resolving their issues. You even managed to tackle the most significant problem. Pray, tell me about that individual." The visage of the enchanting beauty in the temple instantly materialized in Jian Baisan's mind, vividly clear, as if he had just turned to meet her gaze a moment ago. He must possess some form of extraordinary ability. After much contemplation, Jian Baisan finally remarked, "That person is formidable and quite striking." "Is it a woman?" Jian Baisan replied, "No, it is a man." Ji Dingxiang pondered for a considerable time, struggling to envision a man so exceptionally handsome that he could cause someone as unyielding as Jian Baisan to blush at the mere thought. Is he akin to Bai Nyangzi from the legend of Madame Whitesnake? Jian Baisan clarified, not a snake spirit, more reminiscent of a fox spirit. Ji Dingxiang had only encountered female fox spirits, those enchanting women who seduced kings with their allure, making it impossible to conceive of one as a nascent soul cultivator. What distinguishes a snake spirit from a fox spirit? After deep reflection, Jian Baisan, under Ji Dingxiang's increasingly eager gaze, resolutely stated, "I do not know." "If you do not know, why ponder for so long? What a waste of thought." While aboard the flying spirit beast, Ji Dingxiang again urged Jian Baisan to count the spirit stones. As they counted, the wind swept through their mouths, and they eventually discovered that together they possessed exactly 100 stones each, a sum exceeding their 3-month salary. She clasped Jian Baisan's hand, nearly bursting with joy. "We have struck it rich. These spiritual stones are sufficient to procure a commendable quality 3rd or 4th grade elixir, such as the condensation pill, which can refine spiritual energy, or the pulse-nourishing powder, which heals minor meridian injuries in cultivators. Should one possess 200 to 300 spiritual stones, acquiring a low-tier magical artifact would be within reach. With just over 100 spiritual stones, one could forge a weapon that, while lacking a defined grade, is crafted with precision and made from suitable materials. As one's overall strength increases, selecting spiritual beasts becomes considerably easier, as they are more likely to favor a formidable cultivator. Moreover, within the Beast Tamer sect, there exists a belief that the more spiritual stones one carries, the stronger the spiritual energy emanates, thereby attracting more powerful spiritual beasts. Thus, when choosing a spiritual beast, it is customary to carry as many spiritual stones as possible, akin to the tradition among candidates in the Great Wilderness Province who visit temples before their examinations. Ji Dingxiang joyfully contemplated, "With these spiritual stones, I can afford to be less frugal. In half a month, it will be my birthday. I shall descend the mountain to purchase a fine fish, and I will prepare a delightful meal for the 3 of us." Jian Baisan suddenly inquired, "Do you enjoy fish?" Ji Dingxiang nodded enthusiastically. Jian Baisan smiled. "I can catch fish with remarkable accuracy. When your birthday arrives, I shall venture into my senior brother's mountain to catch some and bring them to you, allowing you to save some spiritual stones for other purchases." Ji Dingxiang cheered, embracing Jian Baisan's arm. "I knew you were the best." Jian Baisan asked, "What kind of gift do you like?" Ji Dingxiang playfully collapsed onto her shoulder, saying, "I adore whatever you choose to give me." Ji Dingxiang advanced a step closer to mastering her martial arts, while Jian Baisan inched nearer to settling her debts. Upon turning her head, Jian Baisan encountered a figure with a sharp, monkey-like visage and hair tinged with red. Who else could it be but the monkey brother she had met at the spiritual spring? Chapter 37. Fire Spirit Bamboo Liquid. Jian Baisan greeted, "Hello, monkey brother." Beside her, Ji Dingxiang peeked out, adding, "Greetings, monkey brother." De Huang barked, "Woof." Upon hearing the first remark, the monkey's expression stiffened. At the second, he could no longer contain himself. Don't call me brother. Just call me monkey. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jian Baisan's choice not to address him as brother struck him as particularly odd. After alleviating his peculiar feelings, the monkey remarked, after you left last time, I inquired a bit and learned that you are the newly arrived lightning attribute celestial root. I thought to myself, what a coincidence we have. He refrained from disclosing that his inquiry stemmed from the striking impression she left with her dog-shaped hairstyle. Jian Baisan, however, was not convinced that it was merely coincidence that brought him to her. She inquired, what about the mission? The monkey realized that engaging in pleasantries with her was futile, so he shifted his usual demeanor and spoke directly about the matter. In simple terms, this is a search-type mission. The target object only appears during thunderstorms. But with winter approaching, thunderstorms are exceedingly rare. The market for thunder-dispelling talismans is exorbitantly priced, and the employer is unwilling to wait, which is why such a high point value has been offered. They hope we can devise a solution, hence, we thought of you. Jian Baisan asked, what does the employer seek? The employer seeks to venture to Dongsha Mountain in pursuit of a rare liquid known as fire spirit bamboo essence. This precious substance is capable of nurturing and strengthening one's divine soul, proving to be remarkably effective in the treatment of soul injuries. Moreover, it is one of the essential ingredients for crafting the fifth-grade pill known as the soul-nourishing pill. Jian Baisan was momentarily reminded of the time she had torn a fragment of her own soul to capture a large yellow spirit beast, which stirred something within her heart. The monkey, seemingly perceptive of her inner thoughts, added more firewood to the flames and continued, as for the employer, we only require 2 portions. Any excess we may claim for ourselves. Since you are contributing, dear sister, you shall naturally receive the greater share, while you may not need it. This substance could fetch at least 2,000 spirit stones on the market. The monkey's gaze then shifted towards Ji Dingxiang. With you on this mission, it shall not prove too arduous. If fortune favors us, we could complete our tasks in Dongsha Mountain within 3 days. We have assessed other factors and found them to pose minimal danger. Should your friends wish to accompany us, they are most welcome. We can report our points together. Ji Dingxiang was nearly overwhelmed with joy, while Jian Baisan felt a twinge of unease. Sensing her discomfort, the monkey offered reassurance. There is no need for excessive apprehension. This task was originally designated for mid-tier disciples. They merely enlisted my assistance as a foundational safeguard, so the level of danger is quite low. I have heard, Jian Baisan interjected, her brow furrowed, that such treasures are often guarded by beasts. Indeed, but you need not fret. The monkey replied with a smile. We have conducted thorough research and gathered all necessary information. Beside the fire spirit bamboo liquid, there resides a guardian beast known as the mountain crossing iron butterfly, which can be classified as a grade-1 spirit beast at best. Among the intermediate disciples, one possesses a gecko spirit beast that happens to counter these butterflies effectively. The young monkey assured repeatedly, and finally, Jian Baisan acquiesced. Why are you so anxious? Ji Dingxiang inquired as she entered the courtyard, presenting 2 bowls of freshly prepared noodles. Are you worried about getting lost? I am concerned about facing danger, Jian Baisan replied candidly. After all, I am merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while you are at the 1st. If we encounter any peril, they might not have the time to assist us. What shall we do? We lack magical instruments and spirit beasts. Do not fret. A trip into the mountains rarely involves such threats, Ji Dingxiang reassured her. Did not that senior brother mention that your ability to summon thunder is what piqued their interest? The employer is offering such a generous sum, and they surely did not anticipate that we have a variant thunder spirit root among us. Upon reflection, Jian Baisan realized that the senior brothers and sisters who would accompany them all possessed spirit beasts, and she herself had one as well. The mission was merely to procure a type of bamboo liquid, which indeed seemed insufficient grounds for her to feel so anxious. With Ji Dingxiang's comfort, she gradually began to ease her worries. Perhaps it stemmed from her childhood, when her parents incessantly fretted over her wandering alone in the mountains, constantly warning her of the mythical creatures that lurked therein. Though she had thoroughly explored the entire Tiger Howl Mountain as she grew older, a subconscious belief lingered that the untraveled forests were perilous. As they prepared to journey to the town, she expressed, before we set off, let us make a trip to Baiha Town to procure some elixirs and other supplies. Jian Baisan had hardly glanced at Shui Huire yesterday, let alone the earrings. However, upon hearing Ji Dingxiang's remark, she reluctantly observed her for a moment and carelessly commented, You indeed suit a deeper shade of green. Ji Dingxiang, completely oblivious, replied, "Excellent. Under my guidance, you have finally had an epiphany. What a ridiculous revelation for this dullard." The large yellow dog lying on the ground cast a glance at Jian Baisan, then at Ji Dingxiang, burying its head beneath its forepaws, choosing to ignore the situation altogether. On the day of their departure, both were barely equipped for the journey. 3 days prior, Jian Baisan had consumed a bottle of enlightenment elixir provided by Shui Huaier, which temporarily enhanced her spiritual energy conversion efficiency, allowing her to ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement. Consequently, she gifted Ji Dingxiang Master Jingyuan's prayer beads. While they may cover one's head but not the tail, they were nonetheless a magical artifact that could partially conceal one's form, which was advantageous. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, they found not only the monkey, but also a man and 2 women. Upon seeing them, the monkey eagerly approached and introduced them, saying, "This is Jian Baisan, the most prominent new disciple with a thunderous spiritual root, our invaluable assistant for this journey. And this beautiful junior sister beside her is Ji Dingxiang, a close friend of Jian Baisan, who will accompany us to Dongxia Mountain." Both Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang bowed in gratitude, thanking their senior brother and sister for their care. The monkey remarked, "These 3 are indeed the backbone among our mid-level disciples." He gestured towards a rather tall girl with a somewhat sharp demeanor, saying, "This is Wei Han, who specializes in Earth's spiritual roots, and her innate spiritual beast is the grade Rin underground golden-eyed crocodile." Wei Han nodded in greeting. These 2 are the Ku siblings. The elder sister, Ku Wan, specializes in metal spiritual roots, with her spiritual beast being the blue sand gecko, which I mentioned earlier. The younger brother, Ku Wu, focuses on wood spiritual roots, and his spiritual beast is the branch goose. The Ku siblings bore a striking resemblance to each other and also returned the greeting. Finally, the monkey pointed to himself, saying, "As for me, everyone knows me. I'm the monkey, so no further introduction is necessary. Let us not linger, let us depart." Chapter 38. Are you 2 secretly in love? The monkey's introduction was quite equitable, not neglecting even Ji Dingxiang, who was at the 1st level of qi refinement. However, Ku Wu remained motionless, casting a curious glance at Jian Baisan and inquired, "Are you planning to bring that dog along?" He observed, "I sense no spiritual energy emanating from it. It must be an ordinary dog." Jian Baisan replied, "This is my innate spiritual beast." The crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment. Wei Han, quick to voice her thoughts, interjected, "I heard that you have already been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder. Did he not provide you with a spiritual beast? How can you rely on an ordinary dog as your spiritual beast? It cannot assist you in any capacity. It will only hold you back." Recently, De Huang seemed to have gained a touch of wisdom. Upon hearing these words, a wave of sorrow surged through Jian Baisan's heart. As De Huang felt disheartened for being unable to contribute, Jian Baisan hurriedly reassured it in his heart. "The affairs of the Qin family are not insurmountable without you. Our bond, forged over years of companionship, cannot be measured by such trivialities." Jian Baisan remarked, "Initially, my decision to take it as my spirit beast was merely a fortuitous occurrence, yet I harbor no regrets regarding this matter. To compensate for my combat prowess, I have diligently cultivated other martial arts, so my senior brothers and sisters need not worry." Ku Wudao replied, "If you're unconcerned, then so be it. In the future, at worst, you may choose to replace it upon your ascension." The previous spirit beast of the Grand Elder was not particularly formidable, which is why he had long remained inconspicuous. It was only after he acquired the fusion shadow Crimson Serpent that his strength surged dramatically, propelling him to become the most powerful figure beneath the sect leader. Jian Baisan was unaware of his master's previous spirit beast and could not help but inquire, "Did master once possess a spirit beast? What manner of spirit beast was it?" Ku Wu expressed surprise. "We all know, yet you remain uninformed? Did he not mention it to you?" The Grand Elder's former spirit beast was a snow flame steed, a strikingly beautiful white horse known for its gentle and intelligent nature, with its entire lineage reputed to be mild-mannered. It remains a mystery where the Grand Elder managed to procure it. As he spoke, Ku Wu, whose own spirit beast was of the Mount variety, displayed a fleeting expression of envy. However, this emotion soon faded as Ku Wen added, "Within the sect, when disciples change their spirit beasts, it is the replaced beasts that ultimately gain their freedom, as they are well cared for within the sect and generally prefer not to risk being captured for alchemical purposes by wandering too far." One could discern that Kawu may have once harbored aspirations for the unclaimed Snowflame steed. Huan hastily nudged his brother, exclaiming, "Hey, that's her master." "Oh, my apologies." Kawu replied, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure. To prevent this young prodigy from harboring a grudge against him, Kawu quickly let out a whistle, and a small bird darted towards them like an arrow. From a distance, it appeared no larger than a palm, but as it approached, it swelled in size, eventually landing before them with an expanse akin to that of a small estate. "Behold my beloved Jizi Yin, affectionately named Yanzi. Everyone, let us embark." Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang were the first to mount its back. The surface of Yanzi was uneven, reminiscent of a gnarled tree, and it felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Some areas that seemed to be the tips of branches were, in fact, small feathers resembling delicate leaves. The feathers on its wings appeared, at first glance, like thin, light green leaf-shaped scales. Curiously, Ji Dingxiang reached out to touch them, prompting Yan Zi to suddenly shake violently, nearly dislodging both of them. Kawu, exasperated, remarked, "It's ticklish and rather timid. Please refrain from touching its feathers, or we might all be thrown off." Ji Dingxiang quickly withdrew her hand. Jian Baisan inquired, "What does it feel like?" Ji Dingxiang whispered, "Soft and lighter than the feathers of ordinary birds." As their journey commenced, Jian Baisan soon appreciated the advantages of these feathers. From afar, the creature resembled a grand wooden bird, yet it soared with both stability and speed. The feathers on its wings rustled in the wind, producing a sound akin to that of a colossal tree dancing in the heavens. Though Dongxiao Mountain is not particularly close, under Yanzi's swift pace, it took less than half an hour to arrive. The group halted on a flat area approximately a quarter of an hour's journey from the summit. Here, Hoer meticulously surveyed the surroundings multiple times and set up a formation mechanism around the campsite to ensure that any disturbances would be promptly detected. This location was chosen deliberately to avoid proximity to the fiery bamboo forest near the peak, where they might inadvertently alert the guardian beast, the iron butterfly, and to prevent any solitary guardian beasts from wandering into their vicinity and launching an attack. Consequently, Kuwen released her innate spirit beast, the Qingsha gecko, to keep watch from the trees around them. Moreover, Hoer had previously consulted with a diviner from the Tongfa Pavilion, who predicted that the following day would bring rain, which would be the opportune moment for Jian Baisan to exert his abilities. Once everything was set in order, the group found themselves with little to do, prompting Hoer to suggest a reconnaissance of the area to familiarize themselves with the terrain. This senior brother, possessing a shrewd disposition yet cautious in his endeavors, naturally earned the trust of his companions who were eager for him to acquire spiritual stones. Originally invited by Ku Wan to assist, Hoer now subtly assumed a leadership role. The weakest, Ji Dingxiang, paired with the most formidable, Hoer, Jian Baisan teamed with Ku Wan, and Wei Han partnered with Ku Wu. They divided into 3 groups, each embarking in a different direction, distributing their respective communication talismans with an agreement to reconvene at the campsite in 1 hour. Unbeknownst to the others, Wei Han and Ku Wu were a couple, a fact hidden from everyone. Wei Han's cheeks flushed slightly as she boldly grasped Ku Wu's hand. He reciprocated, feeling that the sight of the girl walking gracefully through the forest was nothing short of enchanting, akin to that of a celestial being. Enveloped in the throes of their racing hearts, the 2 individuals remained oblivious to the footsteps behind them, which deliberately mirrored their own rhythm. Before arriving at the Cave of the Splendid Mist, Ku Wu was aware that Dongxia Mountain was merely a modest territory governed by a minor sect, its terrain uncomplicated, often traversed by mortals along its winding paths, posing little danger. Thus, neither he nor Wei Han had summoned their spirit beasts for vigilance. After half an hour of trekking, as they prepared to return, they were suddenly startled by the emergence of footsteps from behind, the intruders having abandoned any pretense of concealment. By the time they sensed something amiss, it was far too late. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and before Wei Han could release her battle-type spirit beast, the earth-burrowing golden-eyed crocodile, from her spirit beast pouch, she felt a chilling sensation at her throat. Her vision spun as a severed head rolled upon the ground, a fountain of blood erupting skyward. In that moment, Ku Wu heard a careless reprimand. "Don't dirty her face, you fool." Chapter 39. What of the moth to the flame? On the other side, Ku Wu gritted his teeth and quickly dodged, as Yanzi flew to his aid just in time, absorbing the brunt of the attack, brown blood splattering forth, yet enduring the pain to transform and carry Ku Wu to safety. However, as it expanded in size, it discovered that its master lay prostrate on the ground, his head crushed into the earth by a boot. The newcomer asked nonchalantly, "Are you after the fire immortal bamboo liquid?" Ku Wu found himself devoid of the leisure to ponder the distinctions between the fire immortal bamboo liquid and the fire spirit bamboo liquid. The sect's technique, Tong Wei Ling, was predicated on naming spirit beasts after the spiritual energy to maintain their connection. Naming a spirit beast entails a formidable process intertwined with spiritual currents or fierce struggles, rendering the journey exceedingly arduous. The spirit beast shares a profound bond with its master. Should the human perish, the beast shall follow suit. Wei Han and her crocodile have already met their demise, and she is unwilling to allow her longtime companion, Yanzi, to meet an ambiguous end here. Yanzi stood in a daze, sensing the binding spiritual power that once tethered it had dissipated. The individual before it was no longer its master, but a chi-refining cultivator with whom it had no connection, thus it felt no obligation to save him. "What are you doing? You must leave at once," Ku Wu exclaimed. His eyes filled with fury, but he witnessed Yanzi merely pause for a fleeting moment before launching itself towards the individual who stood upon him. Despite its seemingly cumbersome and colossal form, resembling a giant tree branch, it now resembled a diminutive and agile moth, rushing towards the menacing flames. The figure above him extended a hand and, indeed, seized Yanzi's neck with bare hands. Such a loyal guardian spirit beast, the person chuckled sinisterly. "It seems you belong to that beast-controlling sect, do you not? I am aware you possess companions. Reveal your plan to acquire the fire immortal bamboo essence, and I shall release your bird." Ku Wu, rendered voiceless by desperation, murmured, "You must swear." The individual above replied, "You lack the standing to negotiate with me, boy. If you remain silent, this bird is certain to perish. If you speak, its survival is not guaranteed. It is as simple as that. We have a jointly driven formation." He continued, "and the absence of even one person renders it ineffective, utilized for summoning thunder and lightning." A voice interjected, "Boss, he is lying. Only the Hall of Passage possesses such a formation, and it is not disclosed to outsiders." The pressure upon his head dissipated. The man disinterestedly shifted his boots. His mouth remained obstinate. The last sight that Ku Wu beheld was that of the goose writhing in agony amid the flames. It was so evidently terrified, so undeniably a timid creature, as gentle as wood. "Forgive me, dear goose, forgive me." Moments later, the new Ku Wu and Wei Han emerged hand in hand from behind a tree, leaving behind two heads devoid of flesh. Ku Wu smiled obsequiously, remarking on the fortunate chill in the air, for they were all clad in high collars. Wei Han then inquired, "Boss, once we ascertain the method to harness thunder, shall we eliminate them all? Should we spare any?" The boss, displaying impatience, replied, "If they can be of use, we shall keep them alive until we secure the items, then dispose of them. But with just one at the foundation stage, while we possess three, why should we leave any alive? If you pose such foolish questions again, I shall be the one to end your existence." The boss then scraped the soles of his boots against a stone, expelling a breath of frustration, and complained to the two remaining subordinates, "We have been waiting here for over 3 months, with the deputy hall master urging us twice already. Just look at who hall master's son. What is he doing with this dual cultivation of soul and body, leaving himself in such a state, while we toil in this desolate mountain to clean up his mess? Last time, we finally encountered a storm, yet were so thoroughly beset by that jade butterfly. Now, at last, we seem to have a glimmer of hope. Although Lord who was dispatched to Chuyuan Prefecture, he nevertheless temporarily managed the affairs of the region on behalf of the main hall. Thus, he refrained from voicing his grievances and instead shifted the conversation, saying, "They are members of the Beast Tamer Sect. They must possess considerable skills in handling spirit beasts." Another subordinate chuckled, "Indeed, it would be best for us, like the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait." At this moment, Jian Baisan was by the brook, engaged in fishing. Under Ku Wen's guidance, she had recently learned a rather practical fishing technique. For the first time, she discovered that her lightning could indeed penetrate the water and directly affect the creatures within. No longer would she need to roll up her trousers and stand in the muddy riverbed, wielding a spear to catch fish. Instead, by simply plunging her hand into the water to release her spiritual energy, she could soon see fish and shrimp flipping onto their backs, floating to the surface, ripe for capture. Beside her, Ku Wen had just finished explaining the properties of lightning and the differences between fire bamboo juice and the legendary fire immortal bamboo juice. In her daze, Jian Baisan almost mistook him for her senior brother. Fortunately, The topic had veered unexpectedly to her younger brother, Ku. Did you notice? Kuwen suddenly inquired. Notice what? That my brother and Wei Han have become close, Kuwen stated. Jin Baisan had not perceived anything amiss. Kuwen continued. The undercurrents between them are palpable. In the past few descents from the mountain with Ku, that lad insisted on bringing Wei Han along, which struck me as odd. Later, he even spent half a year's salary on something. Do you know what it was? Jin Baisan inquired further. What was it? He bought a birthday gift for Wei Han. A monk celebrates his birthday every year, and if one were to continually present gifts, they would inevitably face financial ruin. Do you not agree? Not at all, replied Ku, feigning disdain while a smile graced his face. Having a beloved companion on the long journey of cultivation is indeed a blessing. Just look at those two. Their flirtatious exchanges during flight suggest they may have already made a commitment. Noticing that his junior sister struggled to grasp such topics, Kuwen swiftly shifted the conversation. What about you? Do you celebrate your birthday? I do, but it is still quite far off, replied Jin Baisan. My companion, Ji Dingxiang, has her birthday approaching in a few days, and I have already prepared a gift for her. Intrigued, Kuwen inquired, did you make it yourself? What did you craft? Jin Baisan retrieved a small box from her storage ring and handed it to Kuwen. Upon opening it, he discovered a wooden hairpin. Intricately carved with a double-layered 8-treasure pattern, adorned with a silver chain that held a deep green gemstone at its end. Kuwen, captivated by the craftsmanship, exclaimed, Junior sister, your skills are truly remarkable. This hairpin could fetch a handsome price in a jewelry shop. Are you open to commissions? If you have the time, do craft one for your senior sister. I would gladly pay a premium. Jin Baisan, carrying a bucket, responded, certainly, senior sister. However, just as Kuwen closed the box, his complexion suddenly paled, and the box slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground as he staggered, unable to maintain his balance. Jin Baisan, disregarding the broken box, rushed to support Kuwen. What is wrong with you? Kuwen took a long moment to rise, her eyes betraying an unmistakable confusion. It's strange. I've always enjoyed good health since childhood, yet just now I experienced a sudden, acute pain in my heart, rendering me momentarily senseless. Jin Baisan contemplated for a while before suggesting, perhaps you simply haven't rested well, senior sister. Kuwen furrowed her brow and replied, perhaps. That could be the case. Chapter 40. The water flows. Time drips. Ku and Wei Han sat at the edge of the camp, their heads bowed in quiet conversation. Appearing quite intimate, Kuwen unleashed her guardian gecko to maintain vigilance against the iron butterfly, her irritation directed at Jin Baisan. Indeed, having a wife makes one forget about their sister. Turning around, she was surprised to find Jin Baisan already engaged in kindling a fire and preparing fish for everyone. Kuwen could only stare in disbelief. The girl, Ji Dingxiang, must have encountered her fair share of exhausting moments being friends with Jin Baisan. By the time Kuwen witnessed Jin Baisan retrieving a bag of spices from her storage ring to sprinkle over the fish, she was utterly at a loss for words. Although this mission was relatively easy, it hardly felt like a vacation, did it? From afar, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing the monkey, which dashed into the camp to shower Jin Baisan with compliments before snatching a piece of the grilled fish. Despite being a foundational cultivator capable of fasting, he had always felt that life is fleeting and should be savored to the fullest. He was a true embodiment of someone who cherished both wealth and culinary delights. Ji Dingxiang, who already had a penchant for fish, was now so engrossed in eating that she scarcely had time to utter a word. Once everyone had finished the first round of grilled fish, they noticed that Wei Han and her companion remained seated, unmoved. Kuwen called out from a distance, Hey, aren't you coming to eat? You, young man, Kuwen Dao, do not even address me as sister before speaking. Ku, we no longer wish to eat, sister. Kuwen, perplexed, inquired, Why are you acting so strangely today? Are you merely responding to being asked to call me sister? Ku remained seated, motionless. Kuwen, disinclined to ponder the thoughts of her foolish brother, attributed this change to romance. After finishing her meal, she sat cross-legged to begin her cultivation, as did the others. Only the monkey, upon conclusion, rushed over to Wei Han and the others, inquiring, Are you not eating? What about Yin Zi and Shi Shi? Yin Zi and Shi Shi are the names of their spirit beasts. Adhering to the principle that more words lead to more mistakes, they merely shook their heads. After all, based on their observations, these two were not particularly talkative. Moreover, she had always doted on her spirit beast, Shi Shi, treating the crocodile as if it were her daughter, spending the majority of her salary on food for Shi Shi each month. Yet now, in an unusual turn of events, she denied it even a taste of the delicious roasted fish. The monkey's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he leaned in closer, his expression neutral as he lowered his voice. I previously mentioned that you must protect me when the time comes. Do not forget. Both of them felt a surge of elation. It turns out, the critical item for this task is in the possession of this monkey. As long as they keep a close watch on him, all would be well. However, they maintained a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly at the monkey. The monkey smiled with satisfaction and said, I shall rely on you when the time comes. Allow me to give a few instructions to the others. And you should assemble again when it rains. Turning away, the monkey's expression suddenly darkened with apprehension. In just a few exchanges, he had discerned that those two were not the genuine Ku Wu and Wei Han. For everyone had long understood that the paramount individual requiring protection on this journey was not merely a lone bodyguard, but the invaluable possessor of the thunder element's spiritual root, Jian Baisan. However, the earlier incarnations of Ku Wu and Wei Han were blissfully unaware of this, and had not summoned their spirit beasts. Consequently, the monkey had just released his spiritual energy for a targeted investigation. Both individuals were at the foundation establishment stage, one in its early phase, comparable in strength to the monkey. The other, however, was inscrutable. They must abandon this task, but now, with Wei Han's precarious fate hanging in the balance, he could not afford to ignore or forsake them. The chasm between cultivators of different realms was undeniably vast. Should a confrontation erupt, it would be a single foundation establishment against two, jeopardizing the safety of Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang, while also complicating the retrieval of the true Wei Han's whereabouts. Moreover, when the rain arrived and the impostors believed they were to undertake the mission and provide close protection, he could launch a surprise attack, potentially increasing his chances of success. Additionally, during the rainy season, the iron butterfly swarms became more active, and Ku and S green sand gecko could intimidate and disperse the butterfly swarms, creating a situation where the two impostors would face a stronger onslaught, further tilting the odds in his favor. The monkey approached Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang, crouched before them, his smile unwavering. Yet he whispered to Jian Baisan, Wei Han and Ku Wu are in trouble. Do not reveal the nature of your spiritual root. Jian Baisan's heart raced at the thought of the peculiar remarks made by Ku when regarding her brother. No wonder she found them odd, for both had seemingly been replaced. The admonition to conceal their spiritual roots was likely due to the fact that these impostors sought the fire spirit bamboo essence, and exposure would undoubtedly lead to peril. Ji Dingxiang, in a state of alarm, turned her head towards Ku Wu and Wei Han, but Jian Baisan swiftly grasped her by the neck, urging her not to look around recklessly. The monkey subtly nodded in her direction and whispered, I will act first when the time comes. If I cannot withstand them, you must flee with Ji Dingxiang. For the first time, Jian Baisan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Among the low-tier Qi refinement disciples, she might be considered one of the best, yet when faced with foundation-building cultivators of the same rank as her senior brother, Xiao Yu, she knew she stood no chance of defeating them. Even on this day, without using her own hands, it would be a challenge to endure 10 moves against Luo Xiaoyu. All she could do was run. Clenching her teeth, Jian Baisan nodded in agreement. The monkey rose, hesitated for a moment, and proceeded towards Ku Wan. Suddenly, Jian Baisan recalled Ku Wan's unexpected heart pain earlier that day. Folklore from the great wilderness state spoke of the bond between siblings, and she hoped such tales were mere fabrications of boredom. The monkey had already departed, and Jian Baisan cast a distant glance towards Ku Wan. She observed her making an effort to maintain her composure, though the tears in her eyes reflected a bright flame. De Huang silently approached her, resting its head upon Ku Wan's lap. Startled, Ku Wan looked down and embraced it tightly in her arms. After less than 2 hours of cultivation, Jian Baisan suddenly felt a peculiar chill on her face. It was raining. Chapter 41. A butterfly Wei Han and Ku Wu remained silent. Yet both instinctively glanced up at the monkey. With a composed demeanor, the monkey commanded, Gather your belongings. We must depart. Braving the rain, the group ascended the mountain. To make the two impostors believe that Jian Baisan was inconsequential, the monkey deliberately turned and scolded her, and Ji Dingxiang harshly, Hey, you two. If you insist on following me, don't hinder my progress. Ji Dingxiang, startled, shrank her neck and nodded repeatedly. Although others referred to him as the monkey, his spirit beast was not a monkey, but rather a minuscule twin-tailed flame eater. The monkey was cautious by nature, and the primary ability of this flame eater was defense. The fire attribute gas emitted from its two tails could instantly condense into a thin layer of spiritual armor on a person's surface. Not only did it serve a protective function, but it could also burn enemies who approached too closely, making it the monkey's most formidable weapon. At that moment, Da Huang, who was trotting beside Jian Baisan in the rain, suddenly twitched its ears. Through their spiritual connection, Jian Baisan sensed a flicker of confusion. Straining to listen, she could discern no abnormalities amidst the pattering rain. The blue sand gecko remained motionless like a statue on Ku Wen's shoulder as he silently walked ahead of Jian Baisan. Jian Baisan found it strange. Her senior brother had mentioned that the mountain-dwelling iron butterfly was particularly active during rainy days. Yet, as they neared the fiery bamboo grove at the mountain's summit, not a single butterfly had appeared. Is the senior sister's guardian so formidable? After taking a few more steps, Da Huang's pace suddenly slowed and then completely halted. Jian Baisan dared not urge it to move or stop alongside it, so she merely reduced her speed to proceed forward. Da Huang, eyes filled with urgency, bit down on her pant leg, refusing to allow her to advance any further. Jian Baisan once again summoned her spiritual energy, yet she perceived nothing, saw nothing. Da Huang's form suddenly froze, and she felt as though her body had been temporarily commandeered by Da Huang. This was a feat attainable only by practitioners of the Fun Yuan Yusho Jing. Under conditions of sufficient intimacy with their spiritual beasts, they could control their master's body for 3 breaths, allowing the master to inherit a fraction of their capabilities. They had previously discerned the slender shadow of the fire bamboo. Yet in the human line of sight, the sky above that area appeared utterly vacant. Now, endowed with the hearing and vision of an animal, Jian Baisan beheld what only creatures of the wild could see. A solitary butterfly. It hovered above the nearest bamboo, its form exuding a semi-transparent jade hue, radiating an almost imperceptible fluorescence. No larger than half a human hand, it resembled an exquisite butterfly ornament, recently carved from icy jade by a skilled artisan. Yet, despite the fierce winds that nearly forced Jian Baisan's eyes shut, this butterfly remained as steadfast as if it were perched upon a tranquil lotus. Its wings shed glistening phosphorescent powder, which drifted like rain onto the shoulders of the monkeys, Wei Han, Ku Wu, and the senior sister. Should Jian Baisan take just one more step forward while holding on to Ji Dingxiang, she too would be ensnared by that ethereal substance. 3 breaths had yet to pass. As the monkey prepared to step into the realm of the fire bamboo forest, the butterfly abruptly vanished from Jian Baisan's sight. In the next moment, it reappeared on the shoulder of her senior brother, who was dusted with phosphorus powder. Jian Baisan's heart convulsed suddenly. She could no longer concern herself with the monkey's plans. All she knew was that if she did not warn him now, the unsuspecting monkey might meet his demise. From the perspective of the Great Yellow, the butterfly emanated an overwhelming pressure, as intense as the first time she encountered the old man Xiang. It was the sensation of a mortal facing a golden core. This was not merely a mountain-crossing iron butterfly, but rather the legendary mountain-crossing jade butterfly, an evolved grade G spirit beast that had absorbed all its companions. It was also the guardian beast of the fire immortal bamboo liquid. In terms of human strength classification, the butterfly before them possessed the power of a lower-tier golden core. No wonder her senior sister's guardian lizard had not reacted to a beast 2 realms above it. Completely suppressed without the ability to resist, Jian Baisan shouted, "Senior brother, be careful." The monkey stiffened, summoning the spirit beast, and a dark crimson thin armor suddenly appeared on its surface. The butterfly seemed to be scalded, fluttering its wings anew, circling around as if selecting its next target. Everyone had now witnessed the true form of the jade butterfly. Yet, the monkey did not retreat. Instead, he reached out and seized Ku Wu, plunging a dagger fiercely into his dantian. Startled, Ku Wu hastily dodged, but his side was still pierced, and blood began to gush forth. Ku Wu was indeed the one whose prowess surpassed that of the monkey. Struck unexpectedly, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You've seen through it all." The monkey offered no reply, instead altering his technique. Flames erupted from his hands as he swiftly launched an assault towards Ku Wu. Yet, Ku Wu did not evade. He bore the searing pain, sustaining the full brunt of the blow, which caused him to immediately spit blood. However, a peculiar smile suddenly graced his face. Seizing the moment, he conjured a steel whip that viciously struck the monkey's face. The monkey let out a piercing cry. He instinctively touched his face, finding no injury. Yet he felt a jarring tremor in his dantian, and a wave of pain coursed through his mind. This force could transcend the physical, directly affecting the soul. This individual was a soul cultivator. No wonder he was indifferent to bodily harm. Even if his physical form were to shatter, he might possess a means of survival. The steel whip abruptly vanished from his grasp. The monkey clenched his teeth. If he could cause the soul cultivator's body to collapse, the latter would have to expend his soul's power to resist dissolution. The monkey's soul was damaged, yet he remained unscathed. As long as Jian Baisan survived, he could acquire the fire spirit. No, the fire immortal bamboo liquid. In that case, his spiritual injuries would be trivial. Meanwhile, the jade butterfly circled around before gracefully soaring towards Kuwan. In a panic, Kuwan attempted to summon his spirit beast, but to no avail. He could only draw his sword to defend himself. To his astonishment, the butterfly's wings fluttered effortlessly, slicing through the blade with ease. The butterfly glided past the guardian's body, then grazed her shoulder, carving away a chunk of flesh, causing blood to flow profusely in an instant. The Qingsha gecko lay rigidly on the ground, blood flowing from its body, having failed to unleash any abilities before succumbing to its fate. Just a few steps away, Wei Han, who had just vanished into the darkness, reappeared behind her, gripping her neck with a vice-like hand. Tell me how you intend to obtain the fire immortal bamboo liquid, and I shall release you. Having already been discovered in her false identity, it was plausible that the monkey's offer of protection was merely a ruse. The true method of acquiring the fire immortal bamboo liquid must harbor deeper secrets. Tears streamed down Ku Wen's face as her feet dangled helplessly. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the soaring mountain jade butterfly approaching her. Desperately struggling, she pleaded, "Please, let me go. Let me go." The iron grip tightened further, and Wei Han's familiar visage radiated a chilling cruelty. "Speak. How do you plan to obtain the item?" Overwhelmed by the suffocating sensation, Ku Wen gasped, "The Thunder Spirit Root. She is the Thunder Spirit Root." With a swift motion, Wei Han snapped Ku Wen's neck and slowly shifted her gaze towards Jian Baisan and Ji Dingxiang. Chapter 42. A Butterfly's Revenge. The monkey observed the unfolding situation, sensing a disturbance in the spiritual energy as Ku Wu managed to strike several times. With the final lash, it became evident that his soul was gravely damaged. As he coughed up blood, his form unsteady. On the other side, Ku Wu fared little better, his entire body marred by burns, having just received a brutal blow to the chest from the monkey, resulting in the expulsion of internal debris. However, Wei Han did not even glance at the two monkeys still engaged in battle behind him. Casually discarding Ku Wen's lifeless body, he smiled at them and asked, "Which of you is the Thunder Spirit Root? Come with me, and I shall spare your life." This marked the first time Ji Dingxiang witnessed a murder firsthand. She felt a mixture of fear and revulsion, gripping Jian Baisan tightly, her face as pale as parchment, as if she might retch at any moment. Jian Baisan subtly shielded Ji Dingxiang, her gaze fixed on the jade butterfly hovering in the air, still yet to descend, as her mind raced to devise a countermeasure. While Wei Han might refrain from killing her, as she possessed the Thunder Spirit Root, Ji Dingxiang's fate was uncertain. It was imperative to eliminate this individual. Furthermore, the phosphorescent powder of the jade butterfly had not touched either her or Ji Dingxiang. Observing their positioning and circumstances, Wei Han's smile turned sinister as he confidently declared to Jian Baisan, "You are indeed the Thunder Spirit Root." Jian Baisan stood her ground for a few moments, waiting for the butterfly's languid wings to finally pivot in Wei Han's direction. In that instant, she thrust Ji Dingxiang aside and, with both hands drawing her blade, charged forward with fierce determination. Upon witnessing Jian Baisan's advance, Wei Han's expression contorted in disbelief. "Unwise," he bellowed, his arms trembling as he moved like a dragon, seemingly preparing to withstand Jian Baisan's strike with sheer physicality. A practitioner of body cultivation, Jian Baisan closed the distance and swung her right hand, delivering a decisive blow. Wei Han raised his arms to block, yet she managed to inflict a deep gash upon him. Shock rippled across his features. Blade energy? His expression grew grave as the muscles in his arms quivered, twisting at an unnatural angle as he channeled his spiritual power, aiming a forceful strike at Jian Baisan's head. If a mere mortal had been caught off guard, his head would undoubtedly have been shattered like a ripe watermelon by that strike. Upon sensing the fierce wind, Jian Baisan swiftly sheathed her knife and crouched to evade, narrowly escaping the blow. Wei Han, oblivious to the danger, failed to notice that the large dog, previously dispatched by Jian Baisan, had stealthily circled to his side. At this moment, Wei Han dared not underestimate her any longer. This girl possessed a thunderous spiritual root. Having eliminated so many of her fellow disciples today, it was evident that she was not one to be easily subdued. If she were not eliminated, once she grew stronger, she would become a considerable nuisance. A fierce glint flickered in Wei Han's eyes as he channeled his energy, causing his arm muscles to bulge ominously. His hands were enveloped in a layer of dark golden sheen, appearing exceedingly robust and immense. Little girl, perishing beneath my earth-shattering palm would be a mercy. Jian Baishan gritted her teeth, confronting the terrifying dual strikes with her bare hands, much to the horror of Ji Dingxiang, who feared to look up lest she witness her friend's arms being broken. Why isn't she using her spiritual energy? Boom. The collision of palms generated a thunderous sound and violent gusts of air, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Jian Baishan staggered back 3 steps, her hand strength adequate. Yet her arms bled profusely. The impact had shattered the muscles in her arms, inflicting unbearable pain. Wei Han, in shock, could hardly find words to express his bewilderment. The earth-shattering palm, his most formidable technique, had been met head-on by a mere chi-refining disciple, unarmed. She, a disciple of the beast-taming sect, had also mastered body cultivation techniques. At this moment, the enchanting mountain butterfly arrived late, playfully fluttering towards Wei Han's chest. Wei Han, reluctant to confront it directly, hurriedly stepped back to evade. Meanwhile, the great yellow beast, already commanded by Jian Baisan to position itself near him, seized the opportunity. With a flash of lightning in its eyes, it leaped forward, opening its massive jaws to unleash a colossal ball of thunder. Its spiritual energy was intrinsically linked to Jian Baisan, allowing it to wield half of her power. Just moments ago, Jian Baisan had deliberately refrained from using her energy in combat, fearing that her blade might falter against his defenses. Thus, she intended to propel Wei Han towards the mountain butterfly using the force of her spiritual energy, a clever maneuver to eliminate him indirectly. Unbeknownst to Wei Han, this turn of events caught him off guard. The tremendous impact of the thunderball sent him staggering forward, directly into the path of the terrifying butterfly. It was as if time slowed. His figure momentarily paused before he fell forward. As he collapsed to the ground, Jian Baisan helped Ji Dingxiang to her feet, only to witness a jade-colored butterfly gracefully emerging from the spot where Wei Han had fallen. Its wings, once stained with blood, were instantly cleansed by the rain. The butterfly left no trace of phosphorescent powder upon them and, as if nothing had occurred, turned to fly towards the direction of the monkey. However, the situation with the monkey was far from optimistic. The 2 combatants were already covered in injuries. The monkey's once vibrant red armor had become sporadic, dimming considerably. Jian Baisan swallowed several healing pills, steeling herself to assist the monkey in its dire struggle. As the Kuwu witnessed the demise of his companion, he noted that Jian Baishan and the other 2 were still alive, with the butterfly fluttering towards them. With a fierce determination, he clenched his teeth, feeling the currents of his meridians writhe, his skin swelling, and blood seeping from the fissures in his flesh. In but a few breaths, he transformed into a grotesquely inflated figure of blood. With all his might, the monkey surged forward, collapsing atop Jian Baishan and the other for protection. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The Kuwu had self-destructed. Jian Baishan felt a wave of heat wash over her exposed face and, upon touching it, discovered only the remnants of shattered flesh and human tissue. She could no longer afford the luxury of decorum and forcefully shoved the monkey aside, retching onto the ground nearby. Chapter 43. A young brother delivers himself. Once she had finished vomiting, she noticed that both Ji Dingxiang and the monkey, whom she had pushed away, lay in silence. A surge of fear gripped Jian Baishan as she wiped the filth from her mouth with rainwater and turned, trembling, to inquire, Xixiang? Dingxiang? All she could see was Ji Dingxiang with wide eyes, trembling hands testing the monkey's breath, signaling Jian Baishan to remain silent. Turning back, Jian Baishan realized that the monkey's back had been torn apart, exposing ghastly bones. Indeed, he was already at his limit, his fiery armor precariously hanging by a thread. Having shielded them once more, his fate seemed grim. After a long pause, Ji Dingxiang finally lowered her hands and whispered, Xixiang is still alive. Jian Baishan exhaled in relief, poised to speak, when De Huang suddenly called out from behind, drawing both their attention and causing them to break into a cold sweat once more. Jian Baishan quickly grasped the situation, her expression darkening. This was a soul cultivator. No wonder he chose self-detonation. He would not truly perish. The soul cultivator. Ji Dingxiang mused. Could it be? The two exchanged glances, each confirming the other's thoughts. The soul cultivator, along with the body cultivator who had just been deceitfully slain by Jian Baishan, were likely the fabled figures of the Little Willow Cave. Just moments ago, her senior brother had endured numerous strikes from that steel whip, yet his exterior bore no wounds, indicating his spirit had undoubtedly suffered harm. Now, with this latest explosion inflicting injury, even if his external wounds healed, it remained uncertain whether he could awaken. For them, the most prudent course of action at this moment would be to abandon their brother and flee alone. With the soul cultivator's accomplices yet to arrive and the absence of the butterfly jade imprint on their bodies, they found themselves in an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, they both knew that such an act was beyond them. After all, the monkey had no obligation to rescue them. Despite their shared sect, their lives were their own to bear when on missions. Although the intelligence regarding the monkey's task was indeed flawed, the bond they shared in protecting one another could be deemed both heartfelt and righteous. They could not forsake their fellow disciples for self-preservation. Ji Dingxiang declared, "We must procure the fire immortal bamboo essence." Jian Baishan nodded. "I shall retrieve it." "No." Ji Dingxiang grasped Jian Baishan's sleeve. "That butterfly. Use your prayer beads to conceal our brother's form. He cannot move now." Jian Baishan adopted an indifferent demeanor. "Let Da Huang accompany you. Find a place to hide. Once you obtain the fire immortal bamboo essence, I will come to you." The rain continued to pour. Ji Dingxiang tightened her hold on Jian Baishan. "You are merely at the qi refinement stage. That butterfly slaughters foundation establishment cultivators as effortlessly as one would a chicken. Should you venture alone, it would be tantamount to seeking death. To venture forth together is akin to courting death." Jian Baisan remarked, "I possess the iron huasho and still have a fighting chance. If I do not seek you out before dawn, you must flee in the opposite direction of Ku Wu and their path." With that, Jian Baisan wrenched her hand from Ji Dingxiang's grasp, scattering a handful of concealment powder from above before dashing into the bamboo growth. This substance would surely be washed away by the rain, yet its purpose at this moment was more to provide solace than concealment. As the phosphorescent powder from the mountain-penetrating jade butterfly settled upon her shoulder the instant she plunged into the thicket, Jian Baisan, emboldened by the simplicity of her actions, surged forward. However, after merely a few strides, a sudden tightness gripped her heart, sending chills throughout her body, prompting her to lunge forward. When she turned back, the butterfly had indeed appeared behind her, poised to pierce her heart. Failing its initial strike, the creature swiftly darted towards her head while she remained on the ground. Jian Baisan rolled away, becoming enshrouded in mud. The mountain-penetrating jade butterfly seemed momentarily stunned, fluttering its wings in the rain, only to reverse its course. Realizing her evasion was effortless, and then charged directly at her chest. Upon entering the forest, closing in on the treasure, it descended into a frenzy, gritting her teeth. Jian Baisan stacked her hands together, using them as a temporary shield. This time, the mountain-penetrating jade butterfly did not penetrate her palms as anticipated. She succeeded in blocking it. Yet, a searing pain surged through her. For the first time since mastering her skills, her palm was sliced, leaving a gaping wound. In the throes of pain, Jian Baisan clenched her fists tightly, casting it away at the cost of her injury. With a swift somersault, lightning erupted from her bloodied palm, momentarily darting through the grove of bamboo like a spectral serpent. A resonant hum echoed, and the last two bamboo stalks at the rear seemed as though ignited from within, emanating flickers of crimson light. The essence of fire, immortal bamboo. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Jian Baisan. Her brother monkey was saved. Just 20 steps. In merely 20 steps, she could rush forth to seize the precious item, and another 20 steps would lead her to safety beyond the bamboo thicket. Yet, the jade butterfly seemed to sense the opportune moment, capitalizing on her distraction, and charged towards her heart like a steel drill. This time, she could not evade it, and the butterfly pierced through her shoulder. A torrent of blood gushed forth, pain overwhelming her, and she stumbled, her arm rendered nearly immobile. There was no time to consume a healing elixir. She could only endure the agony and forge ahead, akin to a ravenous wild dog racing towards its prey. Jian Baisan discerned that the attack pattern of the mountain-crossing jade butterfly was primarily aimed at either the heart or the head. Thus, fortifying these two areas sufficed for defense. Yet, even such a simplistic pattern had claimed the lives of countless individuals. 15 steps remained. The butterfly lunged at Jian Baisan from behind. Seemingly aware of her shoulder injury and her difficulty in raising her arm, it targeted her head with precision. 10 steps left. Jian Bison focused intently on the butterfly's movements. In a moment of quick wit, she abruptly unsheathed her blade and plunged it into the earth, summoning every ounce of her strength to leap. Propelling herself off the hilt of the blade. With a resounding twang, the blade bent to its limit, and Jian Bison harnessed its elasticity, soaring across the 10-step distance. Reaching for the glowing fire bamboo, a gentle warmth radiated from her palm. Before she could fully rejoice, the utterly frenzied butterfly darted in from a distance of 10 paces. With her hands occupied by the elixir of the fire immortal bamboo, how could she defend herself? Before she had the chance to contemplate this dilemma, Jian Bison's body acted quicker than her mind. She clasped her hands together once more and captured the butterfly within her grasp, enduring the pulsating pain in her hands. A sudden epiphany struck her. The elixir of the fire immortal bamboo was a far rarer soul-nurturing elixir than that of the fire spirit bamboo. The reasons for not being able to switch or accumulate one's innate spirit beast were twofold. First, the soul could not withstand the trauma of multiple rips. Yet here lay more than 2 portions of the fire immortal bamboo elixir, sufficient to heal her not particularly formidable chi-refining spirit. Second, the abilities and attributes of different individual spirit beasts could clash, causing harm to their master. However, De Huang was merely an ordinary dog, lacking both power and attributes. Jian Bison's thoughts raced, her spirit energy surged wildly as she tightly enveloped the butterfly in her hands. Even as she heard the terrifying sound of her knuckles scraping against its form, she recited the incantation. Spirits merge, essence transforms into the Dantian. 3 breaths intertwined. 2 bodies coexist. Chapter 44, Golden Pill Experience Card. It was excruciating. It was profoundly uncomfortable. It turned out that after excessive soul tearing, the initial sensation experienced was not pain, but an overwhelming dizziness that was difficult to withstand. Despite her eyes being wide open, everything she beheld seemed to be upside down. Trembling and swirling, she could hardly move her limbs. After what felt like an eternity, she finally heard a pain scream. To her astonishment, it was her own voice. The butterfly, having seized the moment of her brief lapse, surged forth once more into the curtain of rain. Tumbling amidst the sphere of lightning conjured from her ethereal essence and a fragment of her soul. In this instance, Jian Bison truly grasped the formidable challenge of attempting to subdue a spiritual beast without its consent. Fortunately, she had the essence of the fire immortal bamboo nearby. Weakened, she struck the bamboo containing the precious liquid 3 times with her bare hands before finally splitting it open. With a swift motion, she grasped the viscous red liquid and hastily consumed it, enduring the intense heat as it coursed down her throat. A delightful, tingling sensation enveloped her spirit, bringing her immense comfort. Simultaneously, her withered dantian brimmed with the searing vitality of fire-based spiritual energy. She quickly recited her incantation, converting it into lightning energy, and, through the connection to her spiritual beast, distributed half of it to De Huang. After a brief moment, she realized that the struggles of the mountain-traversing jade butterfly had once again slipped from her grasp, threatening to render her efforts futile. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her technique anew, tearing her replenished soul to infuse the lightning sphere. Her soul, now, it could serve as a resource until all the fire immortal bamboo essence was expended. Yet, she remained unaware that, despite the restorative properties of the bamboo liquid, it was not a fully formed elixir. The repeated ravaging of her spirit would inevitably leave residual effects, a grave taboo. What cultivator does not understand the significance of the soul? Even the slightest disturbance would send shivers down their spine. Yet Jian Bison, though somewhat knowledgeable, was still but a fledgling, unrefined in her understanding. She was acutely aware that if she could not subdue this butterfly and procure the precious fire fairy bamboo liquid, not only would the monkey perish, but she herself would also meet her end here. Jian Bison lunged forward once more, suppressing her dizziness as she cleaved through the bamboo, consuming the second portion of the fire fairy bamboo liquid. The thunderball had already merged into the butterfly's body for the most part. Jian Bison vaguely sensed a curious emotion emanating from it, not from the great yellow, but seemingly from this butterfly, whose thrashing had considerably diminished. She paused her actions, attuning herself to its feelings. Anger, a sentiment easily comprehensible. After all, who wouldn't feel rage when their home had been invaded? Heartache, indeed. Such a precious substance, likely worth thousands of spirit stones, was being recklessly ingested by Jian Bison as if it were mere water. Who wouldn't mourn that loss? Desire. No one knew that as the guardian beast of the fire fairy bamboo liquid, Its wings could not cleave through the bamboo itself. For over a century, it had safeguarded the fire fairy bamboo liquid without ever tasting its exquisite flavor. Every thunderstorm, it could only watch the flickering red glow in a frenzy. Yet its instinctive bloodline warned it. All humans entering the bamboo grove must be exterminated without mercy. And this particular human was capable of easily conjuring lightning to obtain the coveted fire fairy bamboo liquid it had long yearned for. Jian Baisan. She unleashed another bolt of lightning, causing a bamboo tree in the distance to emit a crimson glow. Tentatively, she proposed, if I obtain it, I can give it to you. The butterfly's tumultuous movements lessened, and the thunderball even melded a bit further into its form. Stumbling forward, Jian Baisan severed the bamboo, cradling the crimson liquid in her palms and placing it beside the mountain-transcending jade butterfly. Having absorbed its energy, the mountain butterfly suddenly flapped its wings and lunged once more at Jian Baisan. After all, it was a creature, not a human. Its strength had been restored, and there was no reason for it to spare her. Simultaneously, the thunderball had fully merged with its body. Jian Baisan felt a sudden tremor of her spirit. As an invisible bond tethered her to the mountain butterfly, she could sense its feelings, even command it to fight, temporarily harnessing its form in battle. In turn, it could no longer harm her. In that instant, she possessed the combat prowess akin to that of a golden core. It had, astonishingly, become her second, destined spirit beast. Before she could revel in her joy, the mountain butterfly's form wavered in the air, tumbling down like a discarded piece of paper, and was swiftly battered to the ground by the rain. Jian Baisan hurriedly reached to retrieve it, only to discover that its wings, once harder than steel, had now turned soft and limp. She extended her fingers to brush off the mud clinging to it, but found that the wings, burdened and weakened, slid under her touch, as if they were on the verge of being crushed with a mere pinch. Connecting with its emotions, she realized there was only a void. It had temporarily lost all consciousness. In short, it had fainted. Jian Baisan stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. She too was unaware that the mountain butterfly was inherently explosive in power, yet its endurance in battle was fleeting. While the mountain iron butterfly swarms often engaged in collective activity, the limitations of this evolved mountain butterfly, its powerful outburst coupled with a brief duration, had now been starkly revealed. In a state of extreme agitation, it had just engaged in a fierce clash of spiritual energy and soul with Jian Baisan, further exacerbated by the stimulation of the fire immortal bamboo essence, rendering it utterly devoid of combat capability. Jian Baisan, however, found delight in this turn of events. Although she had already accepted it as her destined spirit beast, the image of its bloodthirsty demeanor was indelibly etched in her mind, making it impossible for her to forget. This lingering apprehension would be challenging to dissipate in the short term. Keeping it subdued for a while might indeed be advantageous. Moreover, the remaining tasks would be considerably easier to manage. The spiritual energy within Jian Baisan's dantian was surging with vitality. She exerted her strength repeatedly, sending forth a barrage of lightning orbs that wove into an intricate net of thunder. As the electric brilliance faded, 3 bamboo stalks emitted a faint red glow. Jian Baisan's heart leapt with joy as she hurried over, cleaving the bamboo and pouring the essence into an empty elixir vial, which she then stowed away in her storage ring. Ultimately, she was left with one empty vial. After careful consideration, she decided to place the butterfly inside it and also deposited it in the ring. It was perhaps best to keep it out of sight for the time being. All of this unfolded with astonishing ease. The subsequent task was even simpler. She merely needed to find the monkey, feed him the fire immortal bamboo essence, and then lead him to rendezvous with Ji Dingxiang, after which the 3 of them could depart. Jian Baisan withdrew the knife she had previously embedded in the ground and, following her path, navigated out of the fire bamboo grove. Yet, the moment she stepped beyond the thicket, an unusual sound reached her ears, an ominous gurgling reminiscent of a human throat. Before she could discern the source of the noise, 2 shadowy figures suddenly charged towards her, unleashing twin beams of cold light that hurtled towards her body from either side. One person laughed in astonishment. "You're actually still alive?" Chapter 45. Pure of heart, crystal clear mind. When Ji Dingxiang saw Jian Baisan emerge from the fire bamboo forest, drenched in blood, she felt a surge of both excitement and despair. "I've been captured. There are 3 others here. They are accomplices of Wei Han and Ku Wu, and they intend to kill you." She wanted to utter something to warn her friend, but one of the assailants tightly covered her mouth. Under the oppressive terror radiating from him, Ji Dingxiang trembled uncontrollably. Noticing her struggle, the man leaned close and whispered, "Feel free to speak if you wish. For instance, you could warn her that my subordinates are soul cultivators, and there's another one of me hidden here, ready to ambush her later. However, at this moment, you are still of value to me. If you choose to speak, you will become useless. As for the consequences, you may ponder them yourself." After saying this, he surprisingly released his grip. Ji Dingxiang noticed the tattered fabric around Jian Baisan's shoulder, clearly indicating a severe injury. She had failed to evade one of the two devastating strikes from the soul whips, which struck her leg with brutal force. Jian Baisan staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, prompting tears to flow from Ji Dingxiang's eyes. Her senior brother had not been discovered, but De Huang had been ruthlessly kicked aside by one of them. Possibly to its demise it bore Jian Baisan's spiritual energy, yet it was not a spirit beast. She felt an overwhelming urge to apologize to her friend. A desperate wish to fight back, but she was powerless. The man behind her likely possessed peak foundational cultivation, and the moment she encountered his spiritual energy, fear coursed through her body, rendering her numb. She was never a particularly bold individual. She feared that if she screamed at this moment, her neck would be snapped by this person. She still had her parents, her siblings. She did not wish to perish so abruptly. Regret washed over her, wondering why she had taken on such a terrifying task for mere points. If only she had known, if only she had been aware. Ji Dingxiang opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Jian Baisan moved with remarkable speed, parrying the enemy's attacks. Her hair, half loose, clung wetly to her cheeks, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yet, there was a glimmer in her eyes, as if it would never extinguish. Ji Dingxiang could hardly bear to look. She felt like a coward. Jian Baisan's blade had already plunged into one person's chest, while another, seemingly indifferent to the fate of their companion, lashed out at her with a steel whip. Jian Baisan felt no pain in her body, but the recently torn soul was once again provoked, causing her to nearly falter. Their intent was to eliminate Jian Baisan. Ji Dingxiang watched this scene unfold, her heart ablaze with urgency. She had never felt such profound fear, nor had she ever loathed her timid and weak self as much as she did now. Yet, tomorrow was her birthday. She did not wish to die on the eve of her own celebration. Amidst the fierce combat, Jian Baisan suddenly furrowed her brow, as if straining to listen to something, then shifted her gaze towards Ji Dingxiang's direction. She had never quite adapted to the life of a cultivation sect. Upon entering the clan, many looked down upon her. Her lack of talent and her combination of laziness and timidity had led her to a state of deep frustration. In this ruthless world where the strong vie for supremacy and fate seems to conspire against her, perhaps she is more suited to a life of ordinariness. Seeking a humble husband in the town, engaging in small trade, and leading a brief, tranquil existence. Yet, Jian Baisan is her dearest friend. Ji Dingxiang gazed at her face. Feeling warmth trickle down from her eyes. She accompanied Jian Baisan in practicing the Taihua technique. They conversed, shared meals, trained together, and undertook quests side by side. Jian Baisan, possessing a celestial root, cultivated with remarkable speed and diligence, yet she never looked down upon Ji Dingxiang, who bore the lesser third root. When Jian Baisan spoke to her, she would earnestly meet her gaze, always remembering to express gratitude and apologies. Ji Dingxiang recalled the day they met, when Shui had scolded her, and it was Jian Baisan who stood protectively in front of her. Jian Baisan understood her preferences, even handing her the largest fish when they grilled together. She felt seen, she felt respected. The spiritual energy surged behind her. The figure in black robes resembled a smoldering ember, the temperature gradually rising, undoubtedly preparing a formidable attack. Jian Baisan might very well be unable to withstand it. Ji Dingxiang realized that perhaps this ordeal was not as insurmountable as it seemed. Perhaps. And there was still another person. Before she could complete her thought, a sharp pain pierced her dantian. The cloaked figure slowly withdrew his hand, and Ji Dingxiang collapsed to the ground. Just before the world descended into darkness, she witnessed the black-robed figure being knocked down by Jian Baisan in a fierce exchange. And Jian Baisan immediately turned and sprinted toward her. Jian Baisan gazed at Ji Dingxiang, who lay fallen on the ground, her mind momentarily devoid of any thoughts. However, after engaging in a desperate exchange with the cloaked figure and narrowly evading a lethal strike for the second time, she swiftly realized that the situation could not continue as it was. While her adversary remained composed and at ease, she was already at the end of her strength. As Jian Baisan's mind raced through possible strategies, she noticed the figure pause momentarily in response to her punch, granting her the opportunity to land a solid blow to his chest. His complexion paled as he staggered back 2 steps. Seizing the moment, Jian Baisan pressed her advantage, deftly drawing her blade. The cloaked man refrained from countering and ominously inquired, "Who is Xiong Bingyi to you?" Jian Baisan remained silent and advanced towards him. With precision, she executed the first stance of the Qing leopard, 2 characters blossom, followed by the second stance, Yaksha's nail. The flash of her blade sliced through the air. Yet her strike missed its target. One of her knives, however, became ensnared by her spiritual energy and flew forth, akin to a long nail in the hand of a fierce yaksha, piercing deep into the cloaked man's thigh. His face contorted in agony as his leg muscles writhed. Yet he managed to expel her blade from his body. A fierce gust of wind surged as he channeled his entire spiritual force, abruptly twisting Jian Baisan's arm until it snapped, before violently slamming her to the ground, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Rephrase your answer. What is the relationship between the elder Shi Yang and you?" In that moment, Jian Baisan comprehended the truth. The man's momentary hesitation stemmed from the sight of the serpentine storage ring adorning her hand. Chapter 46. Joy turns to sorrow. A tempest of shock surged within Jian Baisan, freezing her actions in place. Why would her master be connected to these foes who ruthlessly slaughtered their fellow disciples? Were they allies or adversaries? The figure cloaked in black pressed her down with his knee, suddenly struck by a thought. He ceased his movements, his eyes darting as he scrutinized Jian Baisan, murmuring, "Heavenly Spirit Root, Heavenly Spirit Root." It dawned on him that this individual must be the new apprentice reported by Xiong Bingyi. Yet, how could he have chosen such a being as a disciple? Could that fierce eagle truly be tamed by him? After all, this was someone who, despite still being in the Qi refinement stage, had compelled a peak foundation establishment practitioner to expend nearly half of his spiritual energy. She was Xiong Bingyi's apprentice. He could not eliminate her, but he needed to ascertain whether she possessed anything of value. After that, it was imperative to incapacitate her. Should she emerge alive from the fire bamboo forest, the likelihood that she had obtained the fire immortal bamboo essence was substantial. Moreover, no one wished to endure the potential retribution from a heavenly spirit root in the future. As if recalling something, he released her, rising to his feet. At this moment, Jian Baisan finally beheld his face clearly. His complexion appeared pale and delicate, yet it was marred by layers of wrinkles, resembling an oddly emaciated man. The contrast was strikingly disconcerting. Suddenly, he spoke with a disarming demeanor. "Xiong Bingyi is indeed our esteemed guest. I, as your humble protector, failed to recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness." He had just noticed that her hands bore signs of refinement. Although he could not discern how she had achieved such strength, it was undeniable. Yet, the ring containing her treasures rested upon her finger. Striking directly was a gamble. Jian Baisan might possess hidden trump cards that could inflict harm upon him. If only she would soften her approach slightly, she could be easily subdued. "Perhaps I could step back a bit, and we could converse?" As he spoke, he gradually retreated a few steps. However, Jian Baisan seized the opportunity, executing a swift scorpion flip, drawing her knife with her other hand to launch another attack. Kill him. She must kill him, regardless of whether he knew her master or their relationship. She was only concerned with what she had witnessed. She was aware that they conspired against and slaughtered their own kind. Ji Dingxiang had been beaten to the brink of unconsciousness. How could she possibly engage in conversation with him? It felt as though a fire raged within her, an insatiable desire to extinguish a life, stronger than ever before. She recalled the age of 10 when she heard the anguished cries of a girl. Down the mountain, she intervened against a middle-aged man who was tearing at the girl's clothing. She plunged a knife into his abdomen, watching as he clutched his spilled entrails, wailing on the ground, begging for mercy, until his complexion turned pale and his eyes stared unblinking, silence forever. Many had perished near Tiger Roar Mountain. But that was her first act of killing. The realization that she had taken the life of a being capable of speech and thought, one akin to herself rather than a mere chicken, left her with an insurmountable burden within her heart. At that moment, Qin sang, sharpening her knife on the ground, remained silent until she finally spoke, saying, "A person without propriety, what purpose does their existence serve? Your fear in killing him arises from your perception of him as your kin. But upon reflection, what distinguishes his actions from those of a beast? A talking beast is still a beast." Qin Sang asserted that one should discern humanity through actions rather than mere form. Yet, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jian Baisan, and emphasized, "Your skills with the knife have reached a modest proficiency. Strength often imbues one with a sense of absolute control over all circumstances. However, one is not omnipotent in saving everyone or determining their fates. Henceforth, before taking action, one must ponder earnestly. Is this individual truly deserving of death? For one must never resort to such a final solution to resolve conflicts." Jian Baisan, ever eager to learn, resolved thereafter to employ her own methods to tackle issues rather than hastily resorting to violence. Yet, in this instance, her heart had already decreed that this person must perish. Her initial strike missed its target, startling him as he leapt to the treetops, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "There are no eternal enemies or friends. Had I known you were Elder Xiong's disciple, I would have refrained from attacking you. Is this not akin to the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple?" Jian Baisan hastily summoned the recently awakened De Huang, who hobbled over, and without hesitation unleashed a sphere of lightning at the treetop. Boom! The tree split asunder, its branches crashing to the ground with a dull thud. This obstinate creature. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Jian Baisan fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Where are Ku Wu and Wei Han?" A flicker of derision twisted his features. What a naive soul. Jian Baisan comprehended. Yet he remained overly guarded. He sighed inwardly, realizing he must adopt a different approach. Regaining his smile, he remarked, "Your vigilance is commendable. However, I truly have no desire to kill you. We are acquaintances after all. Should you doubt my intentions, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, allow me to caution you. If you do not provide that young girl on the ground with the medicinal pills, she is likely to perish soon." He was gambling. This is a person of pure emotions and strong sense of justice. Upon witnessing him turn away, she would not resort to a sneak attack. Instead, she would first go to the little girl to administer the elixir. Once the girl has lowered her guard, that would undoubtedly be his opportunity. He tightened the muscles in his back, gripping a talisman in his hand, prepared for any eventuality. As he finally stepped out of her line of sight, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh at the absurdity that she had indeed allowed him to escape. He retrieved 2 precious talismans, channeling his spiritual energy through them, feeling a pang of pain as he did so. However, securing the fire immortal bamboo essence would grant him even greater rewards within the cave. He had no time to lament his miscalculated timing. What lay in that open space? He scrutinized it with suspicion. Jian Baisan's dog once more sniffed around, even passing by him, yet it discovered nothing. Naturally, how could a talisman worth thousands of spirit stones reveal anything to a mere mutt? He stifled the impulse to kick the old dog to death when he noticed Jian Baisan twisting a prayer bead, which revealed a figure, the monkey, whose physical injuries had somewhat healed. Jian Baisan glanced around and carefully retrieved a small white jade vial from his ring, cautiously unscrewing it. He pried open the monkey's mouth and slowly poured the thick red liquid inside. Now was the moment. He crushed the remaining struggling souls of his 2 companions, channeling his spiritual energy in a peculiar manner, gradually forming a dark red mist ball in his hand, which blended his fire elemental essence with the wailing souls of the 2. He swiftly charged back towards Jian Baisan. When De Huang discovered it, it was already too late. The misty orb was swiftly struck into Jian Baisan's skull, plunging her into an abyss of darkness, her mind instantly flooded with a torrent of brutal anguish. Her entire body ablaze, immobilized. "How careless I have been. Ha ha ha." The figure in the black robe effortlessly slipped the ring off Jian Baisan's stiff fingers, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. To think, I, Lu Ding, could personally render a heavenly root useless. My life has found its worth. As he clutched the ring and took a few steps forward, an abrupt wave of peculiar spiritual energy emanated from within the ring, causing a sudden chill to envelop his head, as if a gust of wind were passing through it. Chapter 47. The first snow, like a dream, sweeping away the remnants. His soul stood in a daze, witnessing the body he had painstakingly refined for years collapse with a thunderous crash. A jade-colored butterfly gracefully emerged from his head, fluttering as it shed its wings. Author's note. This note was penned before I even had the chance to consult an editor about publication. Time truly flies. It has only been 29 days since I began writing this book, and I have reached 100,000 words. Initially, this book was merely a thought that unexpectedly blossomed in my mind. I was sitting idly when a girl suddenly appeared in my imagination. She bore 2 blades, stood tall, possessed a resolute gaze, and had beautifully tanned skin, accompanied by an old yellow dog. I felt an undeniable urge that she desperately wanted me to chronicle her story. As someone prone to laziness, I am genuinely astonished that I managed to write it down. She experiences moments of profound happiness, yet at times feels utterly devoid of anything. Occasionally, she perceives a future brimming with infinite possibilities, while other times, tears cascade down her cheeks in the solitude of night. In essence, she embodies the essence of an ordinary person. Ultimately, this is the tale I wish to narrate. She encounters a multitude of intricate individuals, grapples with struggles, endures pain, and wrestles with confusion, yet she remains steadfast in her purity. This reflects a certain wild fantasy I hold for humanity as a collective. Prior to this, I had never penned a lengthy novel, having only ventured into fanfiction and poetry. Thus, I am acutely aware that my work may exhibit numerous flaws, as the sparse collections and readings have already indicated. Consequently, I am diligently striving to craft a more engaging narrative with less superfluous content. I am profoundly grateful to the readers willing to immerse themselves in this piece. Each time I see familiar names casting their votes and leaving comments, I am deeply moved. Without you, I find it challenging to persist. Even if this narrative ultimately attracts but a single reader, I shall endeavor to bring it to fruition for them. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the friends following my story, and I shall strive to render this tale worthy of your attention. A bow, a second bow, a third bow. Chapter 48. The winter's joke is a cold joke in the depths of darkness. She hears herself inquire of the monkey, "How did we descend the mountain?" The monkey finally reveals a glimmer of joy, as if having survived a calamity. Chapter 49. He believed his spring had arrived within the sect, a rare genius emerged once every few decades, a prodigy with a mutated lightning spirit root. The audacious Jian Baishan, who dared to challenge the esteemed Shui family's young lady, Shui Huai'er, has fallen. This news. Chapter 50. Listen to me. Shui He Tongwei was taken aback, instinctively stepping back behind Jian Baishan. Yet, the sword light showed no sign of abating. It altered its trajectory and shot directly towards him. Chapter 51. His spring has ended. Aside from the absent Shui Huai'er, his spirit beast was the highest ranked and largest among all the disciples. In terms of type, the tiger was almost. Chapter 52. You are here too. The first to arrive was Elder Sunday. Having injured a fellow disciple and killed a sect's spirit beast, his expression was grim, while He Tongwei sat on the ground, tense. Chapter 53. The information overload. The old man remained silent, but a flicker of astonishment quickly passed through his eyes. How dull. You truly managed to train it. The old man reacted swiftly. Chapter 54. Generational upgrade. Li Laishun avoided the wound on his palm, pinching a cold sesame cake and snagging a string of small fish, 2 fingers wide, as he leaped from a small boat on the Greenwater River. Chapter 55. It was truly an accident when Jian Baishan could no longer endure Li Laishun calling her grandmother for the 5th consecutive day. She carefully chose her words. I am not much older than you. Chapter 56. The fortunate little fairy. It was not an absolute necessity to find her. After all, if she were truly an ordinary girl. Chapter 57. Bewitched by love. Though it was indeed bizarre, the little fairy spoke with sincerity and even a hint of anticipation, which made it hard to doubt her words. Jian Baisan believed her and agreed to wait. Chapter 58. The fairy is unhurried, but the maid is anxious. Qingyang and the little fairy exchanged glances, and after a moment, she remarked, "The scriptures say this. Jingshan Temple? No, it is the east." Chapter 59. Inhuman. As soon as Jian Baisan arrived at the banks of the Greenwater River, someone called out from a distance, "That lady in black." A robust figure. Chapter 60. Reunions with old friends. The little fairy clung to Pei Songqing's back, tears streaming down her face, unable to comprehend the reality before her. To prevent her from escaping, Pei Songqing gripped her thigh tightly, and she. Chapter 61. Sweetness after bitterness. As the rejuvenation pill dissolved in her mouth, a surge of warmth coursed through her body, alleviating her pain, and every limb felt as if it were rejoicing in comfort. Jian Baisan realized that. Chapter 62. Unexpected windfall. As the smoke cleared, a delicate silhouette emerged in the light, and Cain gazed at the trembling little fairy. I am not an unreasonable person. Chapter 63. The fruits of all endeavors. Jian Baisan touched her fingers thoughtfully and looked up to say, "A hamster?" Cain remarked, "It has always been there," discovered upon her shoulder. I can perceive. Chapter 64. The miracle of 3. It is impossible to wear the spirit suppression ring indefinitely, due to the pandemic. A day of leave is required as the entire building must undergo transfer and isolation due to an unexpected outbreak. Chapter 65, The Auction Social Skills Award. They may not have acted with intention, but marking with phosphorus powder is ultimately prudent. 3 days later. Chapter 66, The Auction Wealthy Individuals Award. The first item for bid, the auctioneer claiming to be Mr. Ia, deliberately elongated his tone, stating, "It is the formation martial art do NWJU, primarily focusing on the wood spirit." Chapter 67, The Auction Extravagant Trinkets Award. The people of Xiao Ludong remain oblivious to her soul's affliction, making their participation in the bidding for this blade secure. Jian Baishan had yet to voice his thoughts when he heard. Chapter 68, following. 2 young children noticed the commotion nearby, their expressions gradually revealing a hint of skepticism that belied their age. People may feel fear when confronted with the extraordinary. Chapter 69, Do Not Burn Paper Yet. They did not walk slowly. Jian Baishan trailed behind, having taken a turn, and discovered they had entered the quiet of Qingyi Street in the dead of night. In Moon Beach City, Chapter 70, he offered far too much to me. You all know how much. Chapter 71, No More Teasing. Kai entered the door, while Jing Baishan stood at the entrance, letting out a soft sigh. Everything diverged from what she had anticipated. Elder Xiong Bear. Chapter 72, The Relay Race. Although it was said to be organized immediately, the group earnestly deliberated the plan until evening, despite Wan Shugua's mother not engaging in battle. Chapter 73, Where Did You Come From? Jing Baishan retrieved the good cause and effortlessly plunged the entire blade into the earth. With a flick of her hand, a small opening appeared in the ground, just large enough for one person to pass through. Chapter 74, Finally No Longer Blind. Jing Baishan remarked, "All right, so, your first question. Are you wondering where the copper crane is now?" Chapter 75, The Reunion with Another. Li Limiao awoke on the 3rd day. Due to extreme weakness, she merely opened her eyes before slipping back into a state of faintness. Even after taking. Chapter 76, Caught slacking off. She dared not distract herself any further. Fortunately, he appeared to harbor no intention of harming any of them. After all, to him, it would be no more significant than squashing an ant. Chapter 77, It is better to speak sweetly than to fight. Even though Jian Baisan possessed a remarkably good temper, a hint of frustration crept in at this moment. What was this? Even if she understood the scorching and terrifying power of the land just moments ago. Chapter 78, The Goose, the Goose, the Goose. Singing to the sky afterward, you may attempt to draw energy into your body. I have other matters to attend to. Chapter 79, 2 types of cultivators. As he finished speaking, the man who had been emitting yellow spiritual energy at the door stumbled, while a small rhinoceros beside him emitted a strange, prolonged wail, surprisingly ejecting a glob of mucus. Chapter 80, The Expected Revelation. I have already utilized the family head's communication talisman. The young girl rose, gritting her teeth as she declared, "The family head is on the way, but it will take time. Everyone, hold on for at least 2 more hours." Chapter 81, With hidden intentions. 2 fires flickered in the distance, not close to one another. One side was more populated, while the other was less so. On the less populated side, 2 male cultivators leaned against a white sheep. Chapter 82, Each gained something under normal circumstances. It would be exceedingly difficult to track down a magical beast that had fled in such a situation. Not to mention the Wolf King, Jian Baisan recalled that it could. Chapter 83, Some Truths About the Senior Brother. Jian Baisan, accompanied by Li Limiao, paused at the entrance of the Arch Pearl Pavilion. Just a day prior, they had bid farewell to Shui Huayer and her companions as they departed from the snowy forest. Chapter 84, Half-Master. What was Jian Baisan contemplating? Observing Li Limiao's fluctuating expressions and her reluctance to enter, she finally inquired. Chapter 85, Adopting a Cat. On the rugged dirt path through the mountains, a trail of handprints meandered towards the stream. It was not some mountain spirit or ghost, but rather Jian Baisan. Chapter 86, The Young Master. A month later, Jian Baisan sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her spiritual energy to introspect her own body. The purple spiritual aura of the thunder attribute had become increasingly dense. Chapter 87, The Ancient Jade Wheel. If one were to ask who the wielder of the Ancient Jade Wheel was, Jian Baisan might describe him as a genuinely earnest individual. Following the flow of people, Jian Baisan arrived on the 2nd evening. Chapter 88, Severed Connections. However, due to the instability of the space, many individuals perished during that time. Yet, here, People's powers were suppressed to a uniform level, making it truly a marketplace for transactions. Chapter 89. It's just a vegetable market. Jian Baisan followed the crowd into the underground black market. Last time, I was too astonished to inquire further. So this time I wish to ask about the green leopard. Please grant me a day off. I am utterly exhausted. How foolish of me. Chapter 90. A thief in the house. A cat. Before she even set foot in the second underground level of the plaza, she caught a whiff of a foul odor. It resembled something burning, yet also bore a hint of blood. Chapter 91. The winner of life, Jian Baisan. When Jian Baisan awoke, it was already dusk, and the room was left with only a large yellow creature that had been using her as a pillow, immobilized. Upon seeing her rise, the large yellow creature turned its head away. Chapter 92. A night exploration. Jian Baisan trailed at a distance, employing a technique to mask her presence. However, Gu Luan did not venture anywhere, merely humming a tune and kicking. Chapter 93. Prelude. She sheathed her blade, and as the last bead of sweat slipped away, the evening glow and shades of crimson faded. The darkness crept inch by inch from the zenith. Chapter 94. Killing Lu Ding. 8,500. Jian Baisan overheard someone mention. Regardless, she never intended to truly spend spirit stones to make a purchase. Thus, every price she quoted. Chapter 95. Jian Baisan suffers the consequences of ignorance. In an instant, her legs were ravaged by the surging spiritual energy, leaving them drenched in blood. Fortunately, this individual seemingly never possessed the third level of qi refinement. Thus, their outburst was not particularly formidable. Chapter 96. The request from Master Hu. When Jian Baisan awoke once more, it was to the shock of cold water splashed upon her. The ground beneath her was astonishingly frigid, neither wood nor ordinary yellow earth, but rather resembling something entirely different. Chapter 97. Allowing Jian Baisan a moment of rest. What? Xue Huaier swept an entire porcelain tea set to the floor, exclaiming a delay. Even with a thick carpet laid beneath, the impact was undeniable. Chapter 98. The daily life at the cold lotus pool. Li Lai Miao took a few steps, the jingling of ankle bells resonating softly, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Awaiting her at the entrance was a voluptuous and graceful matron, who upon seeing her. Chapter 99. The cross-dressing Master Jian Baisan arrived somewhat late. Her countenance was less than pleasant, clutching a blade in her hands. Surrounding her was a multitude of individuals, each more peculiar than the last. Chapter 100. The thespian. Amidst the frenzied throngs of marauding cultivators, Jian Baisan maintained an air of composure. Within the residence of Apothecary Ji, it seemed that nearly every third or fourth room housed a. Chapter 101. Baisan to the rescue. Jian Baisan held her breath. In the next moment, a diminutive figure plummeted from the sky. She cursed under her breath, having predicted this outcome. Chapter 102. A touch of wax. Jian Baisan gestured, extinguishing the lit candle, plunging the space once more into enveloping darkness, as numerous individuals consecutively leaped from this place. Chapter 103. Wholesale ketchup. Soon, the venue fell into silence. Ultimately, only 9 individuals remained, as the last person's throat was slit. Chapter 104. Conversation. Enough. The pharmacist leaned against the porcelain cow, meticulously examining each bottle handed to him by Jian Baisan. Each plant was nearly flawless. Chapter 105. Breakthrough. Jian Baisan, in high spirits, leaped from the stream, clutching 2 fish, while the little red and big red meowed, clambering up her calf. Now, Chapter 106. Can fly. The belly of the big yellow creature pulsated as if something resided within. Jian Baisan dared not touch it. After a while, it seemed to calm down, lying on the ground. Chapter 107. The big shot. Jian Baisan. 5 days. Judging by its size, roughly 5 days. Pan Li suggested attempting to envelop it with spiritual energy, striving to maintain the flow, artificially creating an environment for it. Chapter 108. You cannot leave, however. In just 4 days and 10 hours, she. Chapter 109. The evolution of Big Yellow. What are you staring at? Songtai awaited Jian Baisan's response, only to see her standing still, a frown of dissatisfaction creasing her brow. Are you stunned? Step aside. Chapter 110. Grandsons and grandfathers. The Songtai was firmly pinned down by De Huang, resembling a stranded fish, initially paralyzed by fear. It seemed as though there was no threat to its life, but soon it began to struggle violently, its legs thrashing wildly. I wish for a day off. Today I have a deadline that I must complete and submit. one that has been postponed for a full 13 days. If I fail to finish today, my advisor will surely unleash his wrath upon me, rendering me unconscious and whisking me away to a fate most dire, dismemberment, dissection, cast into the wilderness as time slips away. The grass grows lush, and the birds take flight, my spirit in disarray. The towering edifices rise from the ground, and this lingering resentment knows no bounds. Chapter 111. De Huang's Vigil Godfather? Chun Wujing remarked casually, "What brings you here?" Such a statement caused beads of sweat to form on Song Tai's brow, leaving him only able to move his lips. Chapter 112. Digging 3 feet. Jian Bison, as he walked with Song Tai towards his residence, inquired. What else did she say? She merely proclaimed that the traitor must return my life. Chapter 113. Unable to come, Jian Bison sprang to his feet, brandishing his weapon in the stance of the green leopard. Who goes there? Chapter 114. The Story of the Copper Crane, Part 1. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. After a moment, the copper crane resumed speaking. Then let us converse. Jian Bison cut straight to the point. Chapter 115. The Story of the Copper Crane, Part 2. Xiong Bingi declared, I shall not sell. The individual, with a mischievous grin, reached out to caress the smooth back of the little gourd, which let out a terrified shriek. Chapter 116. The Copper Crane Tells a Story, Part 3. He abruptly lifted his head. But this amounts to 30,000 spirit stones. In the end, I am the only one who suffers. Doesn't that seem rather pitiable? Chapter 117. The Copper Crane Tells a Story, Part 4. Luo Xiaoyu remarked. The sect leader examined that martial text and deemed it a wicked art. Although it claims to be about beast taming, in reality, the ability to control humans aligns more closely with the characteristics of this technique. Chapter 118. Renowned beyond the mortal realm, the solitary shadow of a bitter pool for the copper crane has already arrived. That exquisite crane, with its ethereal feathers, cascaded like a torrent towards Xiong Bingi, its assault unprecedentedly fierce, each move striking with intent. Chapter 119. The Psychological Consultant, Copper Crane. The black mist has dissipated. The fog enveloping the copper crane's visage gradually lifted, revealing his jade-like nose. The area has also contracted significantly. Chapter 120. The wrath of Jian Bison. Song Tai was in a state of torment. The issue has been resolved, and it is evident that the current situation no longer concerns him. Jian Bison quietly cultivated there. Chapter 121. Brother, you are lying. Jian Bison had never flown at such speed before. The closer she approached the sect, the more her heart raced. Jian Bison's emotions had begun to spiral out of control. Chapter 122. Jian Bison versus Luo Xiaoyu. In that fleeting moment of diverted gaze, the little cannon's fin began to quiver rapidly. Chapter 123. The annoying little cannon. Jian Bison did not relinquish her hold. After a moment of silence, she stated, I shall not take your life just yet. I require the truth first. Jian Bison slightly raised her. The temperature has soared to 40 degrees. I can no longer endure. I will resume updates tomorrow. After the fever, I feel weak and lethargic, yet I shall be able to resume updates by tomorrow. Chapter 124. Survival Expert. Jian Bison. Hey, can you manage this? Jian Bison felt a playful poke on her back. Furrowing her brow, she gestured for silence. Chapter 125. The Fine Line Between Truth and Deceit. Jian Bison stood alongside Xiao Wanchong on the streets of the temporary supply town in the Kajin realm, inquiring, what are your plans for making money? Selling potent healing salves, essential for foundation building. Chapter 126. The Theft. Jian Bison was startled and immediately intervened. Miss, what gives you the right to strike without cause? Without cause? You are hardly innocent yourself. Chapter 127. The Black Bear. Jian Bison gazed at the woman, whose countenance could only be described as resolute. Chapter 128. What is this all about? I have already spent spirit stones to bribe someone for information. All those gifts are placed in the Tianzi No. 1 courtyard. As the elder sister entered, she did not even glance at Jian Baishan and the others. In Chapter 129, breath determines success or failure. Jian Baishan grasped Shirqizhen's arm and finally inquired, Chun Wuji is a golden elixir. Are you not afraid of their spiritual awareness enveloping us? Shirqizhen responded to Jian Baishan. In Chapter 130, No Need to Rush, Zhang Heng swiftly adjusted his expression and respectfully bowed to Jian Baishan. He regarded Jian Baishan as, in Chapter 131, Good Attitude, Cold Lotus Pool. What does this mean? Shirqizhen slowly retreated, unable to sense any aura from the strikingly handsome man before her. In Chapter 132, what does taking off clothes mean? When Jian Baishan awoke, a strong stench of blood filled the air. Her vision was obscured by a white object, and as she reached out to brush it away, In Chapter 133, the discovered long underwear. I assure you, every word I speak is true. The one who killed your sister is not I, but the master of the Zhongqing sect, Cold Lotus Pool. Jian Baishan calmly explained, under the heavenly oath, I am. Silenced. Easter egg alternate universe. 1, 2, friends. Due to the nature of the subject matter, this Easter egg has faced multiple rejections. However, I made a promise to you all and genuinely wish to explore this theme. Thus, I have decided to post it on Weibo under the same title. Easter egg alternate universe. 3. The reason for censorship has been posted on Weibo under the same title. The Easter egg will conclude tomorrow. Easter egg alternate universe. Conclusion. It has been completed, featuring a romantic narrative that includes all the delightful elements you requested, and it is available on Weibo as well. I hope you enjoy it. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 134. My little turtle, it does not know where it was born, nor does it recognize its hometown, and it remains unaware of its purpose. Yet, it understands, it is a remnant. Chapter 135. The importance of treating after effects. Jian Baisan quietly approached the cave of the long-necked stone dog. If they are still present, that indicates one scenario. If they are absent, it implies another. Chapter 136. The talking little turtle. Jian Baisan thought to herself, this is problematic. The small opening above is no larger than a fist. Jian Baisan is aware that the spiritual attack artifact is significant in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 137. Is it really that bad? Jian Baisan completed the carving. It is exquisite. Yet, for some reason, it makes me feel slightly dizzy. She stated candidly. The turtle was initially stretching its neck, striving. Chapter 138. Naming. Jian Baisan had once learned about the levels of spirit beasts and their corresponding strength in relation to human cultivators from Luo Xiaoyu. At first, 10. Chapter 139. Arrival of others. After a 5-year period, visitors arrived, hastening towards the backward cliff. In hand was the communication talisman given to her by Luo Xiaoyu years ago. Jian Baisan had no time to ponder why. Chapter 140. Are you committing suicide? Jian Baisan instantly expanded her spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire mountaintop. Although the summit of the backward cliff was small, it was scattered with large rocks and numerous trees. Amidst the underbrush. Chapter 141. A cat lives a life of eating and sleeping. This was simple. One person remarked that it was sufficient to prevent Jian Baisan from coming. Let us find someone to trip her up, ensuring she cannot arrive at all, thus eliminating future threats. Chapter 142. Nesting grass mother and child worms. A day comprises 12 hours. From the hour of Hai, she would meditate and cultivate until the end of the hour of Yin. From the hour of Yin to the hour of Si, she would engage in physical training. From the hour of Wu to the hour of Shun, she practiced swordsmanship. And from the hour of Yu to the hour of Su, she would tend to the spirit. Chapter 143. The Leader's Reward. Elder Xiang continued, stating that beyond this, following the conclusion of the grand competition, the underground second-level spiritual spring, originally reserved for advanced disciples, would be open to all ranked participants. Chapter 144. Days. Jian Huanyang, nestled within the sleeve of Jian Baisan, who stood amidst the heavens, finally opened her eyes upon hearing the resounding announcement of rules from outside. Feeling rather disoriented. Chapter 145. A bit too early for pride. Jian Huanyang held a particular conviction. Jian Baisan was formidable. She had never witnessed Lu Haigui in combat, nor had she encountered others who appeared equally powerful. Chapter 146. Lullaby of sound. All 700 generals' feathers had vanished, not entirely absent, but rather rendered invisible. Chapter 147. Time's up. However, she, being inherently composed, did not depart. Instead, she patiently stood and awaited. Behind her. Chapter 148. If it were you, would you stand firm? Chapter 149. A sensation of flight. In contrast to the matches involving advanced disciples, the contests among intermediate and novice disciples were exclusively held at Jinpeng Peak. Above the spectators' seats at Jinpeng Peak, there was. Chapter 150. Do you still have contact with her? Chapter 151. Yen Long Tian. Now, Jian Baisan understood who Xingshan's leverage. It was Ji Dingxiang, the one who accompanied her during her initial foray into the path, aiding her in her cultivation. Chapter 152. A keen sense. Yen Long Tian, akin to a spiritual treasure, as Ling Chuan remarked, was indeed extraordinarily handsome. Prior to this, the most striking figure Jian Baisan had encountered was Lung Lianqi. Chapter 153. Summoning friends. Yan Longtian stood at the doorway, smiling graciously as he said, I have long admired the esteemed name of Sister Jian. I hope my intrusion is not too bold, for my subordinates have just captured a bird. Chapter 154. The Elder's dramatic imagination. 2 days later, as the rules and rewards were announced, all the elders of the 4 sects were present. Aside from discussing various rewards, the Zhongqing sect focused on. Chapter 155. Robbery by Jian Baisan. Brother Yan, what shall we do? Yan Longtian and his 3 companions found themselves at a desolate spot on the mountainside. Chapter 156. Words bring trouble. Boss, when exactly will we arrive at that place you mentioned? I feel our pace is rather slow. It has already been 4 days. Chapter 157. You're finished. When she returns. In the dazed gaze of Song Tai, Jian Baisan swiftly approached, using his sword to glide along the ground, seizing Song Tai and air duo and placing them in a safe location. Chapter 158. You did nothing wrong on East Street of Tianlin City. Chapter 159. Killing Hu Xingshan. Taking a day off. Chapter 160. Wishing you well. Ji Dingxiang stood beside the shattered screen, resembling torn fabric. Jian Baisan also stored Hu Xingshan's corpse within his ring. Chapter 161. The cheerful young man. Excuse me, do you know where Song Tai is? Yan Longtian inquired with a smile as he casually intercepted 4 disciples of the Beast Tamer sect. Chapter 162. Only once Yan Longtian drew his sword, taking a moment to admire its craftsmanship before engaging in combat. The blade glimmered with a crimson hue, adorned with an unquenchable, sticky flame. Chapter 163. The final glance. As Li Limiao stumbled into the area, covered in dust and blood, night had already fallen. The scene of Song Tai being toppled by Yan Longtian unfolded before him. Chapter 164. Father. Once the competition concluded, Yan Longtian emerged clad in fresh attire, exuding poise and maintaining his charming demeanor, his face radiant as spring. He joined his team with an air of confidence. Chapter 165. I know who it is. Jean Li struggled out from the water curtain, exclaiming, Song Qing, have you lost your mind? Yan Longtian replied with a composed expression. Senior Song, in the past, during Kejian. Chapter 166. Finals preparation. Who dared to harm him? After a prolonged silence, Song Qing finally lifted his head. Crying in front of a junior would be a loss of dignity, yet he could no longer afford to care. Chapter 167. He couldn't have missed it. Many were aware that Jian Baisan possessed a celestial spirit root, yet few knew that it was of the lightning attribute. The competition will select the 7 individuals with the most copper arrows. Chapter 168. I wish to take a glance. To ensure fairness, each participant received a slip of paper on which they inscribed their names, which Elder Jean Li drew at random, subsequently announcing the results. Fanzifing. Chapter 169. Those who admire the view observe you from above. The second round of the competition commenced as scheduled. This time, Jian Baisan's opponent was named Li Naiguang. With a mere glance, Jian Baisan could easily recognize. Chapter 170. She flees, he pursues. He Luan was a petite girl, nearly 2 heads shorter than Jian Baisan. Slender like a bamboo pole, clad in a satin training outfit. Chapter 171. Late-stage foundation establishment. The earliest conclusion in the 16-8 competition was by a practitioner named Lin Yi. His opponent was a disciple of the Zhongqing sect. He stood there not. Chapter 172. A dazzling debut. The remaining 8 were Jian Baisan from the Beast Taming sect, Jin Yinyu, Yan Longtian from the Bailu sect, Lin Yi, Li Huimin, Zhao Donghe from the Shuesong mansion, Xiang Xinyuan, and Quan Bei from the Zhongqing sect. Chapter 173. What brings you here? Xiong Bingyi's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, utterly bewildered by the meaning behind Lung Lianqi's words. Moreover, how could someone of Lang Lianqi's stature possess such knowledge? Chapter 174. Fortune-telling. This tightly scheduled competition, held daily, is designed to filter out the true strong. If there were a one-time trump card, it would be utilized on the first day and on the second day. Chapter 175. Unfinished kinship. Jian Baisan was taken aback. Yes, Jian Baisan remarked, it has been many years. Most cultivators have exhausted their kinship early, yet you are different. Chapter 176. Battle with Yan Longtian, Part 1. Du Chunsen added, in this competition, both of you may showcase your abilities. Observing the old man Shiyang, whose veins bulged as he clutched the armrest, he seemed oblivious. Chapter 177. Battle with Yan Longtian, Part 2. Du Chunsin witnessed his successor being ambushed by Jian Baisan, who employed every trick in the book, striking at the Dantian, causing his eyes to redden. He was about to. Chapter 178, Battle with Yan Longtian, Part 3. Blood gushed from Jian Baisan's arm, yet it ceased. Spiritual energy surged wildly through her meridians. Opening a brand new pathway, her muscles instantaneously transformed. Chapter 179, The Leader. When Jian Baisan stood there once more, the audience remained packed. But no one doubted her strength any longer, even if they exchanged hushed whispers. Chapter 180, The Compassionate Voyage Through the Sea of Suffering. The autumn wind rose. A leaf swirling in, landing in a water puddle covered with moss, producing a gentle sound, spinning once before becoming still, like a lost and hollow vessel. Chapter 181, The Youth's Journey. Luo Xiaoyu consumed the last cup of osmanthus wine and unfolded the golden parchment. It was gifted to him by the copper crane many years ago. Within the text, there are languid descriptions and golden fragments of the pipa. Chapter 182, The Duration of a Stick of Incense. The elder of the palace roared, extending his arm to push Jian Baisan and Luo Xiaoyu directly behind him, shielding them from the impending force. A thick curtain of water rose to obstruct the onslaught. Update announcement. Chapter 183, Ice and Snow, A Prolonged Standoff. The tension was palpable. Despite Elder Xiang's diminished strength compared to Luo Xiaoyu, his extensive experience and myriad possessions afforded him a profound understanding of one essential truth. Chapter 184, The Escape. Da Huang called out in Jian Baisan's mind. Jian Baisan, hurry, awaken. Startled, she jolted upright, the branches of the bushes. Chapter 185, The Willful Lady of the Marquis, Running Away with Child. The small mountains overlapped, shimmering with golden light, as the delicate clouds danced over fragrant snow-white cheeks. She lazily began to paint her brows, delaying her grooming and adornment. Nevertheless, all of this was irrelevant to the present. Chapter 186, The Desolate Mountain. Inside the carriage, chaos ensued. Xiaobai hurriedly poured hot tea, while Lu Jingyun anxiously patted Jian Baisan's back. Zhongqi, following Miss Lu's instructions, fumbled about. Chapter 187, There is no head that cannot be severed. Jian Baisan clutched the hilt of her knife tightly, trembling all over. The roar of the tiger echoed from the mountain. Gao Manzheng, Lu Jingyun exclaimed urgently, raising her hand. Chapter 188, Villagers, please close your eyes. At this moment, everyone finally comprehended the excessive hospitality's underlying intentions. Gao Manjing's expression was grave as he stood firmly before Jian Baisan and her companions, his gaze fixed intently on the foremost figure. Chapter 189, Reflection. Jian Baisan halted her steps and called out to the man. Why have they not uttered a sound? No one had the opportunity to address the man. Chapter 190, The Name of the Corpse. Zhongqi and Xiaobi followed him into the room. Jian Baisan, suppressing her fatigue, massaged her temples and inquired, Have you all gone inside to take a look? Xiaobi replied. Chapter 191, The Cold Lotus Pool. WH what? Xiaobi did not catch that at first. The Cold Lotus Pool. Jian Baisan, undeterred by fear, boldly reached out and yanked the white cloth from the man's face. Chapter 192, Are you my Dao partner? Lu Jingyun was terrified to the core. Jian Baisan and Xiaobi were closest to her, and they were the first to push the door open, taking care to distance themselves from the frightened girl while Gao Manzheng. Chapter 193, How Fortunate Jian Baisan. Jian Baisan's mind was a blank as she trudged towards the mortuary, with 4 others trailing behind her in a similar daze. The shock was overwhelming, to the extent that. Chapter 194, The Great Fire. Before this individual entered, he had slaughtered the entire village's inhabitants. Xiaobi thought to herself, while her lady had already succumbed to slumber. Chapter 195, Resting on the same couch, without words between 2 houses, Jian Baisan felt as though she were stumbling in her escape, burdened by another's weight upon her back. Her steps were heavy, as flames roared behind her, and the air was filled with a parching heat that nearly suffocated her. Chapter 196, Do not forget each other in the Shi Garden of the Minister of Rights residence. Luo Bin, the Minister of Rights, knelt on the ground in silence. Drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to raise his gaze. An apology for the temporary pause in updates due to the preparations for my mother's funeral. Updates will resume in a couple of days. Chapter 197, The Bright Moon in the Clear Sky. Lu Mingwe held something in her hands, remaining silent. Before her knelt 2 figures clad in black. Lu Mingwe softly remarked, You have not uncovered the truth. Chapter 198, The dawn breaks. The master has been sentenced and imprisoned. Officials are outside, preparing to conduct a search of the residence. Her hands. Chapter 199. Recognizing the eastern wind swaying unsteadily, Lung Lianxi was escorted, seated in a swaying carriage, and thrown into a cell. The cell lay deep within the prison. Dry yet? Chapter 200. What night is this? Together in the light of the candle 3 days later, at dusk, in the main hall of the minister's residence. Lu Mingyue halted, lowering her gaze upon the figure seated in the center of a Wangwali wood chair. Upon closer inspection, one could see. Chapter 201. Look at how you've ruined your sister's house. Lu Mingyue wept incessantly. As Jian Baisan and Jian Dahua embraced, Qin Sang wept. She scrutinized Jian Baisan repeatedly. Chapter 202. I am robbing myself. The dishes on the table were freshly prepared and delivered from the small kitchen. Cold lotus pool sat at the table, awaiting their inquiries. However, Qin Sang and the others. Chapter 203. Who are you cursing? There was no respite. The first bolt of lightning struck instantaneously. The Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, also known as the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation, consists of a total of 36 thunderbolts, sustaining. These past few days have been rather hectic. I have not been idle. I have merely been tasked with producing 30,000 words of thesis within 3 weeks.